cameraman be the hero now? He'll need to be. G on the line of sight and with a glance on the board to push them to not.
Let's go. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab. Right like I'm getting paid time and a half. We finally made it. I know that they hate it. We carry this right out of the bag. The timing is right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. Keep your eyes on the clock. You might miss on your chances to rise if you blink. Got a vision, your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on a regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, hot and the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running and making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This just is what I just gotta do. Right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, timing is right now.
They say that life is a never-ending question, and we're always searching for the answers. I don't know who said that, but they're kind of right, because there's still a lot of things we don't know about the North American League. Identities, consistency, and playstyles are all in flux, so join us on this 4th day of our expedition into the unknown. This is March 22nd, 2024. Welcome to Day 4 of the 2024 North American League. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson. He is America's caster extraordinaire, Jonah Jayswills Willinger, and 17-time LAN player, Davide Foxe Bucci. Hi, boys. Are we sufficiently recovered from yesterday or not?
I'd say so. That was a really poetic introduction. I feel like that's...
Oh, you
really
like that?
Yeah, I liked it a lot. It was very nice.
This guy's still recovering from the Red Bulls that he had last night.
I
After
was going to say, how many you drained a bunch of them yesterday?
I was up on 3. I mean, the games were so exciting. I had to just,
We finally had 2 overtime games that we couldn't sprint through those, so we had to sit down, analyze literally every little thing that happened yesterday. That was a lot of fun. I'm hopeful that today is more of the same, Jonah.
Yeah, this should be good stuff. I mean, we've got a potentially good schedule on our hands today, and we get to see Los twice, and we only have seen them once. Kind of like BeastCoast yesterday, right? We get a Los team that we're still trying to look to understand a bit more, but they have a tough day. I think we could just put it like that. I don't know if I'd want this kind of day if I'm Los. Dark Zero, Sonics,
it's a big
back-to-back.
task. It's a big task, especially with Dark Zero being 0-2 currently. They really want to get that first win under the belt, so it being Los, Dark Zero's licking their lips, but also Sonics having 2 pretty big games too. One of them's going to be Los, but I'm excited to watch them play against SSG.
Obviously, the very last game of the day is the reschedule from day 1, so that game was meant to be the game where Los had their debut in the North American League, but it needed to get pushed back to today. Game 2, I like, because it's Sonic's first game, and it's SpaceStation, so that one should be pretty good. But then we get to Game 4 later on. That's 2 currently winless squads. So once we get to BeastCoast and WildCard, you really don't want to lose that game if you're either of them.
And you hate to be like, oh, it's a bottom-of-the-barrel fight, but either team has yet to prove themselves here. Both rebuilds. We're trying to see what they're capable of.
Yeah, so let's jump right into Game 1, and then we'll just keep on descending down to their level at some point as the day progresses. First game is Luminosity versus M80. These are 2 teams that had similar rebuilds in the amount of players that they brought onto the roster. Both have had slightly different returns, but they both had big wins in their games from yesterday. LG had that really good win over BeastCoast and stopped their debut in its tracks. M80 just barely got past Sonics on Oregon 8-6 in overtime. So this matchup, on the face of it, should be a pretty exciting one.
Exciting indeed, and we use the term maybe super team for a team like M80, but I stand on the hill that I wouldn't call them a super team.
Okay.
I think this is
you're just trying
time.
not to curse them is all you're trying to
Well,
do.
no, I wouldn't say it's a super team, because when you look at the roster, a lot of people would see maybe players like Noodle, Kino, and Cameraman as players that just haven't necessarily found their home yet. And I think this is the first time where all of the players on M80 are all doing amazing in their own respectable roles.
Well, of these two teams, it feels like Luminosity has been the slightly shakier one. The one positive, and that we took away yesterday, is that they made some pretty significant improvements from their week 1 to their week 2 performance, right? We saw some concrete changes, and that resulted in a win.
Let's talk about LG a little bit more in depth, because I think for most people, we're still trying to figure out what the new identity for this team is. We don't know quite yet. As we suss out the way that they play, we'll have a better understanding, but they've only played one map so far through this stage, and we're hoping that we see another one come out, but they did knock off BeastCoast in a pretty convincing way just yesterday. The entries were good. That second half was really solid. There's not a lot that we can knock for LG based on how they played yesterday.
Well, I like that you bring up the entries, because that is one thing that has been consistent between game 1 and game 2. Even though they lost to SSG, still positive in the entry game. 7-3 overall, 7-4 against BeastCoast. So they still had that good element of Siege going for them that, yes, it got off to a shaky start and they didn't take the win, but that is one thing that we don't need to see an active improvement on. They just need to keep that up.
And it was shaky, but to me, it gives me a lot of faith in this team, and it shows almost like a visionary pipeline with the corrections of mistakes throughout week to week. It gives me a lot of hope looking at them that they'll be able to not only just correct mistakes, but actually get a lot of good karma on their side and start winning against teams that you wouldn't expect them to necessarily win against.
For a new team, which LG for the most part is it a good thing when you see them taking a lot of that early game control and their entry stat is as good as it seems right here? Or would you prefer them to be better in the late game because that's where the executes matter? For a new team, what do you look at the most?
For a new team, getting your foot in the door is the hardest thing. Being able to get these opening kills, get inside the map, maintain that control. The late game is obviously a battle that even concurrent teams that go to these events still struggle with, you know, maintaining an execute. It's so many things that you have to keep part of. But just getting those entries down is the first step to success, and that's why I'm saying that it looks like they've paved the road to success so far. We just have to see them walk down it.
Well, it certainly looks like they're getting off on the right foot, and before we even started this stage, we sat down with Eddie for a couple minutes to figure out what this new LG roster was going to look like and what their own expectations were.
Hey, I'm Eddie from Luminosity. I feel really good going into this stage. I think I have more of an aggressive playstyle, but I've been put on support. But I think that'll help the team out because I think now you really need a support player who can shoot back. I think we have a really high chance of making the major, and that's what we all want. We have a lot more chemistry as a team together. 5 people we have right now is like people that we're used to playing with a lot in and out of Siege, so I think that'll help with like the chemistry and stuff. We're kind of like a new team. We have like 3 new players, so we have to just get used to each other a little more, just practice with each other more. We added Kickshiro and Wi-Fi, who are going to be new to Pro League, which they come from Carnico, and we got Hat from BeastCoast. I think they're adjusting really good. I think the playstyle that they offer us is what we want, and if it shows out on game day, then I think we'll do pretty good. My teammates are my friends. You know, you go into scrims every day, and you know, you're not scrimming with like random people, you're scrimming with your friends, so it just makes it more fun.
Definitely doesn't seem like a problem on the face of it when you're playing with your friends in scrims and in the lobby. That's what Eddie is hoping to capitalize on with this LG team. There are examples of teams that are really tight in and out of the server working out at least decently well in some contexts, and I think they're hoping that they can capitalize on a pretty similar thing in this case, Fox.
They are. There's not many friendship teams. That's the word that a lot of other pros will use. There's not many friendship teams that have found success, but so far Luminosity is one where there is a lot of good potential talent, especially when you look at some of the players that are coming out of the E2 scene, especially when you're looking at a player like Wi-Fi. He is such a communicative like IGL for the team, and he's been there, that backbone, being able to give a little bit more guidance to the rest of the team. and just he feels very comfortable when he's doing that, and that's not something you see out of a rookie coming out at such a low level.
And I like that we're talking about kind of the different duos or trios that are emerging on this team. Obviously, coming into the stage, we talked about Eddie, Silent, and Kixro or Julian, these three that have been together for quite some time. You throw Wi-Fi into the mix, who Kixro obviously has some experience with, playing on Karn & Co. over the course of E1 and E2. And then Hat, you mentioned like this leadership. You mentioned someone with a bit more experience, and Hat is that for this team.
Yeah, and these three players, Wi-Fi, Silent, and Hat, I mean, it just goes to show the improvements that they made from their game against SSG. They were able to recognize the late game finishing problem where they weren't able to do the executes like you asked about. They were getting their foot in their door, but they couldn't finish through. And in their game against BeastCoast, they recognized that, and they were able to maintain an amazing level of aggression of just getting in, getting the picks, and following through.
It also sounds like that meeting they had as soon as they lost to SpaceStation, when they came together and tried to figure out what those problems were. Yes, we went to the same map immediately afterwards so they could fix some of the more exacting mistakes, but I think it goes to show there's a lot of maturity when you understand the precise issues that you made in your very first game and can immediately correct those to get your first win of the stage.
It also gives an immense level of confidence because the entries were great, they were still good, but the improvements were so much better, and it elevated their level of game to a whole another level, and it showed in that match against BeastCoast.
I love that we saw concrete changes that were pretty obvious on the forefront. In operator selection, in site setup, you were right, that paid off.
Everything for LG looks pretty good, but can they beat M80? Because these guys feel like it's a train that's left the station. Everything for this team is going well so far, even if an overtime game against the Sonics, you'd love to try to beat them in regulation. You want the full 3 points. Everyone isn't like all over the place doing their own thing. Everyone's beginning to tighten up a little bit more on this squad. When they played against the Sonics yesterday, 8-6, they had a 4-1 lead, then they let it slip to 4-5. But Fox, they came back and forced overtime and still closed it out late.
They closed it out, and only with more time, this team is going to look more dangerous, especially as they get Cameraman more acclimated into their system. And we talked about it last week, that it isn't necessarily all about the slaying. The slaying was never an issue in any prior team of the M80, but they never necessarily had two support players that they could really bounce behind. It was always one or the other, and a lot of the times, the shoulders, it was on Kino's shoulders to fill in that void, but now they have Cameraman with them too.
Well, I love that you bring up Kino because there are so many scary players on this team. So many people we could single out and say this is the one to highlight. They're going to be the difference maker. For me, Kino is the key, or at least he has been over these first two play days. Of course, we saw some shenanigans on the Blitz, and he wasn't able to pull off an insane clutch here in round number 1.
God, we wish.
But he did have some good moments, right? He really has emerged as a jack of all trades for this roster. At least that's one way to put it. A big difference maker that can succeed in a variety of different spots. He's getting kills. He's fragging out. In fact, getting as many kills as someone like Spoit, who we did talk a lot about yesterday, both 23 kills to their name at this point, but he also has 4 plants. He's getting that diffuser down, separating himself on the supportive side of things too.
I really think taking that step back to be a coach for M80 during Invite gave him kind of a third eye, be able to see everything from a third perspective and know where he needs to position himself when he comes back into the roster. He knows exactly what he needs to do and what gaps to fill. And since getting on Cameraman, it gives Kino a lot of flexibility to play these wacky ops that we love seeing him play, especially we saw him play on the Blitz yesterday. And it gives him the ability to not only get those plans down, get his objectives down, but right now in the meta, that is a role where once you get your job done, you can now turn into the Slayer and go for those kills. And yesterday, it wasn't just Spoit on the leaderboard, it was Kino at the top 2.
Yep, 4th highest rated player in the league, and it feels like his second stint on M80 as a player looks like it's going a lot better than the first one did. Again, it's different because M80, we know, domestically, they're usually fine. Internationally is where everything needs to come to a head. Map bans are coming up here, and we are not seeing Club again. That's an M80 ban. Luminosity are not going to be able to fall back on the same map 3 times in a row. So instead, it's Skyscrapers for LG and M80. Gentlemen, what do we think?
It's a very close quarters map. I think it's going to be really back and forth. Even though LG has that street paved, I don't think they can be too mad if things don't go their way. I think M80's still very more experienced when it comes to a map like Skyscraper. It's a smaller map, I'd say a more aggressive team like M80 is usually going to be more favored on it.
The one thing I'd be wary of is that M80, on both of their Oregon attacks on the basement, when things didn't go well, they brought the Blitz. It was Kino, as I mentioned, trying to get in there with the Blitz and do something a bit more creative. The innovation yesterday is something we talked about. Several teams doing, you bringing out the Deimos, using the shield rework, trying to take advantage of the new patch, the new meta that we're in. The Blitz did not work out for them. Both times they tried it. You mentioned this is a close quarters map, Fox. I want to see them maybe avoid that if they can, given what we saw on Oregon and the trouble they had executing that strategy.
First time we're seeing Skyscraper played in this season of the NAL. I can't really say I'm surprised that we're seeing M80 at least try it out, because it feels like the skill sets of this team can lend into almost any map pretty well, but I just want to see him play the full boat. I want to see Luminosity play something they haven't played yet. I want to see M80 showcase that they have a lot of maps in their pool, because the whole goal behind this is if one of these teams were to go to Manchester, the best way for an NA team to have a good shot at winning is to prove you can basically play anything and play it well. So I love that we're seeing even more maps come into the pool here.
Yeah, deeper map pool is always going to be better, and Luminosity going to a map like this shows that they're comfortable on it. I'm really happy that they're able to, I guess, flex a little bit of that experience, but again, I wouldn't have necessarily the highest hopes just because M80 has been looking that much step better in my opinion.
We also mentioned like the imports and this idea of other players coming from the region, right? That's also a fun little extra box to check before going to Manchester. You just to try out your own play against some of these other styles and see how you stack up.
Especially for Citizen and Noodle trying to get to their home country and play a major, even though they're playing currently in a different region. So that's what those guys are fighting for. Fox, you mentioned you don't really know if LG can get over the hump here, so sticking with M80 on this game?
I'm going to stick with M80. I just don't think LG can be upset. They obviously have some things figured out, but I think it just needs a little bit more cooking in the kitchen to get done. Also, you were hooing Kino yesterday, so I feel like he's really bringing the fire today.
Lovingly.
You were saying
I didn't mean anything by it. Come on. Give me a break. He added me on Twitter about it. I thought it was funny.
I know.
So,
I'm going to stick with M80.
For the NAL Predictions Championship, obviously, Laxing and Jesse both aren't here. You see Jesse's prediction. He's gone with M80. Jonah, you are the predictions representative for our boy Gabe Miralez back home. What has he picked?
I DM'd him on Twitter again. I said, listen, the map is Skyscraper. What do you got for me? Very fast response. He said OXG.
Wait, what?
And I said, wait, no.
What?
I'm sorry, but that's not what we got here. He ended up going with M80. I think we do know where his heart truly lies, though. His head and his heart, it'll be OXG always.
Good grief. Yeah. All right, so there were a couple instances where everybody picked the same team for predictions yesterday. Didn't quite pan out the way they were hoping for. Is the same going to happen here, or will everybody on the desk be right? Day 4 of the North American League starts right now.
I could say this, at least to me personally, Sam, I don't know about you, I predicted M80. I think it's a pretty safe bet, but honestly, I enjoyed what I saw from LG yesterday. I just don't know if it'll be enough on Skyscraper.
Yeah, you know, I could be in agreement with that, Carter, especially looking at how Skyscraper's kind of trended in recent history. It feels like it's kind of M80's map to lose. They looked really, really good yesterday, able to shut down Adam, especially, who was going nuts in that match up against the Sonics. I'm excited to see what Luminosity can produce against a team of this caliber, and it's kind of crazy that we're talking about that so early on in M80's new iteration, but yet here we are. So, see what M80 are capable of as they're bringing us to Japan.
And this is a game that I think will absolutely be won on the defenses. A lot of the attacks in general inside of the NAL so far have had a lot of problems for any team. LG, M80, DZ, SQ. A lot of teams have had struggles attacking just in the league, being in a bit of a rebuild period right now, with most teams either completely revamping their roster or just making a couple changes. I thought LG were surprisingly well coordinated on a lot of their executes yesterday, but one thing they really struggled with was dealing with sort of the problems that come from a structured roam. How do you clear a castle setup and a zombie setup that's holding control off the site? That's where they started running into issues. And I was about to say, this is a map where that could really prove to be a problem, but LG have taken out the Azami completely. And I think given what we saw in their game yesterday, what the weak points were on those clubhouse attacks, I really like that ban, even if it's just banning an Azami and might have happened anyway.
Yeah, either way, if you see somebody use an effective operator even more effectively, you might as well remove it from play and make sure that that can't be inside their toolkit. So nice little adaptation there, even if it was something that was going to be more mainline from the beginning, like you said. A few of those new Blast player cards coming in. That is very, very clean. I really, really like this thing. I don't know if you ended up seeing that G36C skin either, but man, very, very nice little setup for your operators. But for Luminosity, we'll have a couple of not only those player cards, but a couple of soft destruction ops as well. So we're actually going to have 3 of them. I didn't see the Zofia there initially, but Silent Kicks and Hat all feeling it for the moment.
I was about to say, like, obviously the Blast G36 skin is fantastic, you know, channeling the Viking, you know, Norse spirit. But if R4C ACOG gets back and the M762 isn't unusable anymore, I don't blame maybe Hat or Silent or whatever for maybe not necessarily running it. But already, we are 1 round in. And Sam, we are not on Tea and Karaoke, we're not on Exhibition and Office. The first site being defended by M80 is Bedroom, which is generally what we refer to as talent as one of the worst sites in the game, at least in our minds.
It's very true. I was hoping you would stall for like 2 seconds longer so I could get this map stat up. Oh, wait, we're there. Hold on. Here we are. Master Bathroom at SI, actually a 73% defensive win rate. So I have a question.
Well,
what do we know? That's the real
Let me
thing.
guess. It was played approximately like 3 times.
It was played 11 times. Thank you very much.
A best of 3 tournament, you know, whatever.
So maybe it has a little bit more merit.
Maybe.
But I will at least say this. It's not great. And it's very difficult to try and play out. Now, I like M80's idea around this. They kind of got a lot going on, an extended roam over here, but not a lot of actual utility behind it, Carter. They're just trying to show face, delay some time, maybe, you know, make Luminosity think about clearing this area, eat up some of that clock.
I do think one thing LG did well yesterday was maybe a structured roam was difficult, but finding these isolated players was something they actually were able to do decently well. So if Noodle is a bit too far extended and maybe doesn't fall back quick enough or doesn't have the support necessary, that is actually an occasion where Luminosity could find the opening pick. And as the desk brought up, 7-3 against SSG, 7-4 on the opening duels against both the teams Luminosity have played, SSG and BeastCoast so far. So finding these entry engagements, or at least having the success they've had, is a necessity right now for LG if they want a chance at getting even a couple rounds on their skyscraper attack. And well, Noodle's been down, and it seems they might very well be able to do it.
Honestly, in good timing here. Got that pickup onto Noodle, but Citizen's going to trade back onto Hat via Nitro Cell. Express shipping. Picks will begin opening up the floor. A lot of Bs here, but it's not going to really do too much for him on this second level. You'll have quite a bit more in that skeleton key, but the boogie drones will assist with this job as well. Luminosity getting a little bit lower on drone count now too, so won't be as effective on trying to use those extra lives to try and use a little bit of info into their favor. But it's going to be Citizen that strikes next, as he'll be able to take down Silent. Just solid positioning as they kind of set themselves up directly adjacent to the site here, Carter, just to make sure that things won't go awry if somebody tries to rush in.
And they've anticipated how much vert is achievable for Luminosity, how much control and angles they can have at their disposal.
That's this entire site, right?
I mean yeah. And so you spill out into delivery, you spill out into the main lobby. So once the attack actually floods in, you can shoot them from the angles you yourself have created from the horizontal. I mean, and look at all these head holes and rotate holes made inside of the soft wall, inside a bathroom. That's exactly what M80 want to do. Force LG to flood in, and then once they do, use the holes they made all the way at the beginning of the round to finish things off. And with the triple kill from Citizen, they make it look easy. We might still call Master Bedroom and Office a bad site, but with that being the 12th play, I suppose, if you count SI and the NAL, still remains a defensive stronghold.
There you go. And I think a great display of how you have to get it done on that side. That's really the only way, right, is trying to play things directly adjacent, maybe try and send somebody up top like we saw there with Citizen, who could have played that verticality back in if things did end up standing at a stalemate. They're a little longer at the tail end of round one, but didn't really need that, so ended up traversing down the house stairs instead. Either way, very well done for M80 as they've picked up our very first round here on Skyscraper. Probably going to go back to more traditional means once we get down the line, but really like what we saw there, especially with their respect of what Luminosity could do with the map control that they gathered. You know, you kind of wish that LG worked their way back into using that verticality there, Carter, because they did have a little bit of space that they could have tried to slip through, maybe over towards that bathroom side, potentially get a plant side, maybe like the jacuzzi bathtub or whatever, while you try and hold those vertical angles. But you know, beggars can't be choosers. They saw the pressure, they saw the angles they could have worked on, and tried to work those in. Just really couldn't get much on the swing.
And also, it really comes down to the first 2 picks that M80 were able to get. Of course, the C4 kind of on the way out as they were vacating the bomb site, and LG were getting vertical control. They're able to neutralize that opening pick that Hat got by taking down Noodle, but then most importantly, Citizen making it that 4v3 with that kill inside of delivery, because now at that point, if you do want to go for a plant in bathroom or you do want to go for a plant in bedroom, M80 just have to flood in and peek the holes they made at the beginning, and they're able to trade it down. Whereas in a 4v4, maybe it's a bit more palatable of an option, and maybe instead LG are able to bait the planner, get a 4v3 for their own favor, and then end up taking the first round on their attacking side. But either way, M80 are able to do it, and that means that the sites they have up after this are Tea and Karaoke, Exhibition and Office, Barbecue. The 3 mainline sites on this map are all options for M80, so it's entirely possible that we could see all 4 bomb sites played before the half is even close to done.
Yeah, and there's also a reality where we see all of those going M80's way as well. I mean, the rest of the list of sites are all, technically speaking, easier to defend. I think that this is just, you know, that ugly duckling, that one you don't really see every once in a while, that will just show up and kind of cause bad news for the offense, as they're just not really used to having to attack it. And I think that's what we see here for LG. Just got a little bit off guard with the exact strategy that was implemented from M80, as just no real sense of real direction there at the tail end. Ended up really catching them there. But now going into round 2, I'm really feeling a Tea and Karaoke defense. It feels like the main line is coming for us, right?
To be fair, I do remember casting an M80 game. I think it was actually an NAL game on Theme Park last stage, and their site rotation on Theme Park defense was lab storage, initiation, bunk daycare, throne. Like literally the exact opposite of what most teams would do if they had the option or had the ability to play all 4 sites, assuming, you know, if they were ranking them. So this has been an org, obviously very different team, but this has been an org where there have been some funky site selections. So it's possible that maybe we see Barbecue next and they're just completely going bottom up instead of top down, but I would assume it'd have to be Tea and Karaoke after this. We did have a player DC, by the way. That's why we're having the tech pause, but should be back in soon, and we will see if they are going to that Karaoke and Tea defense. And if they do, I honestly think that we might see a similar style. Not necessarily for the entire bomb site, but Sam, when you're defending Tea and Karaoke, we'll see teams hold on to like Tea itself, maybe have a mute playing there, or hard breach denial on that Tea wall. But when it comes to the other big areas, specifically Geisha and Karaoke, a lot of times, especially by the late round, teams have vacated both of those positions and are holding angles, looking into those rooms, while only really holding on to Tea itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you might see some later destruction into the round based off of things that are happening, you know, midway through, too. Maybe there's an adjustment that happens where things are more working in from that black stairs / balcony angle, and you can kind of hold on to Geisha longer, maybe create some more soft destruction for the main hallway, things along those lines. The world's kind of your oyster in this site, and that's what a lot of defenses like, especially with how difficult it is to try and work your way through kind of that main hall area that we always end up talking about, right? You know, Dragon as well as Drum and things along those lines. That whole area is just always going to be a defensive stronghold, someplace that you're going to have kind of a give and take. Whether it's going to be a trade in kills or trade in utility, there's more than likely going to be something that goes down on that battleground. So we'll have to see what Luminosity wants to try and bring on those respective fronts. Maybe it's something real quick too. You know, we could always see something like a Gara hook flying in through Karaoke. That's definitely not out of the cards.
And if it's going to be something quick, or at least something different than just like a standard Exhibition Office full clear, it would have to be something like an Amaru or a Blitz, like the desk mentioned, but obviously it can't be that Monty. LG deciding to ban the Monty out early on in the ban phase, or as their only attacking ban. But Monty on this map is usually known for an attack on Karaoke and Tea, in which you send the Monty on top black stairs. He pressures anybody playing there. Then you have somebody come up from the staircase, take control there, then aim for a plant directly on the Karaoke wall. It doesn't really have a lot of map control involved, but that's why you have the Monty. It creates a lot of pressure on a very small area and is able to break through and then eventually get the diffuser down if you're able to do so successfully. But we are struggling to get the player back in, unfortunately, so we are going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. told you it would be quick. We made it back in safely. Spoit, our boy, is back in the lobby. And honestly, that is good. Because if I had to maybe cast this game in a 4v5 and I wasn't able to see Spoit run R4C ACOG on the attacking half, I don't know what I'd be able to do, Sam. It would not be a good day if I don't get to see that man with a drone in front of him, one of the most iconic weapons in the game.
I'd had to get you in there.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, even ignoring all the, listen, obviously, I'm not comparing us directly, but I'd have an impact of some kind. I doubt, I doubt there'd be politics. There'd be a whole thing, Best
Yeah,
deal.
like how long can they keep you on the roster before the other teams want to scoop you up? That'd be the real.
Exactly. I mean, it'd be the first substitute player to literally have teams engage in like gladiatorial combat to get him on the roster.
Oh man, what could be? What could be, Carter? But we live in the realm where you're a caster, and instead we're going to be here casting LG and M80 as we get back into things. And so far so good, especially for M80 and what they've been able to accomplish so far. A master defense in the very first round, something you don't really see all too often, but continues to find success. M80 are immediately going to shift these sites upstairs and defend office instead.
And with the lineup they're running, it seems to be, if it is a roam of any kind, an extremely loose one. We have Citizen on that Legion all the way across the map, but the rest of the utilities really suited for a full anchor setup. You have the Zotos and the Electroclaws for hard breach denial, and I was about to mention the Black Mirrors and Noodle on the Warden, but first pick again, going the way of Luminosity. Citizen, that solo roamer I mentioned, goes for a hop out, unceremoniously dispatched by Eddie, just looking down in the rappel, and without any cost to themselves, LG have an opening pick.
Well, we've seen this one before. M80 been able to burrow out of this time and time again, though. It's the one beauty of having so many shooters on your roster. Don't have to worry too much, even if you do lose somebody as talented as Citizen. Still have that backbone, that backline to try and assist. Luminosity slowing things down just a tad bit after that first pick. Really like the respect that they're giving over, using these drones to their fullest effect. Wi-Fi. Top scorer so far for Luminosity. Unable to get too much with that peak, but just holding things down for Terrace, making sure M80 aren't able to overswing and try and get ahead of this clear. So far, so good for both squads, respectively. Shot rings out from Kick Zera as he'll take down Kiki. It's going to be a 5 versus 3 now. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Are you locked up? Oh, we're back in. Oh, amazing. All right, awesome.
I was about to say,
Things are a little frozen there for just a split second, but they weren't frozen for these guys. Luminosity still ahead by 2. Make it, actually 3 now. Back into this with the 3 versus 1.
somehow making their way back. Spoit on the mirror window could easily get one more, and indeed he will. 3K for Spoit back in the lobby, but through the wall. Hat with the final kill for LG. Able to get their first attacking round, and man, what a bounce back from round 1.
Yeah, 100%. I like how they established ground over on the Geisha T side, right? They get that first pick, and then they don't overplay things. They don't get too aggressive over towards Dragon, over towards Terrace. Instead, they kind of establish a line of sight, something to make it to where M80 can't get too aggressive from that area that they've already taken over. That's why we have Wi-Fi over on the Terrace double, just holding things down while they try and work those drones, try and understand what M80's retaliation is going to be. And they're able to really not only handle that, but use that to its fullest advantage. Nice little peek there by Kicks over on the far side. Ends up garnering them not only an extra kill, but some extra ground on top of that. Luminosity able to get their first round off the back of that effort.
And ultimately, if this is going to be a game of defensive halves and just see who can net more or counter a 5-1 half with one of their own, even if the attacks aren't convincing, even if they're few and far between, if LG can just pull off one more, that might be enough for the overall game. Of course, depending on how M80's attacking side is, could be incredibly convincing or could be incredibly weak. But for LG, even getting around like that, where a lot of it came down just to finding gunfights being given by M80 or openings being given to LG in the case of Citizen jumping out, you're not going to complain too much. It's in a best of one. You just need a couple of those to make the difference.
Oh, into round 3. Tied 1-1. Luminosity on the more traditional sites able to hit their mark. I feel pretty positive about that. You're not asking for too much when it comes to the offensive perspective of Skyscraper. 2 rounds at the end of the day will be justice. they are able to at least get that going for them. Drones in. Extension here. This isn't obviously the real meat and potatoes of what's going on. This is just going to be M80 trying to hold Luminosity back on their clear, making this time all worth their while as well. As Spoit's able to take down Hat, our recent rookie, now veteran of the NAL. He's going to continue to try to hold things down over here inside of office.
Honestly, at this point, I don't think that's a bad move. Even if you die as the Warden, you're not giving up much utility. As we know as well, LG are running some flashes, but the more they expend on their own clear to clear out Spoit, he's basically paying for his own impact. And even then, there's one player on the cutoff Wi-Fi, but the players actively trying to take down Spoit by taking gunfights with him are dropping like flies to that MPX. Citizen is even joined inside of Dragon, the Shrine area, just to make sure that he has some support, because M80 are making the right call. They know if they hold on to this map, but don't give too much in turn, this is at this point an unlosable advantage for M80. Spoit even on 1 HP in ace territory as he cuts the head off. Eddie kicks Zera, spotted outside of the exhibition window as well. Just one final peek, just a couple more shots from Spoit's MPX. Be the difference maker for another ace. He's spotted. Buck knows that the Warden is going to peek. Instead, he'll back off and not make it back in the building. But again, the round is won. They know the diffusers dropped outside, and Kino with the easy cleanup. They match LG's easy victory on exhibition with, well, a round that began and ended the exact same spot.
Yeah, you make a strategy around Spoit off on his own little front in office, and I think the return on investment was worth it. I'll just put that out there, Carter.
I would agree.
This is great for your portfolio.
Nobody's complaining. Like, oh, I put a Warden in office and he got 4 kills. Ugh.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
That's so confident at the tail end of that. He's like, I'm just going to run outside. You know, there's really nothing that Cakes is going to be able to do in a scenario like this that brings him back into it. So might as well risk it for the biscuit. And I mean, just what a play. Not too much to happen there for M80. I will say this. I do really appreciate them having that line shift at the tail end of the round just to make sure that things were guaranteed, right? They had enough bodies in the area where if somebody did go down past Spoit, there was somebody that was going to make that tradable. So just making sure that at least they're keeping the fundamentals down even when they're trying to have some fun.
And interestingly enough, we don't see barbecue at all. Instead, we will go back to office bedroom. So it seems you won't see a 4-site rotation like we might have thought. It seems M80 love the 2 primary bomb sites, obviously, but bedroom and bathroom. That is what they want. Of course, LG were able to find that opening pick previously here that was very quickly traded out. And M80's retake strategy, or at least preventing LG from getting the bomb down via angles they made, was incredibly successful. And based on the soft lineup, doesn't seem they're changing things a whole lot.
With Thatcher coming in so that we don't see all the time anymore. Just to try and guarantee Hat's utility, but also get rid of other electronics. Aggressive front being shown from LG. Silent moves his way forward. Gotten rid of something. He's going to sprint across the electrified hatch. Everybody and their brother knows that Silent is upstairs right now after he gets zapped like 4 times on that hatch. He is going to hop up top, though. Make sure he doesn't get nitro celled as easily from down low. And doesn't have a couple of those to worry about at the end of the day. Be the first minute expended for LG, and at least they've gathered control of the top floor.
This is why I've been impressed by this team, though. I mean, look at that read. They've realized how heavily this go around, as there are some adjustments. It's still not an anchor hold from M80, but there's heavy investment on this roam, and LG quickly realized that within 30 seconds, they enter the top floor to get this vertical control, and now, of course, there is still the same threat. There are still those players off-site who could either A, flank, or B, use any holes made on the bomb site to stop the flood in for LG. But LG are now aware of that, and with operators like Ying in control on the bathroom window, you can see LG starting to set up for that execute. And as the EMP goes in, imagine we'll see the Yings from Zera a little bit after Frost shot. He's made his way in, recovered the diffuser as well, but this is not the bomb site, my friends. You've got to make your way a little deeper in, so they'll use the smoke grenades to block off one hole. There is still the doorway of bottom house, so Eddie has to cover this. The Evil Eye shocking the Ying, but it's shot. Kix is able to get the diffuser off now, so long as the coverage is still solid for LG. Hat's able to find one. They drop the opening pick on Wi-Fi, but they get the trade and get the diffuser on the floor. No lead garnered for M80, though they finally do get it, as Citizen's retake of the top floor is successful. So any verticality, either previously made or on the fly, will now be in the favor of the defense. And he knows somebody can drop that hatch. That's the one kill he gets. He's got to get 2 more in the 1v3. Might be spotted on that bulletproof. Certainly spots the Maestro. Cameraman fires first. M80 and the defuse move up 3-1.
They have a incredible retake strategy for that site. That is not something that is just randomly happening, especially when it comes to the top side of that. Love that strategy coming in from Spoit. Even though he doesn't get anything with that hatch drop, just having everything happen in unison, making sure that LG are kind of overloaded, especially for the man count that they have in that scenario, making things really difficult. I do like that we saw LG, kind of consider what they wanted when it came to that strategy. They kind of, search things out initially inside of the prep phase, discover that M80 is going back, make that line shift, and I'd say apply a pretty solid strategy. The only thing that really goes awry is the body count. M80 able to get a lot of really solid picks and really run amok of what LG's post-plant strategy was supposed to be. It's not just supposed to be simply Ying trapped in, behind a bomb chassis, as well as somebody getting stuck inside of the closet. There's definitely supposed to be some top floor pressure there, and just unfortunate that M80 was able to bowl that over and really give them an issue.
It's always the issue you're going to have when you're on a 5v5 or a 4v4, right? Is they've made their way onto the bomb side. They're looking good, but there are still those roamers, and M80 are clearly aware that the site is a little exposed, and that a very logical call for a team to make is, hey, top floor is clear. In fact, the bomb side is relatively clear. We should be able to quickly take control. And they likely have protocols established that, all right, we're going for this retake. There's probably going to be a guy top house on the breach. Seeing if we rotate through Dragon, let's try to 2v1 that guy. Or there's somebody outside of Terrace doing the same thing. Let's try to 2v1 that guy. You have 3 players on the roam who can stack up on any of those players on cutoffs and still trade that man count down, so long as the site players are able to maybe stall time or get a pick in their own right. So overall, I really like that strategy from M80. As you said, I think it's a very solid retake strat for a bomb site we don't see all that often, and they'll also make me eat my words. All 4 bomb sites will, in fact, be played as they move downstairs to barbecue for round 5.
Yeah, M80 are beating all the odds. Not only, when it came back to having, back in the roster, everyone was like, oh, I mean, he's been off for a little while. Is he going to, what's he going to look like? Is he going to have a positive start, or things going to go back to what we saw at the tail end of his previous run with M80? And no, everything's been fantastic so far. Also, a little stat tidbit for you, too. One of the only 2 shield mains by at least primary op choice that exists right now in the NAL. It's him and Spirits. I know you're so very shocked, Kix. Almost able to take out Spoit, but you could say the same in kind. He is going to get healed up a bit from that adrenal surge, but M80, as you said, going to go for the full site rotation, as we are going to get barbecue. That's going to mean LG have to try and find a way to take control of this top floor.
You can see they'll go for it immediately. The Maverick onto the Geisha wall. It is electrified, of course, so if they want to open it, it will have to be with a full Mav trick, and, well, there's no follow-up, or there's no secondary hard breach of any kind. Get an extra primary or a secondary breach charger, so it has to be that Maverick. Little run out from the Solus, and all it does is scare LG. Damage dealt to Kixera, still the damage dealt early on by that engagement with Spoit, who has not received the same health advantage in kind. In fact, 2 players in M80, both on very low HP, and if Noodle continues to get aggressive, and he takes some damage too, this might bode very well for LG's Execute or Flood if they have to deal with a lot of weakened M80 defenders.
Yeah, so far the take's been problematic. There's been obstacles that Luminosity didn't exactly calculate for. Obviously, the positioning, not so much. They knew somebody'd more than likely play inside of Geisha. Just how long it's taken to clear them out, how long M80's been able to stand on this top floor, and give LG a problem. Then they're trying to figure out a way to work themselves around, especially since, the nade change. Things have gotten a lot more difficult, more precarious with situations like this. If you get a body in there, potentially expose yourself to some angles that M80 could have worked up other ways. Some verticality towards kitchen windows, things like that. Don't exactly have the time to calculate for in the moment. Now, Luminosity down to the last minute here and getting exposed when it comes to the game plan right now. Silent trying to work his way forward. You can see he's asking for a little bit of assistance here. Might be Eddie in kind as well. Trying to make sure they can try and work their way in for this kitchen take. The cameraman's going to take one down. They know somebody's trying to occupy the space upstairs. Eddie's going to try and span the angle, and he does get in. He's going to have the case here. All going to be down to him, but there's so much verticality. There's no way that they don't try and stop him. So many bodies for M80 to donate to this issue, too.
So many bodies, so many angles, and one more ends up giving away Eddie's position. Kino from the top ropes for the TCSG, a run out from cameraman. Might give his life, but it's impactless at this point. That was a 1v5 for Kickzera just to try to pad his stats in. M80 might not be doing a full anchor or even some of the traditional stuff, but when it comes to holding Geisha, they have 5 players on the top floor, none on the site, and they barely drop a single body.
They get a little lucky with that plant. Eddie was very close to that, but even then, you know, trying to work your way out of that site with the amount of verticality that they had working into their favor, I highly doubt Eddie even lives inside of the post plant anyways, and it'd still be an LG issue to try and figure out in that moment too. I think M80 are doing a great job of showing why the defense on this map is so strong. You can really just force the offense's hand, force them into these bad takes where you're able to maintain not only great positioning, but the majority of the time, great man advantage. You're able to get those big picks on nice angles and things like that. So just great play from M80 so far, really able to show off why this defense is so hard to break on Skyscraper.
I think it's also just sort of taking advantage of LG's inexperience in the game yesterday against BeastCoast when the defensive strategies were a bit more of what you'd expect or easy to solve if it was a full anchor on the site or 1 or 2 players just kind of roaming around the map without really a full setup to worry about. LG were usually able to find ground pretty successfully, whether it was just hitting the site or clearing those roamers. They had a really easy time. But here, M80 have done anything but be standard. They played Bedroom twice. It is their most played site as of this half, so already an off pick at the top. But then how they're attacking these? Full retakes, holding off angles, not even really touching the site. It's not a way LG are probably used to, and it's probably really hard to adapt, but you're still trying to get a lot of these fundamentals down.
Well, not exactly the fundamentals being shown inside of this strategy here. We are going to have the OSA working her way in, something we haven't seen from Luminosity just yet. I think there is a case you can make for this being somewhat normal nowadays in Siege, as Kix is going to find a nice pick. They just keep it simple, stupid. Hey, walk at him in black stairs with an LMG, spray down the angle, see what happens, and Kix gets a kill in between Kino's shotgun. Then another shell inside after that pump goes off. Great timing there, but Eddie's going to go down. This is a big moment as that case is still on the floor too. Going to be able to pick him back up with the Adrenal Surge. This plant now being discovered inside of Karaoke. Citizen has to do something here. He takes the swing. He can't find the kill. It's going to be traded back though, as M80 have somehow, some way gotten into a 3 versus 3.
Good effort too, because with Eddie on low HP, this might just be winnable. They still have to worry about the Karaoke repel, but they've got no explosives to deal with that OSA shield. So it's the players around it that are going to be the priority for M80 to find. But on that repel, Hat's able to make it a 3v2. Now the retake is all but impossible. The Ash gone completely on red on black stairs. Noodle's able to trade it out. That gunfight on the repel needs to be won. Maybe find Eddie in the corner, but Hat even repels in just to be safe. Just to make sure they close out that 2v1. It's a very difficult half, and maybe 2 attacks will be enough for LG, but it's still undeniably a very strong start for M80.
Yeah, I love how they didn't overcomplicate things there. You know, they get that minimal pressure on the top of black stairs with OSA. They send 2 in the bottom of black with Finka and an LMG. Rock the mute, Kino gets taken down, and immediately try and transition that into a plant with that player positioned on the Karaoke window for the cut. The one just rock star play there, minus that pick on, you know, black stairs, was their ability to pick up OSA without anybody having to enter Karaoke there, Carter. The Adrenal Surge really saving that situation and making that, you know, whole problem that Luminosity had in front of them, something that could have been, you know, the kind of the stick in the axles there, or stick in the spokes rather. But Luminosity were able to get around that, all because of that good utility usage, all because that operator was in their lineup. Get that plant off successfully, and M80, although some nice picks, not really able to fight back due to the positions that Luminosity had adopted in.
It is important to, again, reemphasize that adrenal surge, though, because if Finka's not played, that diffuser is stuck inside a site with not a whole lot of great options to retake it. 2 very close attacking wins for LG to get this 2-4 half in the first place, but will that be the difference maker? One thing that might, whether maybe affect the odds, Spoit at 11 in kills so far is basically at the total he's achieved in each of the individual previous games, only 6 rounds in. And now he's on Deimos, likely intended to hunt down one maybe solo roamer for LG, and in my mind, public enemy number 1 has got to be this Solus.
100%. Every single time that you load into the game, she reminds you that she is public enemy number 1, especially in prep phase, right? You're just trying to drone around, get your drone in a nice little position. She just walks in, one taps it with an SMG-11. Everybody's been there, and most definitely do not want to try and deal with that. Oh, be a call out here from Citizen 2. To get some extra info on top of the already info stacked lineup that they have. And Doe could be a fantastic option across the board. Has that great EBR, great secondary options for her utility pieces too, and the logic bombs. What is there to argue about that op? Noodle is going to work his way down low. Love the buck here. Able to try and strip things away, potentially for Geisha too, if there's a good read on Hat. We'll just have to see how this unfolds.
We'll have to see, but with that skeleton key, the amount of pressure you can apply from below that, even if it's maybe with 45, 30 seconds left, if it's in combination with that execute utility, those Bs for Cameraman and the Candelas for Kino, both being cooked right now, could cause heavy disruption no matter where this ends up being. You see the angle created looking into the Geisha doorway, execute coming out. It's meant to cut off the rotation for anybody in Geisha to try to stop Kino from putting this diffuser on the floor. He's made his way through the reinforcement because they've read top black is completely reinforced. So all they have to worry about is the doorway into Karaoke and the rotate from Geisha. Noodle's able to get the first pick. They do find that Solus, and Spoit has all 3 of his trackers left. So if there's anybody going for the retake, he can get direct intel on that and relay it to the rest of his team. Even if Kino can't see it, that intel is a very real reality. And as he starts to put this diffuser on the floor, I mean, Sam, we might not even get there as it's a 5v3.
Well, they know Kino's in this corner now, so they're going to try and force the plant down or at least bait it. Kino gets another one off of that swing down into the 1 versus 5, and it's going to be a flawless round for M80. I genuinely am just taken aback. I was so frazzled as to the scenario that was in front of us. Not only does Kiki get there very early inside of that strategy, which honestly perfectly fine. LG had no idea as to what the scenario was. All those Candelas actually mask things perfectly for him. And he just waits patiently, doesn't overexert himself, doesn't try and swing over for Geisha. Instead, he waits for M80 to show up to the door so he can try and expose LG himself. And I really like that, especially with the baits. Even with M80 at the top of Black Stairs, Carter, he's still baiting that planner to try and get Luminosity to step forward. He gets 2 kills off the back of, those moves. And the rest of M80 really just able to gun him down. As you said, M80 not really even needing to put that case down, just really using it as kind of a distraction method, something to get Luminosity to work their way out of the weeds.
And honestly, with how nice of a call and execution that was for M80, I'm almost at the point where I'm starting to, I might call the game. I mean, not to say that, LG don't have the skill to bring back this half. They certainly do individually. But that indicates for these attacks, M80 have a clear game plan. But more importantly, when they see things in round that can either make their game plan work or necessitate a change to something more optimal, they're able to make that call and execute it flawlessly. Now, right here, I will say, you watched the game yesterday, the Kino Blitz was not very successful. And, ooh... That crash felt personal with the timing on that.
Oh, man. Well, we're going to award that one to Kiki. He gets it for the blitz pick. Good job, Key. There you go, right there.
All right.
He's got to claim those.
Right past
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for
Wow.
Eddie. But in case y'all are a little bit newer to Rainbow Six Esports, sadly, we cannot reset this. So that is actually actively going to be a pick for M80. Effectively, obviously, no one's going to get that stat line-wise, but Luminosity will definitely feel that, if this does end up being penultimate point for M80.
That's just... really unlucky. And even if I could set up, you know, talk about, oh, the blitz wasn't great in the Oregon game yesterday, they need to get all this control. I mean, he's back very quickly, thankfully, so Eddie can at least have an impact by watching the default cameras, which, to be fair, are likely still bountiful, as M80 haven't really entered the building anywhere yet. Will still be a 4v5, and what LG do have going for them is the existing setup. They have these Banshees, so a fast play is a little bit difficult. They have the mirror windows, so anybody flooding in will need to worry about those and avail themselves to those angles. So there are still good points for LG. It's just a matter of M80, all they have to do is trade the man count down, and they get a win without having to do anything.
Uh-oh. Silent? He misses the blitz. He was in behind the panel for Geisha, but like ships in the night, they basically pass right by each other. At least one of the ships shoots a cannon at the other. Boyd's gonna be able to take down Wi-Fi. Somehow, some way, Luminosity, with what seemed like a gifted pick initially, actually the shoe on the other foot, and M80 barrel ahead, Hat able to take down one, but Spoit, great recognition on the bar. He'll be able to at least knock it down an extra peg. Luminosity, with only Hat remaining now in a 1 versus 3. He's been delegated to this corner. We'll at least find one over inside of Dragon. Those one has to be playing the office side, but it should be 2 more. It's a quad. It could be an ace for Hat now. Back and forth we go. Nitro Cell still in hand too. Oh man. I'm sweating, and Hat with a shot. An ace here up against M80. And what a moment for Luminosity. They lose a player due to a DC early in the round, but Hat's like, hey, no worries, no problem. I'll put the team on my back. And he carries them at least 1 round deeper into Skyscraper here up against M80.
Okay. I don't really know what to say about that. I mean, you could even see the reaction on Hat's face. He's like, did that just happen? Did we have a player crash? I go down 1-4. And we've won that round? I mean, everything I said about M80's karaoke T attack is still true. And on that particular attack, they have the blitz to apply pressure from T and karaoke side, and pressure them from one side, Spoit Citizen, flood in on the other, basically sandwich the site in the middle. Because of the man advantage they have, it could very easily work out, and it does. But they end up giving Hat 1v1s. It's actually a very messy end round with no intel on his position, which is fine, but M80 don't reset. They don't take the time to either find that intel, try to get the diffuser down, or make any adjustments. They just swing him 1 by 1 by 1. There's still an element of sloppiness to this roster if that round is evidence of anything. So M80 still have the consistency, based on the first attack we saw to finish this. But man, that's often a round where in hindsight, you're like, the game changed. The game completely changed hands there.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, it's a mentality that we see from the greatest of heights to the lowest of lows. You know, I mean, I'm sure your rank stat, Carter, has had that feeding frenzy moment where you're just like, oh, we're just gonna kill the guy, and everyone dies. It's just one after another, and it's always so great because especially when you're inside of the first 2 deaths, right, and you just stare at the thing that says 1 versus 3. There's that Green Goblin mask moment where it's just talking to you, and it's like, you know, you're gonna lose this round, right? You know the round's over now, right? And somehow, some way, everybody just costs. Unfortunate moment there for M80. But again, happens to the best of us. You just need to mentally reset here. That's what they're trying to go for. Another EMP in, but the wall's been frozen, and I think Wi-Fi is going to continue to do this here too. So this wall might be stuck for quite some time.
He's got one more Zoto canister left, and once that's gone, you have to hope the electrification might be placed on the wall afterwards, or will be reactivated after the EMP can do the job. Final Zoto goes out. Noodle a bit late into this position, not able to find the tuber out down below, but then again, Wi-Fi's also not doing it from inside of Geisha. He's inside of Drum itself throwing those Zoto canisters, so a bit difficult of a find for Noodle. You still have a similar possible execute. You have this Deimos, you have this Ying from Kino, and you see Noodle getting into that same position. He spotted the Warden, but this time, Hat is ready for it. He puts Noodle down to 50 HP, and now has actually worked his way a little bit past the holes made in the double door. I think LG are wise to M80's tricks now.
Great patience play here. And aggressive at the proper moments, just trying to force M80 to respect the scenario laid out in front of them. Noodle not able to garner that kill that he wanted so desperately inside of Geisha, and Spoit is all the way in Narnia right now, so he can't even capitalize off the back of the info that he was gathering. He might be able to call it to his teammates, but it's not exactly as accurate as Amos playing off it himself. And now Noodle, oh, he's gonna lose out!
Oh,
he had the
no.
Skeleton Key in hand, and Hat's ready!
Oh, Sam.
This is what Luminosity was looking for. Just trying to play right on the perimeter, trying to play right on the limit. They'll find Cameraman too, and Hat. He's been a demon in these last 2 rounds. This is something that you don't want for M80's sake. As, oh my, LG are getting away with way too much. They're starting to feel themselves. The Citizen will at least be able to stop the bleeding for a moment, but with 15 seconds, you guys are practically bleeding to death. It's down to 1, it's down to none. Luminosity, they found a will, they found a way to start getting these rounds against M80.
Tac timeout incoming, I assume. Pause button for M80 has to happen at this point.
Right?
I mean, you not only do you need to slow it down just in terms of, I imagine, the racing hearts and thoughts of M80, but I mean, I was gonna try and make a pun about like how they need to slow down the pace of that round, but really the round, nothing happened. Like they got to the same spot they did before. They opened up the skeleton keyholes from below, right, to cut off the rotation through Geisha. Then you have, of course, the Deimos that we still see, you know, trying to track some of those defenders. We still have Kino with the diffuser on that Ying, on the karaoke rappel, and there's no follow-up. Why? Because LG are ready for it this time. We know the Wardens see the buck down below. He's like, guys, they're going for the same thing, and because he's able to get past it, he could theoretically get the trade on Kino and get in the position to take him down on that reinforcement. So the execute M80 are setting up for that looked so good, they can't do it. And they don't rotate. They don't pivot. They just try to flood, and LG, specifically Hat, cut them down every single time. And now there's no match point. It's not a one and done for M80, and we don't even really have a pause. But if LG win barbecue, that pause needs to happen after this round.
Kind of a flat tire moment there for from M80. Get up onto the expressway, but not able to actually make it to their destination. And it really just comes back to what we saw there from Hat, as you said, highlighted in your little conversation point there. Yeah, what else are you really going to do once that obstacle hits? What M80, what we'd really like to see is them hitting that pivot, hitting the change, and trying to find something else in order to take over that top floor. But that's not what we see. Instead, M80 try and stick to what the situation was previously, trying to stick to their game plan, and definitely not the best case scenario for them at the end of the day. But about 50 seconds into round 10, M80 trying to work their way into Skyscraper yet again here. And this time, Brava drones and plugs will attempt to try and snatch up some utility. Won't find too much, find some info on some players over near the front desk.
Yeah, maybe some stuff to find, some default cameras, some electronics, but really it's now these entrenched players for LG. Wi-Fi might have an angle. If the Maverick decides to hop into the terrace window, he's at least called it out. The rest of LG now aware of it. There is another player there, as we can see. Oh, he spots him, but he doesn't even get a single bit of damage. I thought he at least would get a couple there, Sam, but nothing for his troubles. He at least gets the info, I suppose.
Yeah, you got to feel for Wi-Fi today. It's just not clicking together. And it hasn't been because of his plays, but been positioned himself well. Just the shots have not lined up for him. Star's most definitely not aligning. Cameraman, speaking of, missile angle for himself. Knows one's playing inside of Geisha, but Miss Solus going to give up the goods. Silent in behind that box. No, looking for the window hop here. Hat's going to get one onto Citizen. It's now down to a 2 versus 5. And M80 are trying to stop Luminosity from tying this up. Cameraman will find one, practically a hip fire, I'd say, onto Hat, but nevertheless, a kill at the end of the day. And oh my, Cameraman, what is that? A snake in the grass will take down Eddie. Kano trying to work his way around this broken mirror. Silent with the Assassin's Creed angle. Looking for their best way back into this round. The case will be dropped. Looking to see if somebody wants to try and stop that plant. Remember, the Silent does have that Solus. That's what they're trying to do right there by dropping that case on the ground. Silent will be able to see it, but he's not utilizing that utility right now. Cameraman's going to work his way back up the stairwell. Wi-Fi on the sound cue. Won't be able to find much, and Silent will take down Kino. 10 seconds remain, but it's not going to matter. Luminosity They tie things up with M80.
I can't believe we're here. I actually can't believe this is happening right now. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you.
What is that? What is that for?
What
Oh
the
my God.
what the hell? He had a face cam. I just want to make that clear. Like his face cam was working earlier. What? He just changed it? What was that? No, listen, sometimes like maybe a cam doesn't get updated and we have one from like an old Playday or something, but his face cam was working. He just put that up?
Yeah, I know. There's no way. my feeling when.
I mean, he's only like, guys, you're about to choke the 5v2. I can't be on camera right now.
Oh my goodness gracious. It has to lock in. That's his lock-in photo right there. He just has that printed out and just staring at him over his desk. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, we're back in after that camaraderie. I genuinely am just at a loss for words. Not only the fact that it's now 5-5, because M80 were putting on such a show, not only today, but yesterday as well, as they were able to get that game off of the Sonics. But now, Luminosity, there is a world where they not only win this, but they win this in regulation.
Not just a world. It's happening. I think it's happening. Like, I'm gonna.
Weren't you earlier saying, I feel like I'm not trying to call it, but this game feels over? Wasn't that you?
Yeah, and tell me, at 5-2, when you've seen M80 just execute an attack flawlessly, that you're not also going to be like, I think this game might be over. When the next round happens, and the only way LG deny match point is from an ace clutch from Hat, tell me you're not like, yeah, this might be over. But once that ace clutch happens, once he gets that last kill, and suddenly we're not at 5-2, we're not at 5-3, we're at 5-5. Yeah, I'm switching my vote. Yeah, I'm riding the wave. I think the comeback happens.
There's a lot of heart in that. Now, I will say you're still a turncoat. I mean, you can say whatever
I don't care.
You want. It doesn't matter.
I don't care.
But you are right. I will say that. It does feel like there is something in the air right now. And I don't know if M80 have the gall to be able to stop it. I will say this. They're at least staying true to themselves. They're going to work the blitz back in. You can say the same about Luminosity. You can say the same about Eddie.
All right, well, now we're trying.
But that soft destruction, it's not made well enough. Cameraman has a perfect angle. Eddie can't even see the man that's hanging outside like Spider-Man on the edge of the building here.
Right as I'm trying to hype up the comeback, Eddie's just standing in front of a soft geisha wall and has fallen. That is unfortunate to say the least. Opening pick going the way for M80. Fortunate if you are M80, who have been struggling to get a lot of these openings this half, whether in the round, in the early game, in the late game, ever since that exhibition round. Even though it's only been a couple, LGF still managed to get those opening picks. So as the utility goes out, Spoit and Kino, the Blitz and the Ash, looking to apply a whole lot of pressure to this terrace position. Will instead reset for just a little bit, find a bit more intel.
Got plenty of time to do it, too. And why not? Luminosity have this setup built towards Shrine as well as I'm sure Terrace. Really want to make sure that Kino's well informed on these positions as he works his way forward. He'll get the doors for him. He'll get the camera. Just want to make sure that the assistance is there. Can't let Kino fly blindly or not really have the assistance. Wi-Fi's going to get tagged up just a tad bit. I think that was over towards the terrace side. Yes, indeed. Noodle spamming through that wall. Wi-Fi actually all the way over in drag and still not able to find too much this game. This might be his moment here. Kino works his way forward. Has to make sure to check his corners. Otherwise, Wi-Fi might be able to eat him for lunch.
Wi-Fi still has backup, though. He's got kicks behind this shield. Holding down Dragon could be very easy. Hat's able to fight back. 15 kills right now for Hat. 5 of them, of course, coming from one round, so a third of that is a bit of an outlier in terms of the overall trend, but it's undeniable since then the impact he has had, not just with that kill onto Cameraman, but now these two toxic canisters stalling out this M80 push. It is heavily telegraphed. They know it is coming from this Dragon side, but they check the corner. Hat's able to get a trade. They cut down the blitz. They follow it up with more! Kick swings out behind the shield. 1v3 for Noodle. He's hitting the backstab, but he hits it right into a Gershmot. 6-5 for LG. 4 rounds in a row. M80 falling apart round by round.
Luminosity are eyes wide open at the current moment. They are seen in 3D. Everything is going so swimmingly. Everything from these opening engagements down to the execution. Kicks with a fantastic play. The assistance there on the blitz. And then a beautiful 2K off of the temple hop. Luminosity have gathered the lead for the very first time here on Skyscraper. And they have the ability to not only go up against one of the best teams right now in the NAL, one of the top scorers right now in the NAL too, is they're currently sitting with the third best round differential. Luminosity, so far, it's been a decent start to the season, you could say. I mean, the very first day, they lose 7-3 to SSG. The next day, kind of a bounce back for them. They played BeastCoast. BeastCoast hasn't looked too hot to trot just yet, but, I mean, it is the beginning of the stage. So 7-4 there, but then M80, the team that, you know, when you're looking at this on paper, you're like, oh, Luminosity, kind of a crappy schedule for them. They got to bounce back and play against one of the teams that looks like they're going to be shooting for that top slot inside of the league. And instead, there's now a huge chance for them to have this upset.
Well, and I think part of it is honestly, if you look at that M80 SQ game yesterday, a lot of those attacks or openings M80 were able to achieve were from SQ getting a bit antsy, maybe taking gunfights they shouldn't, taking risks they shouldn't. And that first M80 attack, that didn't happen. They made their own opportunities. And so I thought, okay, maybe the problem's solved. But as these rounds have gone on, M80 are reverting to that playstyle, reverting to needing LG to give them these openings. But here, 2 rounds in a row, even though they lost it previously, LG have been more than happy to provide it. They've been able to fight back from this before.
Luminosity really wanted to dedicate themselves to this extension. Wi-Fi is going to take a little bit of heat as M80 begin to coil around this top floor. Noodle trying to add that extra layer with the skeleton key. You can see what the mainline strategy is for Luminosity. Delay. Try and make this timer eat at M80. Force them into a poor execution. Maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed for them, you get that pick and are able to equalize, and there it is. Wi-Fi playing the angles back towards Noodle. He'll find him, more than likely trying to traverse down low. Ends up getting that big kill. Citizen working his way in behind this main line here too, but probably not too many options for him to try and find that big flank just yet.
Okay, look at the rotation. M80 moving over to the karaoke side. Mentioned Citizen on this flank. He's got the drone ahead of him on Black Stairs now, so any intel gathered by M80 can be relayed to him. They know the Warden's in Geisha. This is, right now, the biggest impediment for M80. I have to say I'm a little bit worried because they're going back to this karaoke plant strategy that Hat is aware of, that Hat had an answer for, playing this Geisha position previously. So as the Bees go in, they're forced to fall out a little bit. But I'm just sitting here thinking, LG know this. There's still 2 players off the site. M80 are hoping they can just get ahead of these remaining defenders, smoke this off, but again, Hat's on the Warden too. They need to firebolt this, which Kino has equipped. But can they force him back? Can they make this work? Stalling out so heavily, finally they send it in. Kino will likely go in on the rappel and Hat in a quadruple crossfire, it seems. But Wi-Fi still keeps it even. Kino goes the rappellant, but that's the Warden down. It's instead Kicks. He's able to cut down Kino. Case is cold on the floor. In the 2v2, can Citizen cut him off? Can he find the opening Spoiled on the opposite side of the hallway? A key change. As the holes are opened up in the floor, there was no reinforcement. Safe for Kino to play behind. But if Wi-Fi just holds on, the comeback is possible. The underdogs prevail. 2-5 to 7-5 for the unlikely winners of the first match of the day.
Carter, I don't know if you're a big fan of basketball, but March Madness has joined us here on the NAL stage. This is unprecedented. I definitely did not see this coming when we sat down. M80, across these last 2 playdays, I think they've honestly looked really, really solid. But Skyscraper, not the answer up against Luminosity. And if anything, I think Luminosity have kind of found themselves in this game. Because here's the thing, Lynx. that wasn't just Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi coming into this game, right? Their top performer for Luminosity, he was barely around today, not really
Not
showing
even
up
factor,
the way
really.
that he was previously, right? It's the rest of the team. It's players like Hat, it's players like Pix that are making these moments happen. Luminosity with a huge win here up against M80.
And honestly, what really makes that right there, what really solidifies it to me, you're talking about, you know, big performances, teams improving, that small adjustment. Wall reinforced before, feet holes in front of the karaoke window, and M80's adaptation that they committed to with over half the round to go, completely nullified. LG, a team to watch now with that huge comeback in regulation. I imagine the desk will have a lot to say about it right after this.
Nothing like starting a play day with a little itty-bitty upset. Nobody on the desk had faith Luminosity would be able to beat M80 in our first match of the day, yet it happened. A huge deficit for M80 At the beginning of the game, when they had LG on the ropes, it was a 4-1 deficit at the very start. Suddenly, everyone comes roaring back, and it happened on the backs of Hat, and the rest of the team finally showed up at the very end. Really, really good masterclass on Skyscraper from LG.
Yeah, when they swapped sides and after Hat won that 1v1, he was already doing really well, but that powered up and gave him like the confidence, gave his team the confidence, and they were running away with it after that.
Oh, it's no secret that everything changed on round number 8 when Hat got that ace. He had absolutely no business winning that round, but when he did, it was like the complete map flipped on its head. At that point, Luminosity just got on a roll, and they never stopped.
M80 had a really good start with retaking positions, playing off of information. They knew what they needed to get. Everybody would get into a position, set up, wait, set the trap, and then once LG tried to go for an execute or force those executes, M80 was there for the retake. They were there for the executes, and it didn't work out. And that's where Luminosity understood, okay, we can't be playing so far back. We need to start standing on the positions that we're holding and fighting M80 at the source, at the root, entering the map, fighting for those key positions. And once they started doing that, obviously the defenses were succeeding for LG, and M80 just wasn't able to get into the map, get into positions to set up at all.
M80 also did a fantastic job at denying Luminosity that same successful entry game that we hyped them up for coming into this matchup. We said their entry, especially on the attack, has been fantastic. They're doing such a good job at taking space, maneuvering around the map. M80, again, first half, shut that down.
4-2 overall for LG. The fact that they won round 6 is a huge bonus, because if they don't do that, if we're on a 5-1 half deficit, M80 probably runs away with this thing just based on the momentum factor. But because they got that one at the very end of the first half that led into the one attack round, M80 won. And the reason that that's significant is every time they went upstairs, they were karaoke and T, it looked like the exact same attack every single time it was defended by LG. So when M80 go in, it works the one time and then stops working.
Yeah, it obviously had good roots. Kino being on the purple window or karaoke window, whatever you call it, him going to jump into the window. Obviously, they had Noodle downstairs being able to buck open and pretty much give them a little bit of more comfortability to get into this site for that plan. But after this first round where it actually worked out, the 2 rounds prior, you see here Noodle actually got killed through the floor by Hat. He was taken down through his pretty much, they were shutting him down so that they couldn't get control of Geisha.
Certainly there were a couple of changes in that last round compared to that first round that was successful, right? We saw Kino switch over to the Capitao instead of the Ying, but right there, where he gets shot through the smoke, I'm not sure if they had a bulletproof on that position, but it was Kixrow, fully blind through the smoke, who was able to take down Kino as he tried to get the diffuser down. If he doesn't land that shot, it's a very different outcome.
Yeah, I don't mind the mentality if at first you don't succeed, try again. But not only does Wi-Fi show up right at the very end there, when he had a really bad game up until the last round, if you try the same strategy over and over again, isn't that partially the definition of insanity?
Yeah, it is. After the first round, it worked mainly because Kino wasn't in. They didn't know Kino was inside purple. So
yeah,
he
sat there for like 50 seconds unchecked.
And he wasn't planning. He got 2 picks, and then after that, I understand you want to go back, try it again. Didn't work out. Third round, trying it again. It doesn't, it's not going to work a third time if you did it the first 2.
Yeah, but undisputably, the MVP of this matchup, Hat came to play today.
Yes,
and it came at a moment where his teammate disconnected from the lobby. In that round, he ace clutches against Spoit to ensure that his team stays in it. But it was like Carter said, the whole energy of the lobby changed as soon as he hits this shot right there.
Oh my God, we went crazy in the green room when we saw that. But this was a round where I was like, all right, M80, they're trying to bring Kino on the blitz again. I was a little concerned coming into the round. Immediately, I got proven wrong. Kino came in and he just, with the help of the rest of the team behind him, smoked through that initial setup, but then Hat says absolutely not. He straight up denies it single-handedly after it looked like it had worked.
After that ace clutch, it brought the confidence for not just Hat, but the rest of Luminosity, especially with having somebody drop out of the server, knowing that you could get that round back. And after that moment was also the change. They started fighting for positions, fighting for karaoke, fighting for downstairs barbecue, and they weren't letting M80 get any position. They weren't letting them set up. And as soon as you deny M80 from setting up, There was no execute on M80 side.
Looks like old hat, and I don't mean that just for the English turn of phrase. I mean old hat from BeastCoast in stage 1 of 2023. Luminosity getting one of the biggest dubs they could have hoped to get. M80 looked like they were on a roll. They will have to suffer the full 3-point loss today, and LG with those 3 now suddenly shoots up the standings, at least for right now.
And you give credit to Spoit. He obviously put up a fantastic performance on the opposite side. Cameraman too. We're really seeing this team have certain areas where they continue to succeed in, but I did not expect this one to fall apart in the way that it did for M80. They were so strong at the start of this game. It looked like...
At the start.
It looked like a 5-1 half was inevitable. That didn't quite happen. 5-2 still happened, and then the comeback from Luminosity.
I'll say M80 looked like they were struggling with not having enough in their arsenal when it came to a map like Skyscraper. This is where everyone being put on the team so last minute definitely took a hit, because once they did what they wanted to do, once they did their new rushes and their new site hits, they ran out of options. They weren't changing anything up. There wasn't many sporadic plays, and Skyscraper is one of those maps where you can't do sporadic plays. You can't just walk up the staircases. It's very isolating, and Luminosity was waiting there. They knew that all they needed was 2 rounds. Once they got to defense, the rest was history.
I want to talk to Luminosity about how this week has been for them. We have Wi-Fi on the line. Dude, a phenomenal week for you guys. Congratulations on how everything has gone so far. You've been in Pro League for all of a couple weeks at this point, and you've gotten 2 big wins under your belt in 2 days. How are you feeling, man? Talk to me.
Pretty good. I mean, I don't know. I mean, me and Hat literally just got off work from a 95.
Oh, no way.
So,
yeah.
I mean, we're a new team, so I mean, the game looked rough. I had a bad game, but you know, my teammates are insane, and you know, we got synergy, so something's working.
Tell me about that turnaround, Wi-Fi, because you guys looked like, I mean, you were down quite a bit, and then you had this absolute turnaround after Hat got that ace. Was it truly that moment that flipped things around for you guys, or did you have that defensive side cooked up from the word go?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like that kind of won us the game, but you know, I mean, we got a pretty good attack split for Skyscraper, because that map is super defender sided, so you know, we weren't too bummed out. You know, we lost our first defensive round, so obviously we had to adapt, and then we're gonna do that, and then Eddie lagged out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And the Hat literally just went crazy sicko mode for some reason. So I mean, yeah, it was, after that round, it was literally like a fever dream, because we were literally just calling like random stuff, and like, because if you look back through it, we look so messy because we're literally making stuff up on the fly.
Nice.
So that's good honesty. I appreciate that.
I mean, it looked like you guys were having fun. Each player cam, each round that you guys won, you were having fun the whole time. And I was gonna ask you about if it felt like an uphill battle at that half, but clearly you weren't worried about it. So my next question would be, what did it feel like, an uphill battle, like you guys were stressed out playing against M80, especially after losing week 1 to a tough team, beating a weaker BeastCoast, and then going up against M80 that looked very solid? Were you guys worried going into the matchup?
No, I don't think so, to be honest. I think we're always gonna have fun in our games, and you know, I don't know. I think we have the potential to like be one of the best teams in NA. You know, we have the gun skill, and we're always gonna come in the match thinking we're gonna win. So I mean, I don't know. We're here to shoot and kill people. So watch out.
Working out for you so far, dude. Congratulations on getting 2 dubs this week, especially after just getting off the 9-to-5. Go relax, brother. You've earned it. We'll see you next week. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Good stuff from Wi-Fi and the crew, especially in his case for having a bit of an off game. He showed up in that last round, closes that sucker out when it matters. LG, you're having a really good time right now, it looks like.
He just got off a shift and started putting in work. I mean,
yeah,
not necessarily.
The grind never stops for LG.
Not necessarily Wi-Fi putting in work. He said himself he had a rough game, but he was putting in work on the back end, leading his team.
And he recovered it in the last round. He gave us a couple little flashy plays. I think he had a triple in the end to really make it happen. So a good way to cap off an otherwise fantastic performance from his team as a whole.
Well, we start the day off with an upset, but I don't really know if there's an upset that can happen for game 2, because it's 2 powerhouse teams and one of the best legacies in NAL history. Sonics and SpaceStation coming up after the break. It's not nearly as dramatic a matchup as some of its counterparts, but it's still got a legacy. Sonics and SpaceStation have been at each other's throats since 2019, and even though both rosters are near totally different since, it's still setting up to be an absolute banger. I'm Jacob, he's Jay as well as he's Foxay. This is game 2 of day 4 of the NAL. Intro done, game about to start. This is Sonics and SpaceStation, who, yeah, they've been doing it for a long time, but because of where both teams sit in like the upper echelon of the NAL and where they've been for so long, it's kind of a guarantee it's always going to be a good game for the most part.
I mean, we talk about two storied teams playing against each other. We both expect these teams to be fighting for the top 4 spots, and they both had 2 similar games yesterday, with the only slight difference being one team walked away with the win, which was SSG.
Yep. One
team walked away with the lows, oh my God, with the loss.
Not quite, not
that
quite.
would be Sonics.
That's the first time that's happened. I like that.
And it was a battle of just correcting mistakes on both sides. Both teams, round by round, slowly approaching towards that victory at the end or the loss on the end. And we saw a lot of progress from both sides, but unfortunately, like I said, the big difference, one got it, the other one didn't.
Exactly. SSG may be 2-0 and Sonics 1-1, but the difference is literally a few rounds. And more than that, a simple few gunfights. I mean, you take both games into overtime, one team's going to win and one team's going to lose. That's just how it's going to be. But the team that maybe wins one fight in one pivotal moment, that's the team who comes out on top. And it was SpaceStation who won and Sonics who came up a little bit short. Right.
The worst thing that happens when you lose an overtime game happens, especially when you think there's a comeback in store and it's just not there for you. For both of these guys, because they lost or they both went to overtime, it happened against 2 really good opponents too. So that's the thing. Everyone who fights around the top part of the NAL always feels like they are neck and neck with one another. SpaceStation especially have been on an absolute tear for these past couple months, really. They've added Iconic to the team, and everything seems like it's getting to where it was always meant to be for the SpaceStation roster.
The late game leadership that Iconic's been bringing, especially with Forrest and Fultz, everybody just coming together to help, has been able to create such a comfortable atmosphere for the whole team. And in those little minute details that got SSG that win yesterday against Dark Zero, it was the pressure that was on the backs of Dark Zero and the pressure that did not affect SSG. Ashen said yesterday that pressure makes perfect. I don't remember the quote specifically.
Pressure is a privilege.
Pressure is a privilege, and in those moments you're able to make more individual huge plays, and that's where the plays came through because the pressure wasn't on their shoulders at all.
This is a confident team right now, right? And they're playing like it. We saw that in the grueling match that they had between them and Dark Zero. I think that's what Parker phrased it as during the game. It was a brutal slugfest, right? That slow burn we talked about. One of these teams had to come out on top, and the team that was going to come out on top, it was going to be the one that stayed cool in overtime, that tried to do just a couple more things right, make a couple more adjustments, and SSG, they did that.
Pressure is a privilege, and it also makes diamonds, and we also had the privilege to talk to Ashen before this stage started about what this SSG team was going to look like from his perspective.
My name's Ashen, and I play for SpaceStation Gaming. Something refreshing about, adding Iconic to the roster, I'd honestly say is, just the amount of hype that, me and him will eventually, bring at, events, stuff like that, or even just, after rounds. So, he's a hype man. He was the hype man of M80, and, they all know me as, a big screamer on SSGs. Already in practice, me and Dave have shown some really good, just like chemistry and just fundamentals being shown just like with one another. So, I'm excited to have him. We're here to put some damage to the stage. So, and he's a great player. This stage of NAL, obviously with a roster move, there will be, advantages, but there also will be a little bit of regression. So we're just looking to keep level-headed. It doesn't really matter who we play. We're just looking to one step at a time, eventually make that major. Nothing's changed with the roster move of our goals and our outcomes that we believe we can take. So it's just just keeping the train on the tracks with Iconic, and then just end up making this major and then just cranking.
Ashen keeps having phenomenal performance back-to-back every single game it seems like he's in. And on Cafe against Dark Zero, Homie dropped 19 kills at one of the highest costs. It just seems like everything for Ashen's going right currently.
He's got 32 kills overall at this point and has established himself as the top-rated player in the NA League. And hoping to keep that up, of course, in the most important match yet. We said he exuded confidence in the interview yesterday. He absolutely did, but he has been electric through 2 games, bringing SSG along with him to victory. 19 kills is an insane number. And when we think about overtime games and the little things that make a difference, I mean, he was pivotal in getting them across that finish line.
Everything for SpaceStation is not hinging just on Ashen's performance, but it certainly feels like there would be no shot that this team would be anywhere close to the top half of the NAL or in Manchester major contention if it wasn't for his contributions, his confidence, his exuberance, everything he brings to the team, even doing interviews in shades. It feels like Ashen genuinely can do it all. But can it happen against the Sonics, who came off a really heartbreaking loss just yesterday in overtime on Oregon? They thought they had that sucker dialed in against M80. They came so close and still weren't able to pull that comeback off.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that even though they lost, they showcased what I think is going to make them one of the top teams this stage. I think we know that on paper, and I think we saw it yesterday. They came off, had a very tough start, with M80 starting off extremely hot, but they showed that resilience and they completely regrouped. They flipped the script and sent us to OT.
And there's somebody on this team who also had an 18+ kill performance in their game from yesterday. So there's Ashen on one side, but there's Adam on the other. And just because they sound similar with the same syllables in their name and they start with the same letter, there's no connection there, but it is a big deal what he was able to do even though the Sonics lost yesterday.
It is a big deal, and it's on a completely different role, a harder role in my opinion, to be able to consistently be sticking on these plays. And it wasn't just about the kills, but it was about the mental structure that he was able to maintain for his team, especially being down so down against M80, to keep getting those kills down. It's able to instill a little bit of confidence in the whole team, letting them know that, hey, if my teammate's still fragging, even though we're losing, we can bring it back step by step. We can climb back into this game. And they were actually able to bring it all the way to overtime. And unfortunately, it was just those little things that weren't able to close it out for them. But bringing that confidence, especially on the secondary flex role, being able to be a good backbone for the team, it creates so much attitude, so much consistency.
Yeah.
And I agree with what you said. That type of confidence is able to carry a team across the finish line.
Everyone in the lobby and watching in chat is able to see the kind of contribution that he has. And it's great to be able to highlight somebody who, on a team full of superstars, when his number gets called, when he does well, it's great to be able to highlight a performance from him especially. Let's talk maps though real quick, because I don't know where we go on something like that. I feel like no matter what map we see both of these teams play, it's just bound to be a barn burner. So I'm kind of excited for whatever we get.
SSG taking DZ to Cafe yesterday, obviously kind of ego checking them, bringing to a map that Dark Zero is very confident on. Obviously, it doesn't seem that anything's really holding them back. They have a lot of... The map's going to be Consulate.
Cons? All right,
Consulate.
First cons of the season.
That's a good map. I mean, previously SSG has been really comfortable on that map. We know Forrest loves playing the Blitz, dropping down the skylights. Sonics, I haven't seen too much out of their previous roster when it comes to Consulate, but I know it was a wildcard favorite.
I'm trying to take a look, see what Laxing had cooked up for this one. Looks like he had the Sonics here. I don't mean to jump ahead, but I did want to make sure.
We're doing it right now. Prediction.
Yeah,
Why
I
not?
did want to make sure I had that right yesterday. Things got a little messy when I didn't have the prediction in front of me.
Yeah.
But I think that makes sense, right? I mean, even with this map in mind, maybe Laxton didn't have that information when he made his prediction, but we think of Consulate, we know it can be that close quarters catastrophe that sometimes can devolve into and could work really well with the new shield play, right? We haven't
Also
seen
could,
Consulate yet. Blitz was always played on this map, at least since the rework before this patch. Maybe he'll be played even more.
What do you think, Fox?
I talked about it before that the map's been leading me elsewhere. Consulate, I had Sonics picked beforehand.
What?
I'm going to switch it. This is the first time I'm going to switch it. I think I'm going to go with SSG for this one. Also, if I get it wrong, it'll be a little bit closer to Jesse and Lag. So I'll keep it interesting.
It's more fair, you know?
Yeah.
You saw your total drop below 66%, and you're like, I got to do this thing to flip it in the other direction, right?
I saw, honestly, it was the map. It was Consulate. I know Consulate's a very comfortable map for SSG, and getting Iconic just makes it that much better.
Gotcha. Well, the race for the North American League Predictions Championship gets a little dicey when people on the desk decide not to agree with one another. Gentlemen, Lynx, Stokes, do you guys, what way do you guys swing on this one? Have fun with the cast, by the way, but where do you guys go?
Me personally, I think I'm going to be honest. I think SQ, after having a long night in the hospital, getting cured of their case of trollitis, a very bad case they come down with in the M80 game yesterday, I think today they should be able to bounce back. However, like Fox, I will say the map pick of Consulate did give me some pause.
So you're sticking with Sonic. So that's the moral of the story.
I am sticking with Sonics. I'm a believer in the system and the roster and their ability to bounce back from mistakes made yesterday. However, I understand where Fox is coming from.
All right, well, it's going to be a split desk here because I'm going for the astronauts, baby. I'm going all the way to space with SpaceStation Gaming. And honestly,
just a bandwagoner.
You know, somewhat. But, I mean, I'm not bandwagoning until later. I've got a Dark Zero long sleeve on. So we're not bandwagoning hard just yet. But I am feeling the Space Boys for this one. And honestly, it's really just because of what Fox was saying. I feel like this is a very comfortable map for SSG. And adding Iconic, which can be a very dynamic player, especially on maps where aggression can win you big rounds. I feel like this is just a fantastic addition for them.
Well, I can say... Sorry, Ash.
You guys are like Papa.
Ashen talking in chat made me laugh. Wow, it's literally the DZ bans. That's actually really funny. I mean, I imagine he's probably going to have something to say about that. He had something to say about DZ banning Dokkaebi and Azami like they always do yesterday. But I will say, going to Consulate with SSG in the lobby on this map in particular, as I'm sure many of you, if you're a North American fan, have deeply etched in your brains. One of the biggest comebacks we've ever had in a map at an international event was with SSG coming back, down 0-6 on Consulate to win 8-6? Now, did they lose the series against FaZe? Possibly, but in a best of one. As we just saw, a comeback in one map can make the difference.
Most definitely. And that's the beauty of best of one, for the stages as well, is that it might be a little cheesy. Maybe you have some rounds that are just like a niche thing that you're going for, but if it wins you those moments, then it more than likely be a big win down the line at the end of the map. So see what SpaceStation want to do here is they're going to be the ones starting things off on the defensive end. It's going to be a top floor defense, and we've seen this gone about from the offensive perspective in a lot of different ways, Carter. The most direct one that we've seen is working your way in off of this west window here, flying into CEO, sometimes hopping back out in case you're worried about utility, which more than likely will happen here if they do end up going for that line. But just trying to get that plant around that CEO window. Past that, we see a lot of things happening from the east over on the admin side, trying to work your way past this checkers hallway. And that requires a little bit more heavy lifting, doesn't it?
It does, and you can immediately tell why that is based on the map structure, is once you get into that admin position, if you're able to push any defenders back early on, you only have a couple doorways to funnel through with only some support from the Visa stairs or the spiral stairs. You can see Janino getting very aggressive early on, nothing will come of it, but there is a very solid hold on this part of the map. There's the Fenrir and the Vulcans all stationed around this area, with, I imagine, a couple players also playing around that utility. So if it is an east-sided clear from Sonics, it's not gonna be pretty. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that's a solid read on the scenario. Speaking of reads, Ambi having no idea which angle was being occupied there, and SSG making mincemeat of him, in particular Fultz, SMG-11. As Discovery is Sonic's just not really respecting what SSG have actually created. Well-calibrated defense so far for them.
I gotta say, I mean, Ambi obviously going down first, not great, especially with the buck, can't apply that soft destruction from below. But Ambi also coming off the back of a very, very rough game against M80 yesterday. Deep into the game, 7-8 rounds in, having 0 kills at some point, really struggling to have impact in that series. And as one of the main entries for Sonics, if he's struggling to have impact in the early round or at all like yesterday, SQ could be in for a rough showing.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely not the greatest day for him. 4-13 at the end of that one, a .52, and really not something that we would ever expect out of Ambi. For all intents and purposes, from the day that he started, the very first day of SI group stage, he's looked immaculate. So honestly, probably due just for kind of a off day, and we'll see if he bounces back today. Definitely not the greatest start with him trying to work his way in down low. With only a minute remaining, Sonic's not able of, or capable rather, of doing too much just yet, but this build-up starting to work into their favor. They've got some players positioned over on the CEO window, do have some Bs implemented too, and that's going to bait out the Goyo canister, but also be a telltale sign of what Sonics want to go for.
It will. It's very, very easily telegraphing to SSG, hey, this is what we're going for. We want to go for the CEO. We're burning the utility on this side. The biggest point they had was down below. Having some control with Rexon down there, now having an air jab down below instead, but this is what I was worried about. You have the smoke canisters go out. Gio immediately has to leave the area. Merc pushing up the hallway. Easy fodder for that shotgun from Ashen. He'll even retake the space, make sure nobody can drop back down and turn. It even puts some subtle pressure onto Adam. By not even taking the engagement, just by being there, he's now concerned about holding this bathroom window. And if he hops in, he's got two different players watching his position. This is pretty much a lost round at this point from the Sonics. Having to back down after the final toxic canister from SSG go out. Forrest cranking a little bit and will give away two different picks. Gio can actually get this bomb down now. If Rex could get the final pre-fire, maybe it would have worked. Bit too close there, bit of trollage from SSG, but given the man count, we're able to still make it work.
And using that man count at the end of the day to win them that round as well as they kind of bullheaded back into CEO. But I like the initial idea there from SpaceStation. Hold the full breadth of that top floor, delay things out for the Sonics, see how they want to try and deliver things on that top level. And as we both said, kind of telestrated there on that CEO side as we start to have the Bees work their way in. And they'd already lost Ambi, so they really can't gamble too much with their current situation. SSG are able to nip it in the bud very quickly on Sonics' entries, and they can kind of play things out with utility past that point. Yeah, it gets a little scrappy near the tail end, but nothing that SSG can't handle given the scenario.
And they'll move on. Not really much else to say about that. Just a solid utility hold. SQ playing completely into it and completely faltering to it. Move down to the basement floor where we'll likely have a bit more off-site presence from SSG, not only indicated by Ashen's presence on the Solus, but the power that vertical control can give to attackers if they're able to stake their claim on that middle floor. Whether it's on the Visa side, getting that hatch to maybe make a backside clear easier, but especially on that front side, if they're able to open up the garage wall and apply pressure to anybody playing down below. Why oftentimes we'll see teams play further back inside a cafeteria or even inside a pillar, but not really push too far up.
No, most definitely not. Speaking of pushing up, Ashen pushing the limit of Consulate right now. He's all the way up inside of admin office. A respectable starting position for the defense, an aggressive one though, as he'll more than likely try and either search for somebody off of spawn or search for somebody around this main door, and that's exactly what he's done. As though there's some other pressure. Does have the capabilities to try and play around this. It's going to be Forrest that goes down first, though, as he flies sky high out of what I believe is the CEO window. Try and take a gunfight, but Gio will send him to his maker.
Forrest is one of the most aggressive players on this roster. Despite typically being on a bit more backline roles, he takes the most entry engagements consistently on SSG. 5 and 5 right now at 10, the only one with total double-digit entry engagements up until this point, but that doesn't mean he's always winning them. He tries to get aggressive, tries to set that pace, and in this particular case, it doesn't really work out, unfortunately. Doesn't give away a lot of utility, but depending on what codes were and were used, could prove to be a problem, especially as it seems Sonic's aware of that player all the way up on the top floor. So as they drop down, try to get Ambi ahead of the Solus inside of admin. Round might be done. Merc and Gio have flooded in. A nice little flick by Ambi to make this a 1v5. They know Ashen's upstairs, and they know he has to rotate down now. So while his exact position might not be known, it's very quickly found out. Nice little answer back by the Sonics. A flawless to tie the game.
Very well done. I especially love the fact that we got to kind of see how things got comboed out to try and assist with Ashen's positioning upstairs in admin. You could see that was kind of a thorn in the side of the Sonics there for quite some time, but more than capable of working their way in, especially with Ambi, as he was able to drop down that main hatch with that comboed utility. Well, to not only get that done, but also get that big kill downstairs inside of that construction hallway. Sonics able to work off the back as well as they had those other pressure points around the map, able to garner 2 more kills on top of that, make the man count situation more than, in their favor. Sonic's not really having to worry too much past that. SpaceStation really able to hold a candle to that push as they decimated SSG's downstairs setup.
The attacks yesterday were Sonic's big strong points, so if they're able to recreate that same trend here on a map that typically Similar to Bedroom, SI was a bit of a weird example where Consulate was actually a bit even overall. This is still a map that layout-wise typically leans defender-sided because of the tight angles, the defense having the benefit of the attack having to clear them and being able to react a bit easier or be proactive a bit easier against the attack. So if Sonics are able to run up the scoreboard here, get a 3-3, even a 4-2 like they did in their Oregon game yesterday, while cleaning up the main problems they had, which was their defensive side, attacks like that are going to go a long way for SQ, especially after that bounce back in round 1.
Now both of these teams with a score on the board. Even game now. 4 rounds still to go on this defensive side for SpaceStation, so still some solid looks that they can give us. Just going to start with another site that we haven't seen just yet. Head towards this mid-level. Defend things out on piano. Ashen more than likely going to stick around yellow with this smoke utility. It's such a solid option for a situation like this. You have that M590 as well as those toxic babes. And Sonics want to try and take a little bit of movement away from him with these track stingers.
Got direct intel on his position, so while Ashen might feel a little squeezed by the utility from the gridlock, despite the knowledge of his position, SQ not in a position to really act on it at the moment. Utility being used on the top floor. The Selma's making that rotation between, well, I was going to say the bomb sites, but the upstairs bomb sites where it's currently not the objective. Projector and CEO, a little bit more difficult. Another EE1D used, or the first EE1D used, but no capitalization just yet. It's been a lot of intel, a lot of utility, but now presence. Telegraphed by the SQ players, Geo will smartly throw out a nade in response because Ashen was taking that ground and quickly seeking that engagement. He is pushed down. The track stingers will cut off his retreat, but the round might be over before this side quest on yellow even reaches completion. JNNO has found 2 big picks and is gunning for a third on the close SMG-12 angle. Finds a 3-piece in round 3. These rounds completely one-sided, no matter who's taking the win.
Yeah, and the Sonics, they just can't get things to go with their initial game plan, so they start trying to traverse this top floor, work a few different angles over towards that CEO space. But SSG, they're ready for it, and really, J90 in particular, as he's been the one with the heavy axe decapitating the Sonics thus far. Only 2 players remain now. One of them has been sussed out by a Guma, and he'll try and connect the dots as he'll destroy one of these barricades. They know that SSG have a lot of players on this top floor trying to work these angles, but with so much solid utility around the map right now, Lynx, they are constantly getting rediscovered in their journey to try and find anything that can potentially be a positive sign in round 3.
And it seems like there won't be much. We can have a second ace of the day. They know the Warden's in this corner. SSG might feed him to it.
Goodness.
Yes, indeed. Man, 2 aces in both of our games today. Unfortunately, JNNO a bit less flashy than Hat, I will say. No clutch as well, but good showing from JNNO. But again, a 3rd round where the team that loses just doesn't even look present in the round.
No, and it's really due to them not being able to take control of things around yellow like they want. And again, I really like the idea that Sonics are more than capable of seeing that things are taking a little while and making adaptations to try and get some pressure on that top floor. But, I mean, they bet a lot on being able to take out J90, and the way he's able to dice up those engagements and make them more than palatable for himself just makes that situation a non-starter for the Sonics. And again, it's not from a lack of trying, it's just from how skilled J90 is in that situation.
And also, I mean, I think overall we had, what, 3, maybe even 4 people on that yellow stairs guy with 2 to 3 on the roof and Geo down below. A heavy investment from Sonics onto that position and getting very tunnel vision, spending almost half the round on it. So getting nothing from that, and like you said, being fodder for J90's MPX. Bit of a rough round 3, but we know SQ have a good attack in them. We saw it previously, just as we know that these defenses from SSG, both on the merits and on huge individual plays, in the case of last round, can be very strong. Just a matter of, hopefully, those 2 things happening at the same time if you want the rounds to be close. So this would be kind of a weird game if it goes to overtime, but like every single round is like 1v5, 1v4. Just be very tricky to get my head around, I'm going to be honest.
And we've had a couple of those throughout the history of Siege. And yeah, kind of a clown fiesta whenever that happens. It's like, oh, nobody can really fight back when somebody gets the ball rolling,
why does this game feel really one-sided when every round is flawless?
It's truly insane whenever that does happen. But I don't feel like that's going to be the case in between these two. I feel like all of these rounds that we have on the docket are going to get pretty scrappy here at some point, especially given the circumstances between these two teams. I mean, I feel like their play styles match up pretty well, especially when it comes to execution time, right? Should have a lot of high-flying antics going back and forth. Speaking of Iconic, looking to try and push his limit around the manager's office is trying to swing off the door for admin. Sonic's not trying to deliver just yet, using that first minute to try and understand the positioning of SSG on this top level. I'm going to push Merc into tellers, at least initially, with Ambi.
They've also got the cutoff for Iconic's position upstairs, so a pinch could very well happen, and indeed it does. Don't even need the players down below. Forrest maybe contemplating a race swing, but two different players end up falling to Geo on this window, and Forrest being well, I guess an uneventual third as he decides to back off, but still being a third potential player to swing that window. It's a bit of the worry I have for SSG in this game. At SI, it was less of a problem, but in the two games they played so far against LG and DZ, they've shown a tendency more like the antsiness that we saw from them in Stage 2 in Atlanta, where sometimes they might make a play they don't need to, take a gunfight that's unnecessary, and while I think Iconic was cut off, Jay and I know swinging that position, or maybe rotating, is still an unforced error that gives Sonics a 5v3. Ambi looking for the third kill for SQ. Instead, it's SSG somehow making this a 3v3, and Ashen could very well trade here. But Ambi's able to back off very quickly. Instead, he turns around and cuts down Merc, costs most of his HP, and puts SQ in a very difficult position as Geo has to flood into the site, acquire a bit of control, but allow Ambi back in to put this diffuser on the floor. Ambi's still waiting to put the case in that position. Geo will hold fast, try to get any of these angles that SSG might give, but nobody swings. They'll bet it in the post plant. Geo's rotated deeper into the site, knows the Solus is close, but the impact grenade hits him right in the head. Ambi on reduced HP needs to find both of these kills. The spray transfer, he barely even comprehend what's just happened. Cold as ice from Ambi, but a close round for SQ.
He definitely said boom after that. You could see it. That was the first thing he said. got a little excited. He was like, whoa, gotta calm down. That was only one round there. But either way, great shot there from Ambi and way to make your presence known in the game. A slow clutch moment there, and we'll get another round on the board for the Sonics. Tying things up on this offensive side. And hey, great understanding of the positions there from SpaceStation. Good communication from them in that moment too, is not only are they able to battle back against SSG, but do it in a situation where SSG were starting to take off big chunks of this beast that is the Sonics, and still somehow, some way able to stave off that round, stave off SSG, pick things up for round 4. Now on to round 5, SpaceStation feeling as though the basement is going to be the best option.
And this was the side of SQ's, most dominant victory so far. And honestly, I think for SQ, just praying that SSG don't really stock up resources on that backside, because whether it's the basement or the top floor that we just saw, the east side of the map on the bottom and the top floor respectively are a little similar. Very tight corridors, singular doorways, difficult to funnel through, whereas in the round we just saw, SSG, heavy resources on that side, smokes, F-nods, all sorts of utility to make that push harder. And while the round ended up going SQ's way, they tried to flood down through the basement last time on this east side, where there wasn't that same presence, the same single doorways, the same tight corridors, but nobody really in their way until they got to the bomb site itself. So if SSG make that adjustment here, honestly, even though it's the opposite side of the map vertically, the round actually might happen similarly, depending on the changes SSG make positionally.
Definitely could. I feel like Ashton's going to play this out slightly differently, and they'll have Iconic and kind of a pseudo full court press over on this end, just making sure both of these levels are held down. And where Sonics don't have the ability to try and slip through the cracks.
Uh-oh.
If Jack on that space, and Merc. He's so talented when it comes to peaks like this. Ashen shows but a pixel of his shoulder, and Merc's already sending shots downrange at a head level. Removes Ashen from play. Now Sonics have top floor control. At least when it comes to that side. Not when Forrest in the bathroom spoke a little bit too early.
Forrest, unfortunately, quite literally caught with his pants down, but somehow makes it come back. A nice little flank. Nice little pinch, really, from Iconic and Forrest. And this round gone. This round done. 4v1. Merc, the player who got that opening pick. It's a pre-placed C4 to end that. This is such a weird game, man, but it's entertaining as hell.
I don't even think that was pre-placed. I think he just tossed it off of his footsteps up top and got lucky with that spray, or rather spread. Either way, that's going to be a round for SpaceStation. And instead of doing what we potentially thought was going to be the happenings there in that round, right? You see Ashen kind of show face, maybe pull back on that top floor, allow Sonics to take some space, delay a little bit of time, but keep that man count, right? They do the exact opposite. As soon as things start to, go down inside the water, a little bit of blood, little, droplets coming around, they're able to just immediately snuff it out. And SSG, just a fantastic flurry of kills, really catching them off guard in a lot of different cases. I think the Sonics thought that roam was really going to be the brunt of the force, but instead they got the full roster, just a full line of combatants across the mid and top level.
It's moments like that, too, that really highlight why this SSG roster is so good. Because sometimes individually, they can overcook things a little bit. They can crank a bit too hard, push a little bit too far, and we end up saying, what the hell? Why did you make that decision? That seemed very weird. But when they're doing that and they're getting these ideas as a team together, not even strategically, but just saying, hey, I've got an idea for a play. Here's this thing that exists that the attack is doing. Here's what I think we can work around it. And they're able to all get on the same page and all enact it with baffling synergy at times in a good way is really incredible. And what this roster, SG, do really, really well and has been one of the big parts of this defensive half so far.
Definitely. It could be the story for round 6, too. Fultz is going to be the one to don the mantle this time around. Solus in play, and they're going to try and lock things up for the balcony. That impact will strike true. Direction will have to go back over there if they do want something that is traversable, not just something that's an angle for that suicide balcony. That's gone down a little bit in play from what was the previous iteration with those windows that we're also used to. Now Ambi in with the Clutch drones, trying to have some discoverings, some happenings here on this top level, and there's quite a few, as we can just see 3 lined up. It'd be a pretty serious problem for the Sonics down the line. Oh, just got to make sure it works.
Just testing it, saying, hey, could you look at this real quick? Making sure that the blinding actually functions on that shield. Unfortunately for Ambi, I will say the Clutch drone's not having a lot of impact, so depending on where this blitz runs, might run into some of those F-Knots, and, well, it's not even the F-Knots that do the talking in that early round. 2 players from SSG kills, make it a 4v3. The Mercs able to bring that back, even if for just a moment. They've cleared out that top floor, which, to be fair, Sonics have struggled with so far. Hitting the site, that's been working, but the roams have been difficult. This time, they just barely make it out even.
The big issue is that you're going down to a sub-minute. Merc, minimal HP to try and take these engagements. Yes, you have verticality, but you're going to be asking for a mistake out of SpaceStation. And so far, they've looked very solid in scenarios like this, especially when they have people like Fultz and Ashen still up and about. Don't count Iconic out of this either, but really, this is anybody's ball game at the current moment. Merc going to get this drone in. Let me see what he can discover. Knows that there's a player over towards yellow, so this is something that the Sonics can work with.
It is. Whether it's a push-up from the bottom floor or even just somebody pushing behind a hot drone, there is something that can work here. The Beast from Merc as well, launching it into yellow, or at least making Ashen rotate back to the side a little bit more difficult as possible, but here we see Fultz retaking the top floor as well. Are Sonic's aware of this? Do they have any drones as the kills are going down on the site? Ambi's actually finding one. This is a player that could be ran into by Fultz, but Ashen retakes the top floor. Him and Fultz not communicating, or maybe they are, but clearly is not aware of Ambi's close position on yellow stairs. Fultz can spot this diffuser. Ambi can watch as the impact goes out, tries to bait out the swing, and it's successful, but not winning the engagement. Even half between Sonics and SSG, and really, I think well and truly nobody actually looking strong that half in the totality.
Oh, I definitely agree with you on that front. It seems like this could be anybody's game, especially switching sides. This is going to be a completely different story for both of these squads, respectively, as you have to go about things in a completely different way. For SpaceStation, I really think that they'll be able to apply themselves, especially with very similar strategy, at least when it comes to the pacing, as to what we saw on their defenses. But for the Sonics, I feel like things are going to get a little bit more calculative. We did see some really solid happenings, especially for, I'd say, the Sonics on this offensive side, being able to pull things back into good graces, especially for Ambi's sake. I think he showed up, especially in a couple of those rounds, as really the winning factor. You know what I mean?
I mean, the 1v2, obviously. And that was a round that SQ were performing really well. Geo gets 2 picks on that rappel. But then SSG just playing the map as you should. Playing a shotgun close in the CEO door, you know, between CEO and the admin hallway. Forced as well right by that position to play off either Ashen's contact or Ashen play off his contact. That's exactly how you should play it. 3v5, 3v3, 3v1. That is the strength of that spot. And when SSG make that work and they put Sonics in an uncomfortable spot, it eventually falls on Ambi's shoulders, and he's able to make that play happen. He's having a much better day than yesterday, not just in terms of the kills, but in terms of those impactful rounds. He really didn't have many yesterday. Moments, rounds, anything. Here, he's got that 1v2, and he's got a pretty decent performance so far. But then again, same could be said for SSG. We obviously had that big J9O ace round, but when this team has been working, or when, I guess in the past tense, the half is over, when this team has worked on the defenses, it has been doing what SSG do best. Coordinating, talking, making plays off of each other, building something ad hoc in the round that is really incredible to watch. It's whenever these teams have won, aside from Ambi's 1v2, it's been a really well-executed strategy by that team, even if it makes the other team look silly in that round.
Yeah, 100%. But that's the beauty of having teams that are so unbelievably talented. When they are able to get that full swing on one of their strategies, they're probably going to make the opposition look silly, aren't they? And that's what we got in between these two. I'm excited to get back into things here because I want to see how both of these teams respectively start off these sides. Are Sonics going to try and be aggressive, or we're going to see more of a turtle-esque setup, trying to just hold things around the bomb side and allow SSG to take that initial ground, but try and fight harder for other things? You know, the world is really their oyster, and the Sonics have always had a really deep playbook when it comes to their strategy and what they can try and pull off, especially inside of a best of one.
And one thing I think for the Sonics, that if they can fix the mistakes their defensive had yesterday, they will really have a strong defensive half on Consulate. And it's just not overplaying your hand. If you're holding a position, if you have a man advantage, don't make plays you don't need to, don't take risks you don't need to, or if you are going to take a risk, make sure you set up the proper precautions and take the necessary steps to make it as likely as possible it'll pay off in your favor. Yesterday, we saw people swinging breaches they didn't need to, going for early peaks they didn't need to, and not doing things as a team, and it really cost them against M80. And against a team like SSG, if they're making those same mistakes today, if SSG can do anything on their attacking side, it is take those openings that are given to them, exploit those gaps that are left in the enemy's defenses, and flood in and end the round in a minute if they're able to make that call. But for SSG's attacking side, I spoke to Call Out a little bit before the stage started, and one thing that has been a consistent project for SSG has been the late round calling. Not even the early round, gap finding or the huge, pre-planned rushes. It's been making sure they can coordinate that late round. And if SQ aren't giving openings, that late round needs to be as strong as possible to make SQ uncomfortable.
Well, it's really about the building blocks, right? If you're able to find a solid opener, and that doesn't even mean, opening kill, just solid opening map pressure, able to kind of get the initial portions of your list taken care of where you're able to transition well into an execution. It's really just finding the gaps in that moment that I feel that SSG we're trying to look to fill in. And why not? Especially with a player like Iconic. Not only is he able to see those gaps, but he's able to exploit them in and of himself. And that's a lot to rest on one player's shoulders, but they rest firmly on his and have for years. He's got a historic track record. Even though M80's results were a little spotty with his previous roster, still a player well within his right to make a run for really anything at the end of the day.
And I think that's one of the biggest exciting things about this SSG roster going into this stage was, of course, Iconic reuniting with Call Out, reuniting with that Astralis core of J9O, Forest, and sure, Ashen wasn't on the roster and Fultz wasn't on the roster, but Ashen especially, he's got the vibe of that Astralis roster down to a T. Like, he could have been there, and he likely would have fit just as well there as he does on SSG because of how similar these two systems are. But Iconic over Hot and Cold, sure, it sucks seeing a really big name like Hot and Cold who's been on SSG or was on SSG for 3 years. It sucks seeing him go, but Iconic plays a very similar role, and it's undeniable he does it very well. That whether it's calling a gap he sees, or specifically, you know, playing Nook a year ago, or just playing Ashe nowadays, whatever he's doing, he is the guy to find that opening, exploit it, and do a really good job at calling that to SSG so they build a cohesive plan around it. We do thankfully have everybody back in the lobby, so whether it's Iconic, Ashen, Rexen, Geo, anybody, now thankfully, with the previous half done, we've got a new half to look forward to for what both of these teams in a close game so far could accomplish.
Top floor defense for the Sonics, opening up a lot of verticality on this top level, making it to where if a player is able to get in down low later on, you have the potential to try and stop that plant. That's what that's all for, right inside of that main door coming in from Checkers. But as of right now, SSG going for more of a Western assault. You have the Gara hook there on Ashen, so kind of a tale as to what we're going to see probably here in a handful of moments.
It's SSG. They're playing shields. Like, it's just a fact of life. Though, I have to say, I am extremely shocked it is not Forrest on those shields, that it's not Forrest on the Monty. He's down below with the skeleton key instead, but it doesn't really matter who's in what position. What matters is SSG are in the site. They're putting the diffuser down at CEO, and he's whipped it. J9O finds two. ADS with the Monty, 180 degrees. He doesn't give a damn. Ambi and Rexen both fall to that pistol. 9 and 3 right now. And he might feel confident enough to go for a third. C4 goes out. No, instead, Geo slaps him down with the butt of the shotgun, puts the Monty flat on his back. But it's just chaos. He doesn't care. He's taken SQ's attention away from the diffuser, and while the Bees are littered on top of that case, if any of the remaining defenders go for the defuse, they are easy pickings for the SSG players outside. A banger start to the second half.
Yeah, I don't think you could ask for a more perfect way to start things off up against the Sonics. Not only a great strategy, but also a little finesse there too, as J9O with 2 huge kills out of the Monty. And we've seen a lot more lethality out of this operator, post-update, as you do get to make that choice now when you do expose yourself and end up taking a fight. You don't have to worry about meleeing and potentially having somebody shoot your head off. Yeah, J9O does end up losing out to Geo on kind of that melee fight. A little lucky stab there from Geo. But at the end of the day, the spearhead that was necessary for SpaceStation to battle back against the opposition, create that divide, and get a plant down, all at the behest of that strategy. I'm right. I mean, I'm blown away as well. That was pretty dynamic, I'd say, from SpaceStation.
ADS is Monty. You're so vulnerable, and back's obviously turned, but just somehow able to flicker out. Just ridiculous plays, and just one of the many examples why many people argue J9O one of the best players, not only in the world but specifically in North America. I mean, a lot of that. I mean, that T3 OB core from like 4 years ago, which was like NJR, Iconic, J9O, Lags, of course, who substituted on SQ 4 years ago. Gone but not forgotten. He's retired now. He's off like fishing or something. But those players have become some of the best in North America, from youngins in 2020 to now J9O, 9 and 4 at the moment, one of the best players in North America. NJR and DZ, similar story. Really big growth from a lot of the players in this lobby, and well, now on console, obviously making a good showing of it.
Oh, Geo felt something personal about that last round. He'll take out Ashen very early on, but for Ashen, that might have been express delivery. We don't know if he used the Gara hook and tried to fly into yellow, what exactly happened in that situation, but we do know at least what happened in the post-mortem. Ashen's dead. It's a 5 versus 4 in favor of the Sonics, all off the backbone of Geo. He's tied up his KD spread here, 6-6. SSG, that's not going to slow them down, though. Looking to see where the next gap could potentially be. Bolts has found a lot of open area on the more eastern front. But as I say that, we do have 2 people on this mid floor that are going to stand in the way of that stairwell going downstairs.
In particular, Merc is going to be, I mean, this is going to be the guy to make it happen, especially now that Geo's been caught on yellow, I suppose. But I believe Rexen's also in this area. So Geo, not one of the main roamers that we kind of saw on that middle floor, but now taken down by yellow. He's a player that won't be able to bolster the site. But Merc running around with this Specchio, this is where he is at his most fearsome. So mechanically skilled, so quick to make maybe not necessarily the right decision, but an 80-20 instead of 100% that he can easily win And SSG haven't really found a solution for either this roam or whether they even want to deal with it just yet. The Brava's all the way over by Visa, waiting to see if anybody maybe goes down those Visa stairs. But even Ambi's on this top floor. As Rexon is dropping down, there are still players from the Sonics who are stationed up above. And with Ambi almost assuredly gone uncleared, could easily shoot Iconic in the back. But as Forrest looking underneath the barricade, does he know? Is he aware? No, he's not. The flashbang goes in, and Ambi waits, bides his time, waiting for Forrest to make a move.
This is so insane. Stun comes back. Ambi's aware, able to decapitate Forrest. 3 versus 4 now. Very minimal time for the offense to try and get something going, but Ambi, a detriment to the health of SpaceStation. Cancerous right now, and so get an extra for his troubles. J90's there to finally snuff it, but he's done too much. Only 10 seconds remain. J90 will have to be Superman, X-ray vision or something to try and win this situation. Finally, Rexon will shut him down, and the Sonics will win out a defensive round.
Such a nice read by SQ right there. Just such a nice decision. They say, okay, 4v4. We have 3 players up top, 1 down below. We got to rotate back. We have to. But Ambi, I imagine, gives the intel, guys, I haven't been droned. I'm making a play. Like, I absolutely have a play here. I mean, Merc has been shooting drones the entire round, trying to find out, of course, alongside Ambi, if he's been droned or not. So just by staying in that corner, Ambi's able to hit the gas pedal right when SSG are most weakest, because there is a point where the mid-round is ending and the execute stage is beginning, where the attack is pretty much set up. Maybe there's a little bit more to do, but they're about to go. And that is when they're most weakest, because players are focused on the job in front of them and the implications of it. Iconic on vertical destruction. Forrest making sure that nobody's inside of the lobby area, or even just trying to get an entry into that position. And when you have a player like that who's gone undroned, if he can time that flank perfectly or win that fight at the exact right time, the attack has to basically make a decision. Do we focus on that guy, or do we just press forward? And they don't have an option to switch after that. And no matter what they decide, they better hope that player doesn't get any more kills.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for the Sonics, able to find a lot of gaps in the offense from SpaceStation on that last go-around, making it to where this exact position that Merc was in, more than exploitable for Ambi. Now it's tied up 4-4. Look at these scoreboards right now, boys and girls. So very close in between these 2 rosters. We do have 2 high flyers, obviously, J90 and Ambi, both feeling themselves in this game. And you got to be happy for Ambi. 2.0 KD, especially after what fell him yesterday. Definitely has to be feeling good about that. But the job's not done, as Iconic would say. Round 9 still to go. A lot more in between these 2 to be said. Ambi versing across the top level. Not too much in tow to assist him when it comes to utility and things, but necessarily needed. This top floor is going to be necessary. Try and hold things down for a while, but a lot of different working parts for the Sonics when it comes to this mid-floor hold.
And the Solus, again, the big one. This time, I mean, of course, when you have that Solus up above on any bomb site, they can look down with that Specchio and spot where the case is being planted. We saw, I mean, the importance of that previously on Skyscraper when we saw players would drop the diffuser inside of the site to try to bait out that Solus and then kill her when she goes for the swing. Merc played a similar role last round, but it's a bit more important this time because Basement has a lot of spots to sit, a lot of spots to lurk, but losing that vertical control or holding it for Sonics is a lot more important on this bomb site, because if that gets opened up, there are very little spots to sit, especially if SSG have a good entrance into main lobby. But similar to that previous round, there isn't a lot of success from SSG in the early games. Right now, a lot of these roamers are unknown. A lot of these positions are uncleared. And if Merc can hold on and use these angles that are actively being created in the round, or maybe if Iconic just walks into his crosshair, SQ will have a beautiful time in round 9.
J90 able to tag up Ambi. One shot separating him from death now out of that 417. And yet another one out of Merc. The one man you really don't want to try and work those angles against. Finally, they'll catch him reloading. Ashen will gun him down, but A little bit of time now for SpaceStation, and they have to try and transition this into a plant. They're at the gates now, but Sonic still with a lot of verticality in hand, and that's what J90 and some SSG are trying to work on at the current moment.
They just don't have it. They just don't have anything really. The verticality going SQ's way. The Solus is down. That's the big one. So if there's no angle directly on Forest position, well, there is. So exploring that hypothetical, unfortunately, is moot. The remaining 2 players fall. J90 soon after. 5-4 for SQ. Even with that Solus taken off the board, the vertical angles, man, uncleared and uncounterable for SSG.
Well, you got to give it up to Merc there, because SpaceStation, they go for that entry on that Visa admin side, right? And they think, hey, there's a lot of angles that we can try and work over here. We can try and work our way up the checker stairwell, maybe get a little pressure on that top floor. Maybe something like the bathroom window will just be enough. We'll stick J90 over there. But once they start to try and work their way across that mid-level, they start to run into a lot of problems. Essentially, Merc being the big one, just not really having a solid understanding as to how he could go about things. No real drone pressure there. SSG starts to get antsy. They start looking for things and thinking that they can potentially get a little bit closer to the site than they really can. And they end up walking right into the open mouth of the bear right there, as Merc's able to gun down not only 1, but 2 people right at the bottom of the spiral stairs, practically in the exact same fashion. And that's going to lead into Sonics not only having control over that top floor leading later into that round, but also having control of the round in general, throwing themselves into the lead, looking to do the same with round 10.
It's also SQ's 7th opening pick this entire game, and right now,
Jesus, I thought it was like 5.
No, and 6 rounds in a row as well. Now that doesn't mean that they're winning all these rounds. Obviously, SSG able to pick up a couple, quite a few actually, that SQ have got that pick, but it still indicates that the early round engagements, whether that's happening at 2:45 or in the case of last round, if that's happening right as we reach that final minute, SQ are constantly getting these 5v4 advantages. And also, on this defensive half so far, they're not really giving them away. They're able to transition that into a 5v3 or a 4v3, but still keep the lead so far. And that was the big problem yesterday. And now, with these 3 rounds gone, 2-1 currently for Sonic's defensive half inside of Consulate, it is looking that is not nearly as big of a problem as it was in their Oregon game yesterday.
A little retooling of the lineup here for SpaceStation. Something that might take a little bit longer to warm up to execution time, but definitely have quite a few tools to be able to break down a lot of Sonic's harsher points that they've built up around the map. Oh, Geo with a beautiful Nitros out, more than likely off the audio cue of Iconic swinging in, and that's going to be the Lion dead and gone, something that could seriously help down the line. Yeah, they do have the mute jammers in, but be able to lock up even a few of the defensive members, definitely something that they're going to miss going on later into the round.
I mean, it's also SQ's 8th opening pick, man. Like, 10 rounds now, in 80% of them, SQ have a man advantage. That is such a nice stat line to have. And the only attack SSG have won so far was on this CEO bomb site, off the back of a very, very quick rush. The bomb down within a minute. And now with a minute left in the round, we see somebody rappelling in, and oh my god, please do not tell me there's a default cam up and Ambi knows this diffuser's going down. But because of those bees and the verticality, it doesn't matter. Sloppy mistakes might not really count for much inside of round 10, as even with that info fully relayed to SQ, the setup is good enough to get it over the line.
That just goes to show you how much, practice and just setup matter so much to moments like that inside of Siege. Yeah, SSG have a lot of sloppy things going on inside of the opening 2 minutes, but they are still able to set themselves up for that execute and be manning the proper angles. Look how many kills SpaceStation were able to gather, all from just solid crossplay. With that drone, or rather that plant, also going down. Also a nice little fake there to obviously pick up a kill inside of CEO, but either way, all really solid moments for SpaceStation. At the end of the day, that definitely were not building up to be such a hot to trot moment for them.
They've just got that CEO attack locked. I mean, even without the Monty, It's not a new strategy. We've seen the buck down below before. We've seen the rappel in with the bees on CEO window. We've seen teams in Europe, Brazil run that same strategy, but SSG are executing it very effectively. And even in the 4v5, the fact that Fultz, like you said, is able to come up off the diffuser, get that kill. The player down below is also able to get in on the action. Really just nice stuff between Forrest, Fultz, everybody, every remaining player from SSG that round. But that's still the only bomb site they've won up until this point. 2 CEO wins is great, but Sonics have their comfortable territory up next as he moved back down to basement. But to be fair, Sam, I doubt Ambi can get away with ratting by the main door like he did before.
Yeah, definitely not. Even if there's no drone work for SSG around that area, it'll definitely be something that's stuck with them throughout this game. Drone hole moment here, and oh, Merc, sensing the vibe, something definitely wrong in the force. He's gonna run away. Oh, Merc. He's always so good in moments like this, man. I'm telling you, what is that from Merc? Every single thing you could have asked for J90, the info, the trudging of Kaid right around that door frame. He knows exactly where Merc is practically. He still loses the gunfight up against one of the best in the business when it comes to moments like that.
9-2 now for SQ. 5v4s are so good. But for SSG, remember, even with Ambi ratting in that corner, it still took 2 minutes for them to get presence on this middle floor, for Iconic to get into Piano and to start getting that vertical destruction. So even with this man disadvantage, there is still a strong enough setup and a strong enough precedent for SQ in this round that even without that play, it's still very possible. Of course, we see Forrest get this quick control into the middle floor, but there's the castle setup in this way, and I imagine exactly still players on this middle floor who can take the fight to SSG attackers. Rexen finds not just one, but two with the MP7. Monty ADS, Rexen calling for backup, 911 being dialed. Where are the SQ defenders? Come to help him. All remaining attackers around this piano position, around Iconic on the middle floor. SQ don't need to react. They have that pressure on the east side now. They even have Ambi up above. Another dimension. Not necessarily ratting in a corner, but can still hit a powerful flank when SSG are at their weakest.
Fultz was seemingly aware there as he was working his way up yellow, but oh my god, the timing. Oh my god, the timing. Fultz has done it. He's taken out Ambi. The late flank option now gone, but what an angle from Adam. What is that? He finds Fultz. Forrest. He has the capability to plant, but does he even want to? Iconic on such little HP. He's found this pillar position. The plant will start now. Still a nitro, though, for Geo. And such a big ask right now on this cross. Iconic has to win it. He doesn't even see him. Or somehow gets the plant down and the kill. Oh, my God! SpaceStation! How has this happened? There's no way in hell SpaceStation are able to get that round. How many things go right for the Sonics and they still can't win it out? They still can't handle the angle work from Iconic on literally a fraction's worth of HP. Oh my goodness. And it's a timeout from the Space Boys. Oh man, I'm gonna need a breather too. We gotta get back into the atmosphere. This is something else.
You just gotta ban Monty against Forrest. I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't care what your game plan is. I don't care if Dokkaebi is the best operator and the best attacker in the game, or if Ying is the second best, what have you. You just gotta ban Monty against Forrest. I see him do ridiculous things on this operator. And I remember sitting in the green room at SI with Nick, and we're watching him ADS in a round he absolutely should not. We're like, what is he doing? Is this man trolling? Why is he not playing it? He's killed 3 people after planting the bomb by ADSing his Monty. And in this round, guess what he does? Finds the player swinging close and then flicks and kills the guy rotating in the garage. Is that safe? No. Is it flashy as all hell? You are goddamn right, my friend. And it's got SSG match point. It's the one round that they needed to get to match point to break the trend of SQ's dominance on every side except CEO. And of course, SQ are going to go back to the middle floor because it's the only site they have left with 100% win rate for SQ.
I mean, that round is so Forest coded, it's insane, right? Like, there's just no other way to put it. SSG in a precarious scenario, able to not only somehow read through the fact that the Sonics had that cloak and dagger play with Ambi going on the top floor. They're able to snuff that out, but they're able to transition into a 2 versus 3 and make it just more than just a capable scenario, a winning formula in a moment where you really think that the Sonics have the full deck of cards in their hand. There's really nothing that can go wrong. I mean, even down to the utility, I really thought that we were going to see that Nitro Cell work its way in from Geo and potentially just be the end of the round there, but it's most definitely not what we got, and probably a round that the remainder of the NAL will be looking back on. Sonics, though, they still have an opportunity to force us into overtime. So let's not get the cart ahead of the horse here. 30 seconds into what could potentially be the last round. SpaceStation warming things up, at least for Iconic's situation from the CEO side.
Hoping to see if they can get that same vertical control, because again, with this X position site, vertical control was not really established, at least in time with that push along the mid floor. It forced SSG's hand, made them split their resources, but even going down so dominantly early on, it's hard to come back from. Though, obviously SSG able to come back from very stark odds in the case of the previous round. Now put SQ in a difficult position, but what are they going to find? The early round has been a consistent issue, even if it has not entailed who ends up winning it. There are 3 different players on this top floor that SSG could find if they can coordinate well enough, at least on the cutoff angle. Ambi's been put to a little over half HP. There's another player on the window as he goes for the swing. Ashen cuts him down. That's SSG with a long-needed opening.
Just so many things happening around Ambi. It'll make his head spin. Has no idea where this pressure's flying in from. The window to his right-hand side bursts open with a hail of gunfire. He's taken out. Now he has to watch from the sidelines for, again, what could potentially be the winning moment for SSG. A 3-0 start to the NAL. All behind 1 round as Adam will go down 2. What has been one of the best players for the Sonics to start the season, now down for the count as well. It's a 3 versus 5 with sub-minute for SSG.
Sub-minute, but still 2 players on the top floor. Merc finds 1 at the cost of so much HP, but Geo fights back. But Ashen finds 2! They line up for the newbie. Still staking his claim amongst the veterans. Rex in a tough day yesterday. Barely any presence. He spots a punch hole through the floor. Bolts does give away the game a little bit. And Rexon has time. 18 seconds, so little for the attack. And they're coalescing around that hatch. They're consolidating their resources. They found 1, but the rotate! He's stuck going through! A brutal retreat halted in its tracks to give SSG the 7-5 they richly deserve.
So much pain for the Sonics. A lot of things to break down inside of that game for them. So many opportunities that they could have taken full advantage of. And just that moment right there for SpaceStation. Space goggles on, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to the future. Make sure you're listening to that new Future Metro Boomin album today, too. I'm telling you, that thing. But that's besides the point. It was some straight heat out of SpaceStation as they dropped a banger here for us on Friday. That's really all I got to say.
And the unfortunate reality is I complimented SQ's defenses. I said, look, they're not giving away the advantages like they did yesterday. They're finding the opening pick so consistently. But really, in the end, you could say it was the attacking half. You could say maybe they made mistakes here or there. But we're in overtime if Force doesn't hit a hero play on the Monty. And when SSG are in that flow state, in that comfort zone, I hate to say it, ladies and gentlemen, they just have the sauce. They just have that. They're just him in the moments that it counts. But that's it for Sam and I. We are certainly excited about the games today. We've had a very great time, and hopefully, if this is the first 2, the next 3 we have after this break will be even better.
Cameraman, be the hero now. He'll need to be G with the line of sight and with the glance on the board to push them to not.
If I'm anybody in that Sonics camp right now, I am absolutely fuming. That is 2 games over 2 days where it absolutely seemed like a winnable position, and it's just annoying when you're up against teams that are of the highest caliber to be put in situations where you can win seemingly easily. There are winnable rounds. You notice those mistakes, but you just can't close it out in the end. And SpaceStation powered up at the end of that last game. There are so many clippable moments from that thing. I have a feeling guys like Fettuccini and Lynx are going to have a field day with what we saw from that game.
Oh, it was awesome.
I'm so happy they powered up because I predicted that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. One step closer to that thing right there.
I know. I went against the status quo, and they did not disappoint.
They really didn't. I mean, we really didn't know who was winning this game. Even on that last round, those last couple of rounds, it just did not, there was no way to lock this down and say, all right, one team is clearly running away with this. From the start, this was a back and forth contest, both on the attack and defense for both teams.
Every single round, SSG on defense has so many layers to their defenses. They had the Fenrir to deal with, they had the Solus to deny plant, they had a step-by-step, but Sonics' attack were no slouch either. Every single attack, it looked like it was them the whole time. They'd get one pick, they'd switch it into 2, 3, and each round just kept going back and forth.
That was the crazy thing, is that Sonics were wiping the floor with SSG when it came to the entry engagements. Ashen getting pummeled, 0-3. Iconic, 0-3. Forest, 0-2. 9-3 overall on the entry,
Wow.
but SpaceStation, they just grinded their way out of those bad spots. The trades were big.
Especially when they swapped sides and Sonics was on defense, it looked like they were getting the first pick more often than not. Obviously, getting 9 entry kills to 3 is a pretty big difference, but SSG just, like we said, we didn't know which way it would go. Their trade game was so influential, their information, and then obviously the Monty was huge. There was amazing plays that the Monty was able to clutch through, but it was just a step-by-step, round after round. SSG just knew if we just focus on our game plan, we'll be able to catch Sonics out.
There was never a moment until the very end where one team won more than 2 rounds back-to-back, because, like, to your point, this was incredibly tight. But what is the thing that enables SSG to break away? On round 10, break point, we move into round 11, and suddenly this happens at the very back end of it.
The crazy part was it looked like SSG's attack was dead in the water. Forest on the Monty walked into a castle barricade, the attack stalled out, and it got fragmented.
And then once they had to confirm their execute onto the site, this is a beautiful angle right here for you guys to use in your rank game, but once they went to go for that plant, we saw that Sonics had the game plan was to use the C4s to deny Forest from getting that diffuser down. The first one did half damage. The second one, nowhere to be found. The case goes down. Not only do you have Fultz upstairs, but Forrest did the job in the site on his own, just being able to stay alive, gets 2 with the Monty. Fultz finishes off on the hatch, but just letting them get that plant down was most often than not Sonics' downfall.
Yeah.
SSG was forcefully pushing through, getting their trades. Also, prior to that round, they shot Ambi upstairs on the 3rd floor.
Denying the flank was
Denying
huge.
the flank.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
their information and constantly pushing with the Monty, SSG was just able to completely have control of the rounds, even when they were losing man advantage.
And even though everyone will look at the shield moment at the very end for the reason they won, look at all of the 4 to 5 things that happened prior in that round. One of them was Ambi looked like he was upstairs in prime position to just deny on the hatch, but he himself also, we should mention, had a fantastic game. He was not that great yesterday. For him to have a good bounce back performance today is exactly what the doctor ordered, even if Sonics couldn't win this game.
And as much as a roller coaster as this game was, it's been a roller coaster of a start to the stage for Ambi. He started out game 1. Yes, it was a good performance by the team overall. Top-rated player, 9-6. Comes out yesterday, bottom-rated overall, 4-13. He bounces back today, 13-8, and once again, the top-rated player. It's been up and down for him.
It's nice to see him not let that status just affect him going into this match. Obviously, there was a lot of big plays from him, and he was always making the more aggressive play, the more roam-oriented play, and getting multi-kills off of it. And there was just a couple instances, the Monty situation right before they went for the plant where they got him on the top floor, that was probably the biggest loophole, just because they didn't have the information that they knew Ambi was upstairs.
Someone who's also kind of interesting in this entire SSG picture, and again, a great win here, is Iconic, a hero that we've talked about for the better part of the last year or 2 in this
plural,
game.
Yeah.
And he's just not having the performance that we're used to, I think it's fair to say. Now, the big question is Iconic supposed to be performing better than he is right now, or are we seeing him kind of slot into this more leadership-focused, support-focused role?
I mean, there was a reason they brought him in. Like, he can make big plays, but is the reason he's on the SpaceStation team to be that kind of playmaker for him, or what's the deal?
It's not. On his previous roster, everything was built around him and Spoy. On this roster, it's more team-orientated, built around the front team, finding the openings, and most of the time, who's going to call for those opening plays? It'll be Iconic. He's able to bounce back and forth off of Fultz and Forrest, too. So many Fs. Fultz and Forrest. But he's built on this team to just be that last line of defense if things go awry.
Well, let's get some answers from the man himself real quick. We got him on the line. Dude, it's interesting getting you on an interview in not an Astralis jersey, for one thing. But now that we've got you in this context, brother, you ran the gauntlet over these past 2 days. Talk to me about what it's been like on a brand new team.
I mean, it's not a brand new team. It's just kind of joining into that old Astralis system that has been kind of like updated, fine-lined, and streamlined just to get what we need to get done. And so it's just mainly kind of picking up where I left off, just kind of seeing the new things that they changed, getting comfortable with the system, getting the old habits out, and just kind of becoming a team again.
About this new system. I love every moment we cut to your camera during the game and you've got your notebook just square in your face reading off the strategy, right? And we're seeing you in these rounds maybe taking more of supportive roles than we're used to, maybe not quite getting as many kills as we're used to. Can you talk to me a little bit about this kind of role that you currently play in this organization?
I mean, I feel like I just do whatever it takes, you know? I feel like if I'm shooting one day, Liam's shooting another day, anyone could be shooting either the day. So it's just like, we're here for each other. We play off each other. You know, some days people are going to be hot, some days people are going to be cold. So, you know, only thing I do is control what I can control. I just show up and get my team what I need every day.
Well, first and foremost, Dave, congratulations. And my question is just a little bit more broad. Consulate, obviously a very important SSG map. When you came into this team, the new things that you guys have brought, did you bring anything brand new? Are you just slotting into directly's SSG system? Is it a mix of both? Is it some Astralis flair that we see on this new map? Talk to me a little bit about the over-encompassing strategy.
I mean, we mostly kept things the same. I slotted in some new things that I had learned, but it was mainly just kind of getting back to the basics and just kind of just getting that foundation, you know, because I feel like at the start of new teams is very hard building the foundation of like your overall default. So I feel like we've just been working towards that, and I feel like starting to get closer to playoffs, we'll start seeing the real SSG.
Did you have another one, Fox?
No, that was it.
Good stuff. One quick question. Ashen dropped a really good quote on us in his interview from yesterday. Is there any words of wisdom from the call-out Bible or anything that you know from your own back end that you want to drop on us today?
Talk is cheap. All these NAL teams, we're going to see y'all in the server, so just be ready for it.
Ooh, yep, it's getting spicy, dude. That is a 3-0 start for you and the SpaceStation boys. How does it feel, real quick, to be back with a core that you were super familiar with already? You had the M80 stint for a year. Now you're getting back together with most of the gang that made top 4 from SI just a year ago. It's got to feel good, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's kind of like a homecoming, especially playing for this great organization, SpaceStation. I mean, it's a true honor, you know, to be repping the badge. So I got to give thanks to them, and just, you know, I'm just extremely happy and grateful to be back. So, you know, it's going to be a fun year. So,
well, congratulations on having a phenomenal start to your stage, Dave. We'll see you guys next week. All right.
I appreciate it. You guys take it easy.
All right. Everything that SpaceStation's doing is working, even if there will be some people that look at some of those rounds and go, they shouldn't have won that thing. Fact is, they did. The scoreboard shows 7-5 for SpaceStation, so Sonics fans are just going to have to put up with it.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I mean, at the end of the day, when the rounds won, and big players make big plays, and just being in the position there, especially with the new shield changes, it's about time Dave is on the other side of a tragic shield change, because you know, we had the Clash 180 on him, so it's nice that they're getting at least the Monty clips in there. So thank God. Thank God.
Good stuff.
It was another great game and another nail biter, right? You mentioned for the Sonics, this is a tough blow to take after such a close game yesterday. We know this team is strong, though. Like I said before the game, we've seen the experience. We've seen how capable this team truly is in the way that they are keeping these games just so freaking close.
Yeah.
But they just haven't been able to pull it out.
Big point. Thank you so much to Sonics and SpaceStation for yet another absolute barn burner on the day. That was kind of our match of the day. I think the Twitter account highlighted, yep, this is meant to be like the match that everybody was most excited for, because we knew it was going to be tight. But now we move into a couple of games where we're not 100% certain how things are going to go. Dark Zero and the return of Los is game number 3 on Playday 4. See you in a sec. When your catchphrase is going dark, we certainly hope that doesn't mean in the server. Dark Zero are slowly working themselves back to life, but so far have just 1 point to their name after a great World Championship finish. Their opponents today, a virtually unknown Los team that's only played 1 match in the NAL so far that just might be the kryptonite to one of the best teams in North America. Welcome back to the NAL. I'm Jacob, he's Jay as Wills, he is Foxay. This is an interesting one because we need to see more Los. Obviously, there's only been 1 game under their belt, and it was last week. They've had a lot of time to prep since then. But the mystery surrounding the way Dark Zero has been playing also needs its own level of unpack.
Yeah, we gotta break this down from a couple of different perspectives. From the Los perspective, and I suppose maybe the DZ side as well, we're looking at a clash of styles here. A little regional battle. We're seeing the fast, aggressive Brazilian style meet not only this NA style, but one of the slower, most methodical, most patient NA styles there is.
And we saw a lot of new elements from Dark Zero 2, especially coming from Invite since getting on Nafe. We see a lot of even slower play styles, like a European play style.
Is it even possible to get slower?
It can get possible. The way that I would describe Dark Zero is it's like a pentagon, and if 1 point falls, it's so much harder for them to succeed. But if they can keep everything getting into place, and once they're set up, the round's already lost at that point.
So Dark Zero needs a little more dissecting right now. They had a really bad start to the stage, had a game that went to overtime yesterday, so maybe there's a slight upward trend for this DZ team, but let's dive a little bit more into them before we get to the relative unknown that is Los. They lost against SpaceStation 6-8 on Cafe yesterday, which was an absolute heartbreaker despite keeping things close. If they planted, they were able to get those rounds, but if they couldn't plant and play the objective, it felt like it was infinitely harder yesterday.
It was, and it comes back down to that Pentagon playstyle. Everything is set up for these executes, for these late rounds. They are a team that primarily relies a lot on information. They have the players, they have the strategy. Currently, it just feels like they just don't have the information to back everything. They're getting outgunned in one of these 5 areas, and once that part falls, everything is just not collapsing together.
But it stands to reason that if they lose the first game and then they have a relatively normal one yesterday, like what's today gonna bring?
Yeah, DZ, the path they've taken to get here is a little bit confusing. They struggled against the Sonics. That much is clear. Even they themselves owned up to it. We saw the tweet from Nafe. They said, we are not playing like ourselves. Come back to yesterday, I think we can all definitively say that they were playing like themselves. Maybe a bit too much like the DZ of old. It was really slow. Like you mentioned, that information style, setting up, waiting until everything is just right before eventually going for that execute. We need to see them today take it just one step further. Return to that SI form where they showed us that yes, they can be methodical while also taking advantage of those smaller gaps. Just maybe that willingness to push into the site a little quicker, and I'm not going to say fly by the seat of their pants, but just improvise a little more.
Having that sort of improvisation is great for teams that rise to the top. There was a player that was in SI form yesterday in that Cafe game. He just dropped 17 kills and wasn't able to get the dub. That was Bolo yesterday.
And Bolo, I think the suspicion has been confirmed here, Jacob, that maybe he should have never retired in the first place. This guy still has it. He has not lost a single step, and right now he is the top performer on this team. Has it been enough to put them over the edge and get them wins? It has not, but it's a good sign for this team that what they're hoping for in this structure is there.
When we talk about one of them getting outgunned, it has not been Bolo recently. He's been shaking off the rust, and he's been the new pinpoint player for Dark Zero. At Invite, we saw a lot of Nafe, we saw a lot of NJR, and when some players go quiet, others show up, and Bolo's been showing up. That does scare me a little bit to what's been going on since Invite to now when it comes to the strategy of Dark Zero. How come the supports aren't showing up as comfortably as they were back then?
Here's the problem. Dark Zero hates the unknown. Dark Zero loves it when everything goes according to plan. We don't really know how easy it is to plan against a team that has played 1 game so far, and that's Los. A roster that played Oxygen last week. They have had a week to recuperate from that loss. The only things they were able to win was Basement on Oregon. We figured that out. We're bringing that storyline back. They are the masters of one site, but today they're hoping to add a little bit more to their own storyline.
And if you didn't tune in last week, you're probably like, wait, who are these guys? I haven't seen Bursa, Farius, Legacy, Rise before.
Who?
Definitely definitely heard of Sexy Cake, though. That much I can confirm if you've been watching any amount of competitive Siege over the last few years. The question is, like you said, Jacob, kind of like BeastCoast yesterday, we don't know what to expect here. They're a little bit of an unproven entity, and for Los, still kind of laying the groundwork for the stage ahead.
The groundwork is being laid by Farius and Legacy, the two new rookies, and I'm glad you mentioned how difficult it is to practice against players that you not only have no footage on, but have no historical footage on them at all.
Yeah.
It's that much harder, and they've also been playing an immense amount of Siege, specifically Legacy, because he has been a key hold. They've only played one game against OXG, but he was a key pinpoint player that get into those openings on Oregon, which was the map they played on OXG. They did the hard part first. They were able to win Oregon basement attacks. They won 2 out of 3 against OXG. Legacy each time was able to enter into the site, cause some pain for OXG, and open up these fast, aggressive playstyles. And that only happens because you have these new rookie entries that have nothing to lose. They have nothing to lose. They have the players behind them saying, go for it. We need you guys to do it, because if you're not going to do it, who else will?
I mean, it feels like there's no pressure on the whole team. Like, rookies be damned. The whole squad came in here being like, if we can make some noise, great. If we don't, no skin off our backs. We're in the league now, so we can kind of do whatever we want. How do you fight against a team like Los? OXG figured out some of the formula, but now we go to Clubhouse. They take defense first. What do we think of the pick?
Well, first of all, even before we get into the specifics of what Clubhouse has to offer, Los, we don't know much about what this team has to offer.
We're going to keep saying that until they actually have more footage.
We got to see them today, and then we'll be able to make up our mind. But
yeah.
one thing that we know was an issue on the last map and could translate regardless of the playing field they go to next, simple mistakes. We saw a couple, maybe too many of those mistakes emerging in their first matchup. The diffuser left behind. We saw some reinforcements left in pocket. There was one especially troubling round. Got to fix those issues on Clubhouse too.
If I'm Los, I'd be a little comfortable, though, because hitting basement Oregon is really difficult. If you're hitting basement Clubhouse or CCTV on Clubhouse, I think that's pretty difficult as well. So that makes you feel a little comfortable. They can do the hard part first. But going against Dark Zero, they never make the same mistake twice. They've obviously played this map, and it didn't go so much in their favor. And NJR was a big player that we didn't see show up that game, and I guarantee you he's not going to make the same mistake twice. Hopefully I don't jinx him, though.
But is that mystery factor for Los enough to have you pick against Dark Zero in this game? Fox, who do you take?
I'm going to go with the consistency. I'm going to go with Dark Zero. Los still has a lot to prove. They still have a lot to prove.
What does Laxing think?
Laxing says he's sticking with DZ, but he prefaced he might swap for the next one, so keep that in mind. He's sticking with DZ now, though. He's sticking with DZ now.
Okay, fine. So everybody, again, crossed the board, stuck with the same team. That's fine. It happened in the M80 game, and it didn't go according to plan. So Fox is still in the lead for right now. Jesse and Laxing are both still in a hole about 10% behind him. But they're tied, which means the race is literally as tight as it's ever been. And just as a reminder, they're fighting for this bad boy right here, the North American League Predictions Championship. It's time for Game 3 of Day 4, and I have no idea whether Los knows what they're doing, and neither does Dark Zero. It's Stokes and Lynx with the call.
I'll tell you this, okay? I'll say this, okay? I'm excited to see what Los can do. I want to see how this new roster, just developing, they got to get visas, immigrate, do all this stuff within like 18 days in between SI and NA, Sam. It's a tough go. But, and I don't want to sound biased, but if a team of Brazilians come to NA and make us look silly, I'm gonna feel a little bad for our region if that happens. I'm gonna feel pretty bad about our region if that ends up happening.
Yeah, most definitely the case. Fortunately enough for us, it hasn't been the greatest start for them, but they also just had a day off to kind of retool things, kind of maybe sit back, watch the NAL a bit, be like, all right, exactly what do we have to deal with inside of North America? So who else to try and take it to past Dark Zero, who are chomping at the bit to get their very first victory here to start the stage?
Which is a bit of a curious position, you'd think, for DZ to find themselves in. I mean, they have consistently been fighting for first, second, or third place in NA. And to be fair, with only 2 games played so far for Dark Zero, I still believe they will be there by the end of the stage, let alone the overall stage. By the end of the round robin, I think they'll be back. Because, Sam, they played SSG, who are basically almost first place in the league and have had some really good victories. And then, who else did they lose to? Oh, yeah, Sonics, literally two of the best teams in North America, some of the best teams in the world, even in the case of SQ. DZ are now getting to a point in their schedule where they can start not necessarily relaxing, but this is a game they should absolutely win, and without seeing them play, I have to assume will be a bit easier than the SQ one.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be one that they want marked down as a W at the end of the day, because for Dark Zero, it goes from Los today to next Thursday. It's them against M80, who will definitely be wanting to try and get back into the good graces of victory. Excuse me, after what we saw earlier today.
Can you believe that Dark Zero banned Dokkaebi and Azami?
I am shocked, let me tell you. Not to be outdone by the Ying ban.
I will say, I don't have like literally the exact number, but next time Dark Zero play, I'm saying this on stream so I'm held accountable. I want to find the exact number of ban phases that have been exactly Dokkaebi and Azami, because I know for basically all of SI it was, and it has been this way for months now, but I just want to have a number to make it this obvious how much Dark Zero hates these two operators, which, to be fair, Sam, I mean, Dokkaebi is literally one of the best attackers in the game, and Azami is one of the best operators on defense. It's not unfounded hatred, but it's almost comical, the extent. I mean, we literally saw Ashen making fun of it. Like, it's a meme at this point how much Dark Zero hates these operators.
Yeah, and like you said, you really can't exactly, go against that grain either, as Dark Zero are taking off really two hot to trot operators. So just something that they don't exactly like in the current meta, and I can't blame them. Even post Azami nerf, she's still fantastic, especially when it comes to, sites like Master and holding things over inside of Cache, or just being able to clog up some angles or some, holes or gaps that were exploitable before from the offense. But I digress. We're into round one now. We won't have to worry about those operators. Ying and Kaid also off the board when it comes to Los's bans. And speaking of Los, gonna head downstairs for our very first defense.
Nobody's shocked by this, though we did start off Skyscraper with Master Bedroom, so maybe a bar and stage defense to start out isn't entirely unlikely, but no, it will be Church and Arsenal, as you pointed out. What are DZ going to do? Insert cliche, they're slow. Insert cliche, they love full clears. Insert all the things we have to mention when we talk about Dark Zero. And I don't think it's a shock at all that a huge focus for them early on is this vertical control. But I love this from DZ because they recognize it. They're conscious. They're self-aware. That's why the main source of soft destruction they have for this clear is the ramp. Bolo has thrown 2 boogie drones into kitchen and the kitchen hallway, and bam. A lot of your soft destruction already done, and the best part, you don't avail yourself to C4s or impact grenades or even shots from below. It's a very safe method of vertical destruction, but also accomplishes a key part of a Church Arsenal full clear. We're only a minute 10 seconds in.
Yeah, something that we usually are at the necks of Dark Zero for, their timing, right? They take a long time to be able to clear things out and try and work their way towards the site, trying to deal with some of the external pressure that could be coming off of that. But this time around, that's not the case. Dark Zero are chomping right down on the site, trying to see if they can cut off a few of these, highly trafficked avenues from Los, making it to where their traversal across the site isn't going to be as easy as it once was.
How are they going to react? Dark Zero have spotted some key utility that could completely demolish a flood down blue or into the site in general. These F-Knots from Bursus Fenrir, the deployable shield as well that Legacy's playing behind. 2 things that if somebody like Pamazoo, for example, wants to take control down blue, will be a huge issue. Some have been cleared. The presence is still there from Los. The Wamai still behind Gen. The Warden still playing AKs, even without the deployable shield. The Bees go out, they force the Wamai off of his position, and he's waiting for the oil pit drop, seeking maybe somebody that's getting aggressive, and Bolo on red, but Panbo with a very quick trade. There's still that Warden who's able to fight back, and then while the blue push is shut down, so it might be the round for Dark Zero. Nathan and NGR bottom main, but their position is known. Rise still gives it up. So we're able to bring it back to a 2v2. Fuser inside of the side at the moment. Nave struggling to make his way in, despite it being generally open. He'll eventually vault over. It's on NGR for the coverage from the Moto doorway. He's got the blue angle with the double door, a bit isolated right now. He's pre-fired around the corner, eviscerated by Legacy, but Nafe is still able to move it to the post plant without anybody to rely on. They'll hold the church hallway for the moment, rotate around blue. Los have smartly gone for the res, recognizing they have the time. A 3K for Legacy, one of the highlight players from the desk, having a huge debut in round 1.
And very well done from Los to handle that inside of the post plant. Not getting overly aggressive, not giving Nafe the opportunity to pull that round back into the good graces of Dark Zero. And they're going to be left in the dark on this one, not only from Nafe's perspective here inside the kitchen, but the round as a whole. I think they did a really good job of being able to set up for things and such good timing, especially with those boogie drones getting used to their fullest capabilities, but Los being able to play it close to the chest, being able to fend off a lot of these Dark Zero angles, and not only that, but keep the man advantage in their favor. Use that to its fullest advantage. Los with a very solid defense on the basement level. Now they're going to send it sky high over towards gym and master bedroom.
Eager to see what DZ do here. I mean, even though they ended up losing that round, how they were able to set themselves up so well to start by accomplishing a key part of the church arsenal clear in relatively little time. If they're able to keep that a consistent theme, they'll be able to keep fighting very heavily on these attacks, even if they end up losing them. Just being able to expedite a lot of that work you need to do early on is something you can't make up for. Even if you end up losing a round, it's not something you want to change. Here, if we can see Jacuzzi Wall and maybe Plat Wall as well open within the first minute, it'd be a similar story. What? We got the coconut bra angle, don't we? Yep, look at this. Or is he just on the weight rack? Did they open a hole in garage? No, he's just peeking outside. Okay, I thought, because you can get a similar angle where you open up the garage wall and look through the garage door.
I see. Still a little coconut bra-esque getting up on that.
Definitely.
Right there. That's, either way, not going to be able to hit his mark. Dark Zero, looking to readdress things here in round 2. So far, this stage has kind of been a one-man show for Dark Zero. Olo's topping out the party at a 1.18, but then it's a steep drop-off, folks. Nave is going to follow that up just in the second slot. I don't want to get it twisted here. I want you to follow along with me. Nave, second slot for Dark Zero, 0.97. That's what I mean by steep drop-off. Everybody behind that, Pambazoo 0.86, Nadian 0.79, and NJR finally a 0.71. All of them past Bo, a negative KD spread as well, and all of them except Canadian and NJR negative when it comes to entry game as well. Bo's actually even at a 4-4, but moral of the story is this. It's been a lot of Bo, a lot of that frontal assault from him getting quite a bit done for Dark Zero, but just not really all coming back to bear for DZ in the proper way just yet. That's what we're looking to see if they can address here today. Canadian going to be reaching deeper inside of that strategical bag of his, as he is a jack of all trades when it comes to the op choices. He's going to try and mount the Monty here, but Sexy Cake and, oh my God, the rest of Los as well will take down some DZ members for themselves, including Bolo.
That's just, we're seeing some ridiculous shots hit, and we're only in round 2.
Way.
Canadian unextends the shield, put to 1 HP. One more player falls. This clear might be over for Dark Zero. And now Legacy knows there's a gun behind that Monty shield. NJR has made his way in server off the flank into the action. Still 2 players. Closer are both aware of the attack, and the attackers are aware of them. They can play their life here, hold out. He doesn't get a single kill. Instead, it's Sexy Cake on the other angle to take down NJR and server. Retake a position that stabs the Monty in the back, and same for Panbazoo. A 3K for the legendary former Liquid player. 2 rounds in a row for Los. What the hell is going on?
That's something else right there. And Sexy Cake, more than making his presence known, he will take it to this star-studded Dark Zero lineup. A 4K for him over on the cash side, and Dark Zero can't even process that portion of the building, let alone try and make any headway towards the actual site. Los with some very serious kills early on in that round, Carter, that ended up setting the tone, setting the pace, making it to where Dark Zero are sent reeling. They have to try and find an adjustment that can potentially help them with that top red position. But not even Canadian trying to slide that shield back and forth can really do all that much for them. They tag up Canadian. They finally get something going for themselves once Bamba is able to work his way up the red stairs, but they actually don't even have that area inside of their range just yet. Sexy Cake is still inside of the territory and expressing himself violently across all of Dark Zero. So he'll pick up that quad and the round.
And if you haven't been paying attention to maybe Brazil stage 2 and you're like, whoa, first of all, Sexy Cake's back in T1. Second of all, why is he in NA? Well, the second question is just like, Los picked up a team and they were like, Sexy Cake, you get the call over. But Sexy Cake has been performing extremely well on a role that maybe if you, again, aren't used to seeing him on the international scene after he's been off Liquid for a couple years now, this is kind of a normal performance. He's been really aggressive, playing in people's faces, not relegated to mute and smoke shotgun like maybe you think he used to be, holding down the site while Nesk and Palu go on these crazy roams. He's been getting very aggressive and had a great Brazil Stage 2, one of the highest rated players on E1 Sports, that previous roster. And now here in NA, both him and Legacy against DZ have been easily the best performers so far at 4 and 5 and 1 respectively.
Most definitely. For Dark Zero, it's probably going to be a change of game plan, potentially a change of pace. As Los essentially wearing masks, hiding inside of North America as a Brazilian squad, right? Completely different play style, more than likely applicable for them. So they'll be able to knock down Bo. Canadian's going to run in, kind of a rush strategy here. They know a player's got to be inside of Garage, but I think that's a body that just got dropped by Nape. And yes, indeed, it is. A nice pickup there, but Canadian is standing on hollowed ground. There is going to be a player down low that can potentially play spoils into this scenario. Ursa, try and maintain the cross. Canadian not wanting to stick this plant just yet. A stalemate in between these two with solid positioning going over to the offensive front.
You can see DZ are aware of the fact that they do not have Lounge, not only by Canadian stalling, but look at this reallocation of personnel. Pambazoo and
what
Nate
in the hell?
looking to take Lounge away. What is that flank from Sexy Cake? Where the hell did he come from? He come down bottom main all the way through the basement.
Oh my.
There is no safe territory for Dark Zero. Even recognizing the threat in front of them, they are powerless to stop it. The C4, a phantom menace in round 3 as Los look unstoppable.
I mean, Sexy Cake effectively assassinating the attempt there for Dark Zero to take the round. Everything was built on the precipice of being able to clear out that secret position, being able to make that plant a safe route for Dark Zero. And Sexy Cake somehow, some way, has seen the light of day through the clouds, and he's able to get out ahead of Dark Zero. 3 rounds now at the behest of Los, at the behest of Sexy Cake, and what he's been able to produce, at least across these last 2 rounds. I mean, I am just befuddled at what is happening to Dark Zero here, Carter.
Well, the tactical, I imagine they are too, because the tactical timeout coming after this 0-3 start is an absolute necessity. Because DZ have not tried everything, but look at these attacks so far. Full clear. Traditional DZ playstyle. Get the vertical control. Start util clearing on the bottom floor. Go for the flood down blue, and it doesn't end up working out. Okay, unlucky is what it is. Next round. All right, let's bring a Monty into the mix. Let's go for that full clear, clear out the cache CCTV extension, but we'll bring a little bit of an added twist. We'll put some pressure on them with the Monty because they're extending all the way to red. Oh, well, we've died because Sexy Cake has found his way behind us, and we've also been smoked by Legacy inside a cache. Well, that's unlucky. These full clears aren't working. Let's rush. Let's turn up the pace. Turn up the heat in the kitchen. Maybe we'll burn them. We've all died because we didn't take lounge control down below. We can't plant because of the C4, and Sexy Cake, again, has hit the around-the-world flank in basement and completely undone the round. Dark Zero are changing things. They're adapting, and Los are playing almost exactly the same in every single one of these rounds and winning no matter what happens. And as we go back down to church, I'm frightened for DZ if the problem here is gunfights and not strategy.
This has been a complete shutdown of Dark Zero. The only person that has passed a breadstick on this team right now is Pamba. And really, that's just because Pamba had to try and spearhead things inside of those mid-round adaptations for Dark Zero. Able to pick up some solid kills in that scenario, yeah, but as that, it hasn't gotten a lot done for them. Los has been constantly calling the shots, constantly battling Dark Zero back and buffering them. Now for DZ, the adjustments have to be made. A timeout, now gone. Won't have it for the remainder of the game. No stopping this train now. we know that Los, especially with the frontal assault they're showing right now, are not going to be showing any signs of slowing down soon.
No quarter whatsoever. Dark Zero painstaking on this clear. Hunting down this player on the top floor, Sexy Cake.
On mute?
I was about to say, he might be on mute, but this man has never met a roam he wouldn't try. He is going all the way to the top floor, and all he's got one, maybe two mute jammers to support him on this roam, and look at how much time he's wasting. 1.5 minutes gone for, and I'm not joking, one guy in construction.
I have no idea where he is. This mute shimmer is so perfect. Just on this metal sheet. This is always a solid spot to try and hold down on the top floor. Sexy Cake will tag up Bo, so they know he's inside of the cache area now, but look at the timer, folks. That's what I want you to pay attention to. Although he's going to go down here, 1 minute and 14 seconds remain for Dark Zero. They're attacking the basement, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to think about that for a second. There's so many things still to do. Sexy Cake just had to stand on a mute jammer inside of construction. He gets 2 minutes of the round.
Bolo has all his boogies in pocket too. Nothing used. Remember how quickly those were used in round 1? 45 seconds in, through the kitchen window, in through the main hallway. Bam, soft destruction done. Not this time. Remember how at 1 minute 10 seconds left, Dark Zero were util burning on Blue Hatch, destroying that AK shield? Hey, the shield's up. So are the F-Knots. And 1 minute 10 seconds is 35 seconds ago. Los are running circles around Dark Zero in every single aspect of their play at the moment. And as Dark Zero open up the main wall, they have a 4v5, and if they can find these kills, it might not matter. Blue control, still in the hands of Los. So as Canadian moves in to put that diffuser down, Nafe can cover, hold the angles. Bolo also not getting aggressive. I love this play. Not overplaying Dark Zero's hand, waiting for Los to go for the retake, waiting for them to swing, and now is when Dark Zero cut them down. 1 minute and 40 seconds wasted in the early round, and with 30 seconds to spare after the timeout, it is a flawless to get them back in the game.
There it is for Dark Zero. I was worried about the transition there. I was worried about their capability to try and get that offense to go off in such a timely manner. But I mean, they not only snuffed out Los, but they shut me up as well there for that mid-round comment that I had. So apologies for that, boys. But what a moment there for Dark Zero. They get the church wall open, make some nice adjustments, especially that pressure play coming in from the ace on the main stairs. The cross angle there for Los not strong enough, and instead the ace is able to knock out, I believe, the Legion in behind the bomb chassis for Church, and that was really the straw that broke the camel's back. The rest of Los is completely boxed out of the sight at that moment. The closest thing that they really have is Blue, but you also saw those angles getting worked, not only from the hatch, but also from secret stairs too out of DZ, and just made things very complicated for Los to try and find the angles that could have potentially led to their success in shutting DZ down on that execution. But once again, great there from Dark Zero on being able to transition in such quick time after taking Sexy Cake out on that top floor.
And I think that last part is undeniably, not maybe the complete difference maker, but having that 5v4 with such low time makes it so much better, because as the Deaths talked about, if DZ can get set up, they are very difficult to beat. And there, it might not have been a lot, but they got set up. They had the 5v4, the breach open, Bolo playing very passively in blue. It was a good read of the situation from DZ, still with low time on the clock. As we move to gym and bedroom, no Monty in sight. No Monty in sight at all. Instead, Sexy Cake with that C4 will look for anybody on the breach, and if anybody meets that C4, it's going to be with great reluctance, because 45 seconds in, Dark Zero see that mirror window. They've likely droned out the presence in CCTV, and they are finding any way to not meet these Los players head on, either with utility or with any guns.
I can see the strategy is definitely getting deeper here for Dark Zero, but it wasn't before. But trying to make sure this flank isn't possible. Track stingering secret, making sure that they have some positioning over inside of garage too, so open things up this angle. Only have to worry about too much minus that cache door for Nafe's sake. Nice. Put Pambazoo in down low, and you can see all of Dark Zero trying to work this portion of the map at the same time. I always love it whenever we see this. Lots of different utility pieces, especially the skeleton key, going to complicate things for Sexy Cake. He does not want to transition back across this cache angle. He knows that they're going to be around that space, especially after Canadian takes down one of the lowest players. Pamba's going to be able to pick up Bursa too. It's going to be a 5 versus 3 in favor of the offense.
Dark Zero making Los's playstyle work to their advantage now. Bursa and Furious go for a very, honestly, unneeded flank. Sure, Dark Zero are pressuring the cache position heavily, but until just now, Legacy was still alive. Sexy Cake was still alive. But Furious and Bursa go for that flank, give DZ a 5v3, and now that they actually have cleared out the cache roam, whereas maybe spending a minute 50 seconds on this position puts them in a difficult spot like it did in the previous round. They're low on time. They don't have a lot of time to convert onto the bomb site and maybe open up that jacuzzi wall or add other angles onto this execute. Because of that flank, it's now a 5v2. And with 40 seconds left, that is all the time in the world. You can open jacuzzi wall. You can use any one of your 6 remaining drones to find these remaining defenders. Because of that flank, it is such a better position for DZ, and honestly, in such a good spot to win it. Unless Rise is able to get aggressive and Sexy Cake is able to find some kills.
Well, I love this from Canadian. They have so many bodies, Carter, they can basically apply pressure to every single facet of this bomb site. Nave already takes down Sexy Cake. The plant going down for Nave 2. Rise, he's been relegated to the logistics position and then relegated to a tomb as Dark Zero will pick up their second round, but it's more than likely going to be stale faces across the board. The job is not done yet. Los has gotten a lot of heavy lifting done through those first 3 rounds, and Dark Zero are looking to try and equalize things before we get to halftime.
I've already talked about how I think Los kind of overthought that round, and I think maybe should have reined in that aggressive instinct a little bit better.
Yeah, the flank downstairs is just a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's especially 2 people going for that flank. It's a bit unnecessary, but it's still a good read from DZ that they were trying to disrupt, which was, okay, guys, Legacy is frying us. Sexy Cake is frying us. Any small gap we leave, they are filling. Let's not even put ourselves in a situation where we're taking a gunfight on the same plane as them. Let's just avoid the C4 entirely. It's what they're setting up for. Take the buck, go down below, pressure their positions, and when we're holding angles in garage and on plat wall, we'll try to make them uncomfortable or just make them leave. And we're still taking a long time, a minute 50 seconds, and the only opening kills coming from that flank, but I still like that adaptation from DZ. Sure, it takes a lot of time, but it indicates that they're recognizing Los's strength so far and trying to find ways to circumvent.
And the real moment is right here, right now. Does Los have the capabilities to understand what Dark Zero were able to produce inside of that last round? The fact that Dark Zero were able to read that far out into the ether, understand that Los is probably going to try and send maybe a body or 2 on the flank to try and stunt Dark Zero while they're attempting to build things up on the cache side. If Dark Zero are able to try and read things through again, then Los could have an issue on their hands. So see how they want to try and assert their dominance over this round. The previous ones we've seen some pretty calculated aggression. This time it's looking like we have the full Monty, no pun intended, as Canadian will work his way down dirt with Monty in tow. How's that case in hand? Bursa, a chance there. Canadian, by the skin of his teeth, will be able to stay alive as there's a pixel separating a bullet in his head.
I honestly cannot believe Bursa did not get that kill. I mean, Canadian was a sitting duck, such a freebie right there. Could have really spelled doom for Dark Zero's push, but there are plenty of other opportunities to find a kill. Darius, is he unread underneath these garage stairs? Is the Defender able to shoot enough drones to stop them from spotting him? Sexy Cake as well. Also, as you said, the Defender on that secret stairs able to help Legacy inside a bar. Also, aggressively postured towards Dark Zero. That means, by the way, if you're keeping score, I'm gonna say the Thorn's the only one on site, but Legacy, the first one out the door, rotates right in front of the chain position. Easy pickings for DZ.
That was just very unfortunate for him. He kind of sprints forward with the shoulder check initially there, then fully commits, but not only commits into a stun grenade, but waiting bolo as well. So not only are you blind, but you're going up against one of the best in the business. He's gonna be able to gun you down. Rise. Oh, so there's one on the cross. Mizzou over on the stock side too. Two completely different scenarios, but man, do they look similar, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Canadian. Bringing it back to bear inside of dirt. How many times I'm going to have to teach you this lesson, old man, is what Bursa's thinking. He's trying to battle him back. I don't know if he's got more of these blossoms inside of Dirt, but there is definitely going to be some extra spice on the back end of this push here for the Monty. He'll step forward, some shots coming out from Bursa, but the delivery right around the angle from Nave is going to be a 5 versus 3 for DZ in the dying moments.
Oh, but he shot! The feet exposed underneath the extended shield, and Sexy Cake smoked the Dirt push! On that DZ pack right now, Sexy Cake is feeling mighty fine. Barely any drones remaining to watch the flank as Rise and Furious catch DZ completely off guard in secret. How this round has collapsed. Can Bolo and NJR recover? It's seeming unlikely. NJR with the push-up long haul can maybe find the solace, but it's all impactless. A 4-2 half for Los, and I still can't believe they are running away with Clubhouse.
I don't know how this man's smoking a black hole, but he's doing it. It's truly impressive. He's bending space and time right now. And I mean, that second shot, most definitely. That is a hallmark I am bending space and time moment. Just right before he gets in behind the dummies box, Carter decapitates the man inside of Dirt. What the hell was that? The entire round rests at the feet of Canadian, and this Dirt push from Nave, and Sexy Cake immediately just eats it all up. There's nothing there for Dark Zero. The river is dried. There's no more anything. There's no more growth for them in round 6, and Los are going to take the defensive stronghold that they built their entire bet on for that side, and they're going to win it all as they're able to take that side 4-2. Dark Zero now going to be headed downstairs for their very first defense.
Such a surreal position that Dark Zero find themselves in. I mean, I get this team, if you disrupt their plan, they can face issues. I get all the cliches, but jeez, what a spot they find themselves in. And even on this defensive half against SQ, it was still a struggle. It was a 2-4 half against SQ's attacks. And I'm not saying that, without really many evidence, and also the evidence we do have on that Oregon game, Los's attacks, again, except on basement, were not anything stellar. And even then, it was very, very close. Los still are going against a weak half for DZ on this map in the NAL so far, which, to be fair, has been one game. But considering how DZ have struggled so far, it is looking like barely any time has passed since DZ's 7-2 loss against SQ just a week ago.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is, especially if this game continues the way that it is, this is problematic for Dark Zero, and that's more than likely an understatement. This is something that we do not see out of this team. Even when Dark Zero makes line shifts, they bring in new players, things of the sort. They're still well within their right on bad days to be a top 4 team. But so far at the beginning of this stage, things have not looked good for Dark Zero in the slightest. And this, I mean, at least starting the day, right? You look at this matchup for Dark Zero and you go, yeah, Los is a solid team, but this is almost like a layup for this squad. I mean, they look pretty solid at SI. Coming into today, this should definitely be a statement game for them to really tell you the tale of what's going to happen for them for the rest of this stage, but it's been anything but.
And of course, I mean, we could look back on this stuff depending on the stage and say, wow, this is where Los really started an incredible run, really showed us that at least inside of NA, they could be a really tough team. But right now, without enough evidence to make that conclusion, DZ end up losing this. Could be a big, big question mark on their performance. But we're a minute 45 seconds in. And it's been a pretty standard round from Los. They're opening up the kitchen hatch, getting pressure down bottom main. They have Farius lurking over by blue. This is an incredibly normal clear on Clubhouse on this Church Arsenal bomb site. So how are DZ going to react in the 5v5? Well, Los have moved in through the ash wall position, and it's instead Los to get the big opening picks. Nave's able to fight back in a big way, but it's only a 2v2. And Bolo on very low HP after fending off the blue push by himself. But that still means diffusers inside of the site. Because that push has been repelled, Los don't have that extra angle. They've got one player bottom main and one player on the hatch, and they're still Canadian in dirt. He can swing out and stop Sexy Cake's entrance. So instead, it's Rise to move to pick up that diffuser, and Sexy Cake on the vert finds Bolo inside a church. Now Rise can bait the diffuser, force the swing from Canadian, while Sexy Cake cuts it off from the hatch. That C4 is not hitting Shrek if he was planning the bomb, but those shots are doming the kitchen hatch player. there. So Canadian will wait. The flashes go out. Rise is going for the pick. He's hungry for it. Shotgun on shotgun, and Canadian's better. Keeps him in the game. A much closer round that was needed, but he builds off the work of Nafe and keeps DZ alive.
There's no way in hell that Canadian wins that, right? I mean, absolutely every odd that you could potentially build up in Rainbow Six is against him, folks. Let me tell you, SAS operator, playing inside of dirt. Everybody and their brother knows where you are. Not only do you have the position from the kitchen hatch, but you also have the active plant already going down deep inside of Armory. This is a worst case scenario for any dirt player, because where the hell do you go, Lynx? You have to take the challenge. That's what you have to do. And Canadian, on one of the harshest angles to try and take a fight in this game, that swing off of dirt door through the hatch to that player playing just beneath the little like cabinet stack in kitchen, he's able to not only win that, but also play out things to perfection inside of dirt up against the last remaining Los player. That is why he is Canadian. That is why he is a historic player inside of North America. And that's why Dark Zero are able to keep a round away from Los that they most should have had.
I'm sorry, I went back to check the replay because I was like, I wonder how many flashbangs he had. I didn't realize that was a trade.
Yeah, it was. He won that on a trade.
I didn't even realize that. That is crazy. That's another ridiculous dimension in and of itself. It's already wild that 1v2 happened. But anyway, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. When I said I hope the rest of the games were great, I did not have high hopes for this game, and boy are Los proving me wrong, and I am happy to see it. And boy are DZ still proving me wrong, because they might be keeping it close, but damn is it entertaining. But still, you're a Dark Zero fan, and you want the level of play they brought at SI to remain consistent domestically. You're looking for them to bounce back further. Will they be able to do so on Gym and Bedroom? Well, Los have started their clear early on. Taxi Cake, lurking in Strip at the moment, has found out the Valkyrie. And this is an operator. It might as well be the Troy Canadian counter, because as he's been spotted on one of his stereotypical solo lurks across the map, that is real-time info being sent directly to Deimos' HUD, and it gets Los an advantage.
Deimos might be one of the harder operators to swing on a offensive assault, trying to work him into your lineup, as he's a little selfish. You know, it's all personal info. You have to use that pistol secondary when you are using the primary, and let alone that, you already have to have the info in the first place as to who these operators are to start using that pistol. But Sexy Cake, I think this is a perfect moment for them to try and implement this because of, a player like Canadian. As you said, off on his solo roam, they discover him downstairs. And you guys have probably heard me say this a lot of times. They, with a nice kill, also find Furious. But you really don't want to try and go on these extended roams without too much utility to try and assist. This Nape is going to make that a double. But Canadian gets away with those very, very often. That's the perfect moment to try and have a player like Deimos, work into your lineup, try and, get rid of that potential fold working its way in from the defensive end. But I digress. Two players now both going down with that disconnect there from Pamba. It's a 3 versus 3 with 30 seconds remaining.
Really unlucky DC for Dark Zero right there. We've seen 2 of those today. In the case of Hat, it didn't end up mattering as he clutched a huge round as a result, but here it just makes it a 3v3. This is still very winnable for Dark Zero. 20 seconds left. You've got some F-Knots from Bolo in all likelihood. You still have the mirror windows from NGR as the big factor. Logi control as well, still in Dark Zero's hands, and that means this con push can easily be shot in the back if nobody's watching, or they give DZ the opening they need. Mirror window watching the default plant spot too. Sarais will have to sprint across. He's immediately down. Bursa with kill on the entry, and it's actually Bursa with the diffuser, so he'll plant on the solo panel inside a gym, and there's nothing for these remaining DZ players to do. Legacy can cut them off. He can dome them the moment they walk out of Logi. Lead reestablished for Los. They still had it. We're back to 2 rounds ahead of DZ.
Vamos, boys. Los looking spry when it comes to the execution there, especially when it comes to the planter. Ursa not only able to get the kill, but also get the case down. Solid oversight there as well for Los, just to make sure that things weren't going to go sideways randomly as DZ tried to regather control over the bomb site. But now a tech pause out here in between these two. 5-3 in favor of Los, and a scoreline, especially for how solid Los has been playing on both sides of the coin. A scoreline that I don't really think any of us were expecting coming into this game.
No, not at all. I'm not gonna. I won't lie to you guys. I kind of, for the LG game, I still predicted M80, but I was like, we've seen a lot of good stuff from LG, even in the game they lost against SSG, and obviously the game they won against BeastCoast. I think M80 will win, but I wouldn't be shocked if LG managed to upset in a close game. That's what ended up happening, and my prediction is still wrong, but I had a feeling that it wasn't a rock solid pick. On no planet, in no universe, was I not picking DZ this game? Was I not thinking that Dark Zero were going to have a leg up over a team that, again, might I add, if you're just scrolling through Twitch and you're like, Jinxie's not online, what's this R6 Esports thing? Well, Dark Zero were a top 6 team at SI, and this Los roster didn't exist a month ago. And right now they're up 5-3 on one of the most standard maps in not only in the pool, but in the North American pool. Yeah, I don't think anybody could have predicted this at all. And even then, when DZ are trying to retake Sam, they're completely shut out by Los just by a small decision with no time left.
We've reached critical mass, brother, for sure, most definitely. Especially with I didn't even see this before I said that, but I mean, I'm gonna stand 10 toes on it now. We got Bo on dock, man. Come on, what else could be going on in their heads?
They've broken glass.
Go shoot somebody! Come on, man!
They're like, Bolo, I know you want some comp clips for the YouTube, but we are in our hour of need, and we need Bolo, Doc, ACOG, and Rafters.
Hey, we might lose this game, but at least you're gonna get 100K views on the YouTubes. You know what I mean? There we go.
Gotta give him that, but still indicates, of course, a garage hold from Dark Zero. No Wamai on the board, and obviously a Zombies banned, so I will say, Bolo a bit undefended right there. He has the stim pistols to bring him back to full HP, and if there was a Capitan on board, to maybe even survive those fire bolts. But he is still really relying on the ACOG and the stims, as many a Doc player does, to try and make this work. Los also taking control of the first floor, making sure that they deny the C4s from Dark Zero later in the round. But now they know this. Valkyrie Cam spots the Jackal inside a bar. So I imagine we'll see a Canadian flank at some point in the round to try to deal with this.
Fortunately enough for him, Sexy Cake has not discovered any of his tracks just yet. He's seemingly aware of those. Canadian will tag him up all the way over in the bar connector. Rise will skimper back off over towards main. Los, I think, doing a great job of operating around Dark Zero right now, and they've also found a nice shot onto Pamba. Sexy Cake has to be aware that he's going to be around this space. He's going to give him a nice little shoulder check there. Leans out initially, but oh man, overplays his hand so heavily. Canadian still occupying this space with a deagle, and he gets the kill all because of that Inox. If you tag Jackal while he's got that Inox on Carter, the guy can't see a damn thing. That's the best way to put it.
Still Canadian keeping them in the game, but of course he's in a difficult spot now. Darius is able to rotate over to the secret window and cut off Canadian's retreat back. That's honestly fine, because we're in that position. Remember I talked about Ambi hitting that flank, that moment where the attack is setting up and you can strike when they're most vulnerable? Well, Los are reaching that point. They're opening up the con single wall, and while there are things like the Doc still alive in garage, the Maestro still on site, there is still the potential for a C4 from below to completely stop Los from putting this bomb down, putting the case on the floor, or even, if defusing is not a priority for Los, still keeping the advantage alive for DZ. Bolo on the angle, waiting for the peek, just spots it for a second. He'll force him back. That's a couple precious seconds cost from Los flooding in, and Canadian unaccounted for. Never mind, Farius is able to find it, but Legacy making it easy for DZ as he domes his teammate in the back of the head and finds himself in a 1v3 with such low time. He's not winning this one, even with the pistol. Dark Zero closed the lead again, but still have one more round to go before they tie it up.
I don't think that Los had a bad idea as to how to handle that at all. I mean, they try to at least get the ball rolling over on the construction side for a clear, right? Try and get that pressure taken care of down low. But Canadian goes a little unaccounted for, at least initially, as he's able to chill over inside a secret. But then things start to pop off. Some big moments for DZ as they start to deal some considerable damage to Los's offensive lineup. start getting some bodies, start being able to stand in the way of their map control. And yes, eventually Los are able to make their way into a construction-sided take, but they don't have some of the key pressure points taken care of for Dark Zero, specifically from what we saw there. Bo, as he's able to hold that cross there from Garage and really just keep them at the gates. That allows the rest of Dark Zero to kind of buckle down and make it to where Los aren't able to get those big sweeping moments like they were previously. That's going to lead into round 9, going the way of DZ, keeping Los off of that penultimate point, making things a little bit more palatable, especially as they go down to the basement.
I like this from DZ. Try and just present problems that Los have to clear. If the logic is, okay, they're a bit more inexperienced of a team, let's make them really work to acquire this map control, then an extended structured roam with the castle is exactly what I would think would be kind of, not necessarily the solution to DZ's problems, but still something that might really cause issues for Los. Another thing with this Deimos, if they're able to hunt down an isolated player, could be a very big issue, as we saw with Canadian, but here, he's fallen back. Bolo sitting on the main stairs. They've put up these castles, likely supported by mute jammers, and left. Because this is the biggest paper tiger you can possibly construct. You see those castle barricades and these mute jammers. We saw how much time one mute jammer wasted when DZ were full clearing. Now you have basically every indicator of an extended roam and nobody inside of it. This is likely going to waste a lot of time for Los unless they get wise really quickly.
Yep. That's a little Trojan horse here that's been made for Dark Zero, and you can see the Los bodies upstairs right now, probably with a few drones around me. Like, okay, is there even anybody trying to defend this area? They will find Bo around the main stairs, but not going to have anybody around the space to try and really adapt anything in. Sexy Cake does have the pistol on a long angle, but the stars would have to align for him to hit a shot like that. I think that DZ is going to risk it all that much either, as the initial portion of their strategy has already worked out pretty swimmingly. Los took the bait, ended up trying to clear out the top floor. About halfway through this round now, as they'll traverse into the mid-level and start to see what they can try and apply to this area.
Really not a whole lot of time wasted if you think about it. I mean, a lot of utility expended by DZ. They waste half the round, sure, but much more was wasted by Los with far, far less utility application. Just one mute jammer versus a whole likely host of them and castle barricades. They're still well on their way, but it's still the same reality that Los might have to face, which is a 5v5 execute on the site. They've recognized some of the castle barricades down below as well, starting to open it up, so now the blue flood will be a little bit easier. And this is where those death mark trackers are going to start coming into play. Sexy Cake might be low HP, but if he can hunt down these players in sight, he still might give himself an advantageous enough engagement once they go in for the execute. It is going to be extremely low time, extremely difficult with all the angles DZ are holding, and nothing has been given away by the defense yet.
No curveball. Oh, no
Gotta
splitter.
make a decision, buddy.
Just premium gas. And Sexy Cake, as well as Los, starting off on the right foot somehow, some way. Impact out will tag up Sexy Cake, and the second one will send him to his maker. What a moment here for Los is, my God, Carter, they've done it. They've somehow opened it up. Bursa will get the case back in his hand, and Nitro Cell will take out Bursa. 8 seconds remain. It's all up to Rise as Nape will take out yet another Los player. Dark Zero, they've somehow, some way, found a way to tie things up after Los practically beat them over the head on that execution. Dark Zero able to find their way back into the good graces of the Siege gods and tie it up 5-5.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dark Zero have Los where they want them. What do I mean by that? When we saw those attacks against OXG in Los's only game in the NAL so far, that is what they looked like. Very low time, very low control or pressure on the site, and betting it all on floods and small lapses in the positioning from, well, in this case, Dark Zero, in the previous week, OXG. That's how they won basement twice, was not necessarily off of strategic prowess. It was, the attack's not working, we gotta flood in. And then they just get all the kills, because these are very mechanically talented players, but that is when they were struggling in the OXG game, was when they weren't able to get easy picks to start, or a bunch of control for free at the beginning, when they had to fight for control, burn a lot of time, and then fight tooth and nail for kills on the execute. And it's a credit to Los that in multiple examples in the NAL so far, they're still able to make it a 5v2 or a 4v2. But if Dark Zero are making Los constantly gamble in these final few rounds on attacks like that, but can keep Nath composed or keep dirt control in their favor, or just keep enough players on the site that it doesn't matter, that is where Los are most vulnerable. And while this has been a flashy game, Sam, while it's been crazy that it's been this close, we might have actually gotten to the point 11 rounds in of where we probably should have been at the beginning with what these teams' previous performances have looked like.
There's only two things that could be going on right now. We've either had the storm pass us or we're in the eye of it. That means that there's still more to come, Carter. Which, honestly, if I had to make a guess, I'm going to guess with the latter. I really think that there's still going to be some calamity, some chaos that's imbued into these further rounds, especially with Sexy Cake getting on the Blackbeard of all operators. Also, I don't know if you've noticed this, but Sexy Cake apparently allergic to ACOGs as well, as he's constantly been rocking that Russian red dot.
Listen, if he's 13-7 with it, I don't care what sign he uses. I legitimately don't care. If he's not a 2.5x king, that's fine. He's putting up great performances, and who am I to complain? 45 seconds in, and I'm not complaining either, because Los have said, okay, Jim bedroom attack. Let's not overcomplicate things. Let's open up plat wall first. Let's maybe get some pressure inside of CCTV and cash, but of course, importantly, likely focus on the jacuzzi wall as well, as you see Legacy on the ace with those Selmas rotating over to the jacuzzi wall now to open it up and get some very important hard breaching. So it's all the basics to start for Los. And as the Blackbeard has taken his position on the metal balcony, we know what Sexy Cake has planned. He is going to be a menace on these exterior windows.
It's a whole game plan for him. Trying to occupy the balcony, make sure these longer angles that try and play out for the doorways, as well as potentially a rotate there for construction, aren't as easily gathered by the defense. They have to worry about him occupying that area. And obviously, those first couple of shots aren't going to be able to make contact with him if he does position himself correctly. It'll be the moment that he needs in order to strike true, get that headshot, have an opener here for Los. It's a patience game right now between these two. Numbers game as well, as it's still 5-5, which means when that first kill does go off here in the sub-minute time, I'm likely going to push things over the edge. Also, its value more than likely going to skyrocket as well. For Los, they're looking to be the first one in that category. Canadian, at his own behest, looking to make this flank happen at a moment's notice. He's been occupying Secret for so very long, and Legacy still has a drone here, but there's nobody really to try and stick on that just yet. You have so many bodies still up and about. You can see Legacy is still constantly trying to check that on the back end, but here we are. Ursa puts his way in, and oh my, they'll be able to take down NJR.
He's just smoked them. They've walked in. They've completely cleared out Logi. This is what I mean. Logic doesn't make sense. Your strategy doesn't matter. With 30 seconds left, they just sprint into the bomb site, and he doesn't even finish off the Maverick. It doesn't make sense. It shouldn't work. And yet somehow, on another very linear take, Los have match point.
Yo, dude, it's got to be Freaky Friday. There's no way. I'm like, it's you know, I say this is unprecedented a lot, but across these last 3 games, this has been just something else. I do not know what is in the water right now here on this beautiful Friday that we've had, but my God, man, there is something else happening to these teams. Right now, Los, they got to be loving it. He's sweeping clear, just working his way through logistics. I mean, what a find. I'm still just completely at a loss for words that they were able to, you know, kind of suss out that player just off on that really odd angle inside of Logi. A great read there from Los. 3 kills coming from that push. Able to transition that into a beautiful plant right on the opposite side of gold.
5 seconds left before insertion.
This has been a weird... I mean, what's even going to happen next game if this is how the first 3 games have been? Like, is Bosco going to hit, like, the greatest smoke 1v5 of all time? is gonna hit the nastiest Boss G ACOG spawn peak we've ever seen. Like, I don't know, Sam. Like, 6-5 now. Los on match point. DZ trying Gym Bedroom again. I mean, what do you even do there? Like, Los had nothing. And then they flood in and get a 5v2. How do you even counter that? Do you just roam harder? Do you just hit your shots? Like,
I was gonna say, I mean, trolling, not trolling. Sometimes, Carter, you just gotta shoot your opponent. that's really what a round like that comes down to. You gotta win your engagements. Now, I will say this. That's why I was so shocked by that initial kill inside of Logi, because from my perspective, it really didn't seem like Los had that good of an understanding on where he was. They knew he was in the area, but just to have that inkling, just that idea in the back of your mind, I should probably check all my corners. Just a great understanding of the scenario played out in front of them, and something where it's just one of those moments, like I said previously. Sometimes you just gotta hope that you win the engagements, and for Dark Zero, they just didn't.
Well, in this particular case, you see Pamazoo looking to win a very beautiful engagement. Sexy Cake, a freebie outside on CC balcony. And Dark Zero's solution, besides maybe hoping to hit their shots, is genuinely hold more control, present more problems that Los have to solve. And as Sexy Cake falls on the metal balcony, it's exactly what DZ are doing. Roaming inside of CCTV and Cash, forcing Los to try to take the initiative, to get aggressive and fight these players on the roam. F not activated, easy pickings for Bolo. Canadian might fall, but this Red Stairs hold is still solid. Bolo going for a clip right now, a 3K, very well in the making. There's only 2 players left, but 1 inside a garage. Looking to take a 1v1 against the Jaeger. He will find his target. Now, Los have to reset a little bit, Sam. Take 20 seconds or so and pause.
Well, the good news, still have drones in order to do that. And still have 2 bodies. This is most definitely doable.
A bomb has been located.
But it's going to require a lot of heavy lifting. A Herculean effort, especially when it comes to trying to work these angles. Dark Zero are well within their right to take this round, but all of these rounds have been so damn weird in between these 2 teams. Really can't count either one of them out. First is going to start trying to clear things up over on Wade's Carter. Legacy and him split a little bit on duties right now, but that's not exactly the worst thing in the world. Legacy, seeing what the answer is going to be from Dark Zero. What are they going to attempt to implement? I think that this is honestly a solid read from them. Bursa is going to work his way forward. They don't have anybody downstairs. Bursa not flirting with the plant just yet, but Legacy also going to step up to the plate. No, he has one on gold, but what a find there from Nave, using that castle barricade to its utmost effectiveness. Whether it was pre-punch or he ripped it down, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. Dark Zero as a whole dealing with that situation so very well, not overplaying things, not getting overzealous and donating a kill or 2 to the offense, just keeping that hand close to the chest, making sure that they're able to force this into overtime.
That's the round you're just so happy you get for Dark Zero, not just because obviously it gets them to OT, but that's how it should have gone. Like, that's how the round should have played out. You have a hold in CCTV and Cash. You've got a guy red, low start to clear it, then immediately back off. The guy on red stairs is fed 1v1 engagements, and if you put a good player behind a deployable shield, which Bolo certainly is, he should be able to win those fights. He does. So what do Los have to push forward? Sure, they might have found Canadian and eventually traded out Bolo, but it's still a 2v3 with all the control actually on the site going your way. Only 1 player who can cover the diffuser. That's exactly how round 12 should have gone based on what was set up at the beginning and what we ended up seeing paid off at the end. Now as they are on the defense again, they move down to Church and Arsenal. This is where we still saw a lot of those weird rounds. And a Canadian 1v2 that still brought back a round where Los almost stole it away from DZ.
Wow. Did not think that we were going to have something like this when I sat down. I thought it would be a pretty good game. Definitely did not see us going to overtime and what could potentially be the barn burner of the day on Clubhouse. But, man, I don't know what it is about Canadian, man. It feels like whenever a game lines up that you just don't really think is going to be too action-packed and his name's in there, something crazy just has to happen. I don't know what it is. But yet again, have another example of this. As DZ looking to get it done inside of overtime. Unfortunately enough for their case, especially in the standings for our NAL leaderboard, they only have the capability of picking up 2 points now, Carter. But those 2 points definitely going to be something that they are so very grateful for if they're able to take away a few rounds from Los here.
If they can do it is obviously the key word there. The word doing all the heavy lifting is that has been a far more difficult feat than I imagine they thought possible. It's another pretty normal beginning for Los. They're doing the same folklore they did before, and we know what positions they're likely going to hold by the end of the round. Ursa going to be at bottom main, trying to run into Ashwell with that diffuser in all likelihood. Farius with the lurk down blue stairs. Ram acquiring that vert, but also Rise and Sexy trying to help on that kitchen hatch. This is what they're setting up for, and maybe there are some small adjustments, but right now, this is the exact same start that we saw in the previous attack.
It's going to continue to be so as well as they start to break things down around the kitchen hallway. Legacy probably going to break up the castle barricade with those Skyros, and that's exactly how they're going to try and propel themselves forward. For Dark Zero, I know you're shocked, Carter. It's going to be practically the exact same setup as we saw previously. Have the Evil Eyes implemented, have Canadian playing things over inside of Dirt on that SMG-11 wielding Mute once again with a sub-minute remaining. Los now locked inside of the Hell in the Cell, you can essentially say, up against Dark Zero on this basement site.
You can see them all starting to clump up around that moto hatch. Now spreading back out again. I think Lowe's struggling to make the call for where to push. Especially if that
There's no way.
I mean,
it's a default camera.
Another one, man. 2 defaults they was in shot. All right, he finds it. I suppose they know that there's one guy moto now, but Los, they know where they're pushing from. And I imagine Dark Zero are pretty aware at this point, but Bursa not going for the push in through Ashwall. Instead, pushing up the hallway. Meanwhile, the attack is falling to pieces around him. He gets 1 kill on that lurk up main. Wait, it's a 1v1? Nafe is down on the floor. Legacy might not have diffuser, but he's got 20 seconds left. Does he have time to find Bolo? Can he read the right angle? You know Bolo's in church. Does Legacy know it? He confirms the kill, but by extension confirms his position, sprints across the hallway, flashbang in, but he exposes himself to the MP7. Match point acquired for DZ, but suddenly I had to clear the air real quick. I didn't even realize how close that round had gotten.
Truly insane. Truly, truly insane, especially for Los' sake. It feels like they get so much done, right, on the entry there. And when the dust settles, all of a sudden, it's between one player on each respective squad trying to gun it out for what is potentially one of the most important rounds inside of that OT. That could be the closest one that we see between these two. And it just comes down to a gunfight. A miscalculation there from Los as Bo steps deeper in on Church. A flash goes wide, and he's able to take the gunfight off the bomb chassis. What a moment there for Dark Zero. What a moment for Bolo, as he's 8-8 right now. But a lot of these kills that we've seen out of him have been the utmost impactful, just like what we saw inside that last round.
And we also got to talk about Nath. In so many of these basement rounds, he has been the difference maker. On the previous flood into the site, getting a huge 2-piece on the players dropping down the kitchen hatch. In that round as well, able to get a couple kills to stop Los from flooding in. He has, of course, been a great player inside of the game so far, 15-9, but on those rounds in particular, he has done a solid job. Thankfully, we finally have a crash that happens before 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in the round, so we can't actually rehost on that one, thankfully, and we won't have an awkward 4v5 in such a crucial round.
Yeah, very nice. This Dark Zero won't have to worry too much, as they could have potentially lost a body in the actual round. But fortunately enough, as you said, we're going to be able to rehost things, and it should be a pretty straightforward affair for our rehostee as well, as our spectator will be getting this back in so very soon, folks. So do not move, do not touch that browser. 7-6 right now in favor of Dark Zero, as they will be trying to get things done from the offensive perspective. Los showing us a basement defense to start things off for their what could be very last round here on Clubhouse, Carter. And with that basement defense that we've seen from Los thus far, it hasn't been a huge overplay. We've seen some things go on these top levels, but it's pretty much just been a turtle strategy from them, making it to where Dark Zero are able to take pretty solid control, at least initially. It just comes down to those crunch moments, right? In that sub-minute category, we're more than likely going to see a lot of fireworks.
Which you'd think would honestly be fine for DZ. You'd think that, okay, if there's no roam on the middle floor or the top floor, and even Sexy Cake's mute jammer play aside, which DZ paradoxically, despite wasting 1:40 seconds clearing out that position, end up winning that round. But if there are no obstacles presented in their way, as was the case in round one, you're thinking, okay, surely they win that, right? I mean, that's the narrative we always talk about. Don't let DZ get set up. Don't let DZ get set up. Back when Canadian was I-gelling SSG, don't let SSG get set up, or else you're going to lose the round. So if there's no Realm, no forward presence, it's a full turtle, DZ should literally, logically, be able to get exactly what they want set up because there's no obstacles in their way. There's nothing disrupting that setup from happening. And yet, it happened. And yet you still had the player AK with no deployable shield, able to keep the man advantage alive in blue after sacrificing the OMI, cutting down Bolo and Panda, clearing out that position. They can then focus on the front side and stop the clear. I mean, really, to be fair, DZ were able to get set up. It's that blue position that was ultimately the undoing for that first attack. That was the big strong point for Los's turtle setup when it was successful. So if DZ are able to pay that attention a bit more mind, maybe with a guy lurking down blue, try to pressure that position, that might be one change small enough to make a big difference in DZ's one attempt at attack.
Man, it's always so difficult when it boils down to this, Carter. For both squads respectively, right? I mean, this game has gone on for quite some time, even for one map. You know, we've been locked in heated combat for over 40 minutes. And now what comes down to it comes down to what could be one round, right? If something goes proper for Dark Zero, then all that extra legwork from Los throughout this game, it's all been for naught. It's been for one measly point. And this Brazilian squad most definitely does not want that, as they're trying to take things over inside of North America. They're not just trying to take part. So we'll see what they potentially have on the docket for us for round 14. But I mean, really, it's anybody's game. We've seen both of these, respective squads take it to each other throughout this game thus far with different pressure points. So I'm excited to see what both of them bring to the table in this next round.
It has still been, generally speaking, though, a defender-sided matchup. It has been, 4-2 halves for both teams. So obviously, theoretically speaking, it should be, Dark Zero able to get theirs, Los have a good chance to get theirs, all the stuff we normally say. For this Church Arsenal defense in particular, it's ultimately dependent on the success DZ have on that flood, as it has been, honestly, for all of these teams. If Los can get the kills they need, if DZ can get the kills they need, both are usually existing with only 30-20 seconds on the clock, so are they able to win those fights in the late round? Whereas Los have just been doing that a bit more, and I think that's, honestly, Sam, that's kind of a fitting pattern to happen in this particular case, where it's one round, potentially deciding who wins, who loses. Two teams are taking the entire round to set up, and it's ultimately coming down to who can hit shots in the big key moments that are defining the final 20 seconds, 15, 10 seconds of a given round. And I think Los can do it, whether it's on Church Arsenal or Gym Bet or any of these sites. What they have proven in the NAL so far is they are incredibly mechanically gifted, and even if it's just down to blind luck, a 50-50 coming up their way, they are still good enough to get that coin. They are still good enough to win that fight, and that's the biggest threat DZ still have to worry about, is that Los aren't some strategic masterminds. They aren't making these insanely intelligent decisions. They're playing it well enough. They're playing all right. They just have shooters. They can hit their shots, and that's a scary opponent to face, especially when their back is against the wall.
Yeah, when you start to tilt the scales into your favor, especially when it comes to those 50-50 gunfights, even if it's something as little as, 3-5%, whatever it is, that is a huge boon for you in certain moments, in certain scenarios. But, I mean, for Dark Zero, we know that they are more than capable to strike the iron while it's hot as well. And a lot of these players so mechanically gifted in their own right. So it's really just down to any given Sunday between these two teams. Really, we could have the full run of rounds. It could all end right here. And either squad that wins, honestly, in my mind, I think that they've deserved it. Both of these teams exploiting the other in very precarious ways. I really like what we saw out of Los in this game so far, especially with some of the things that we saw on their offensive perspective, able to battle up against the DZ stronghold in a very serious way. I especially liked that initial round that we saw where Sexy Cake worked the Deimos in, and they were immediately able to make Canadian a moot point, downstairs, just quickly using that death tracker and being able to take them out in church. So stuff like that, you could see end up getting worked in, but definitely been very happy with what we've seen out of Los so far.
I will say that is one thing that it's kind of, I don't know if I'd call it maybe it is a guilty pleasure, because there's a level of hating involved in what I'm about to say, but I do enjoy watching Deimos be used against some of the solo roamers inside of the scene. Canadian's one of them. Palu, another big one in Brazil, where it's like, oh, you really enjoy just like sitting in the basement? And to be fair, like maybe hitting a great flank, maybe providing intel and calls. Well, we're gonna punish you pretty heavily for that, especially if we don't want to bring Jackal on the board and want to use like honestly one of the best guns on the attack right now in that revolver. It's very entertaining to watch that kind of fight and that playstyle be punished. Not because I think it's a fault of Canadian or it's a fault of Palu, but it's just something that is. You look at a solo roam in the basement, you're like, oh, this is like ripe for a pinch. Why aren't they taking advantage of this? Why aren't they pushing it? And now it's like, oh, one tracker. All right, everyone in the lobby is flooding your position. So honestly, if we see another Deimos in overtime, I'd be happy. But I will say, I did like how Sexy Cake used it as well. I wanted to highlight it too. I wanted in on it.
I'll allow it. Just this once, though.
Gotta add more recoil to that revolver, though. That's my hot take.
Is that your hot take?
Well, okay.
Honestly,
it's like,
what were you gonna say? You first.
I think it should have recoil when you're not hunting someone, but you can have reduced recoil when you are hunting someone. The way I think about it, like he's a hunter, right? If he's tracking someone, he's focused. So kind of like think as adrenal surge when it would reduce your recoil. Like, all right, you're just holding the revolver, it kicks like a mule. You're focused on your target, you got no recoil.
They need to change his utility to locked in. That's what they need to change it to.
No, I mean, it makes sense. Like, I'm not talking crazy here. Like when he hits that tracker, it's like that dude sitting up in the chair, like leaning forward. He gets dialed in. He gets locked in. Listen, all I'm saying, I've got the lore to back up my argument. Okay, I got human psychology backing up the points I'm making. I know what it's like to be dialed in. You want to know how? Because I've been casting Dark Zero Los for 13 rounds now. Since Los went up 3-0, I know what it is like to be dialed into something you are focused on. Because as we get back in around 14, Sam, both these teams obviously need to be dialed in as well. Coming back from that lengthy tech pause.
I don't think anybody's as dialed in as you are right now. You've been listening to Wolfpack, huh?
I have, like I had the bass beforehand, it was a whole thing.
I figured. I think that if Deimos had a lock-in song, it would actually just be Metro Boomin of some sort. Probably Ice Attack off the new thing with Future. Great song, by the way. But get back onto subject here. Dark Zero might be looking for an attack of their own. If it's icy, I don't really know. We'll just have to see. Do we even have any ice in this game? It doesn't really look like it. Not gonna have the tub on defense, so I don't have any of that to bring to bear just yet. Legacy trying to put Dark Zero on ice as he was looking to try and swing off that initially. Could have gotten an initial pick right off the single window panel for main stairs, but instead, Arias and the rest of the gang going to start to work their way back down low to work his way through secret stairs and into greener pastures.
Don't need to push very aggressively. So far, the only real inclination we've seen from Los to roam aggressively was when Sexy Cake had that one-off play, well, specifically on Church Arsenal. When they had that one-off play, with the mute jammer inside of construction. We have seen, some small changes as well. Their final defense, they did have the castle. They were roaming a little bit more, but it's never been this full-throated extension. We're contesting the top floor, the middle floor, everything. It has generally been a bit biased towards the bomb site itself for Los, and this round is pretty characteristic of it. Everybody back on the site. By the time we're a minute 20 seconds in, Dark Zero now have the time to get the vertical control, have the time to go in for this execute. But what I'm really curious about, where's this Osa from Canadian going to land? Where is he going to use those talent shields and move his way in?
The knee-jerk reaction tells me, oh, you just place him bottom main stairs, just have a nice little cross angle there, right? But there's so many different ways to use these. I mean, he could also try and drop down the kitchen hatch and work his way in towards deeper armory and try and get this plant down. And honestly, Carter, the more that I look at this lineup and the fact that Canadian does have that case in his hand, the more that is what's telling of this scenario, right? I'll just see what they want to try and go for. Still lots of drone utility in order to try and set this up for themselves. And not only that, but still solid utility abound trying to assist with this. I especially like that Pambazoo hasn't been overexerted just yet, especially with these smokes and fires still well within their disposal. But now, here it comes. Frag grenades in. It's going to clear up the AK position. And we stand on the precipice of what could be Dark Zero's round.
It seems that's what the OS is for, maybe to drop him down blue, but maybe he's just rotating over the frag grenades. No, he's not dropping down blue to contest the AK's player with that case. Yup, down the kitchen hatch. He's got to be wary about those C4s, but one actually goes wide in a completely different position. Maybe the impact grenade will land, but the Wamai's all the way in blue. NJR's found Rise to start. Another player cut down on Los. It might be an unceremonious end, as there are no explosives to stop this OSA defuse down the kitchen hatch. And on the retake, Sexy Cake and Farius, what are they to do? Try to push bottom main, but it's looking all impactless efforts. Dark Zero in firm control of their final attacking round. Destined seemingly for an 8-6, as even in this 2v4, Darius is alone. Ursa downed inside of dirt. Doesn't even have the time to res. A very brutal game for Dark Zero and a good showing for Los, but it costs everything for DZ to get their first win in the NAL.
I'd be decently happy about that. As you can see, for Dark Zero, not exactly over the moon about that one.
I would not be.
Expecting a little bit more out of themselves, but hey, business is business at the end of the day, and you're gonna take any of the points that are, you know, won by you. I can't even say gifted, because they worked so damn hard to take this away from Los. And yes, Los aren't capable of getting around inside of overtime, but man, did they make that a showing in between these two teams. Dark Zero with a great strategy going into that last round two to kind of pull the wool over the eyes of Los, making things really hard for them to try and reassert themselves across that armory space. Not only is the plant successful, this is a successful round as a whole for DZ to win at 8-6.
And with that game, I mean, Los have solidified themselves as a threat. You can't not take this team seriously now. Even with the mechanical skill alone that they brought, bringing one of the top 6 teams in the world to overtime on a very mainstay map in the pool is incredible stuff. But before we go to a break, Sam, I think what you said almost right at the end there is what I'm thinking, which is DZR are still not going to be happy. This is their first victory to be sure, but against a team that has just been formed in the past couple weeks, it took everything to get the W. That's something they're not going to be happy about. But it is still their first win, and to break all those implications down and more, we'll have the desk right after this.
Sometimes you win a game and you're really happy with what you accomplished. Sometimes you win a game and you're just happy to escape with your own skin. That is exactly what happened to Dark Zero in this matchup against Los, an 8-6 overtime thriller that shouldn't have been a thriller. Let's just be clear. There were round after round possibilities for DZ to end this one earlier. A 3-round skid where Los were up and then they had to take a timeout and sort everything out. For Dark Zero, are you proud of that win? They got the dub, granted, but it was a hard-fought victory to get there.
I wouldn't be proud.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
It was a little messy.
I wouldn't be proud.
It was a little messy.
It was a little messy. Obviously, you're happy to run away with some points, especially if it gets all the way to overtime. You don't want to lose it on out. But I think this is a tale of us being more impressed with Los than it is being impressed with Dark Zero. Dark Zero is playing way below capacity that we've seen them being able to play.
We had our moments where it did feel like there were some major turning points, right? It was Los. First 3 rounds, we were like, eyes wide, what is happening right now? Round 4 felt like a bit of a return to form for DZ, right? They finally kind of found their stride. They started to get around some of the obstacles that Los were putting in their way.
I wasn't too worried as a DZ viewer just because it is clubhouse defense, and it looked like Los came to play. They came very prepared, especially Sexy Cake. He was phenomenal all defensive side. They were not letting DZ push them out of these hard positions on defense. But when the tides turned and Dark Zero was on the defense, they were just rock solid. They were very slow. They were forcing Los to go for these executes, and the executes were not going in Los's favor just because they are such a newer team. DZ knew exactly what they needed to capitalize on, and when you look at DZ, it's always a slow burn game. So I expected them to right the wrongs at a certain point.
We obviously would have loved to see a bit of a cleaner game from DZ. They get it done in the end. It takes a Bolo 1v1, a Troy 1v2. There are plenty of hero plays all across the board for DZ. But what's the biggest takeaway from this game if you're Los? Because getting to overtime against DZ would have been great if DZ weren't obviously still trying to shake off the rust from SI.
Right, not knowing a lot about this team, it's hard to tell if what we saw from Los was their strategy as a team in general, or if they were doing specific things designed to throw DZ off. In my mind, I'm thinking of those first 3 defensive rounds, especially when they were extending to the CCTV and cash side on those gym and bedroom defenses. It seemed like DZ was walking right into the trap that Los had laid for them. Canadian with the Monty was walking top red, and Los were hanging out, establishing a crossfire, and that was that special round where Sexy Cake really went off. I think he got a quad at the end of that one. But a perfect example of how Los was exploiting DZ's need to be methodical and to cover all of their bases. They really put a lot of different obstacles in their way, and that worked really well.
Yeah, but this game wouldn't have been nearly as close had it not been for that 3-round skid to start. But how did they recover? How did they get themselves out of that hole and come back to win this thing? A couple of very key players on DZ enabled them to get to that point. There's not one person that we can point to that helped dig them out of that situation. It was a whole cluster of guys on this roster.
It was a real team effort, and they knew that if they just got to the defensive side of things, that they would be able to equalize, make Los have to actually find them on picks and not have to force them out. I think Dark Zero really isn't feeling too confident in the way that they want to take their gunfights. They aren't looking as strong as they normally have, so they really want to force Los to make those mistakes.
With Pambazoo and NJR as well, you could easily have thrown Canadian or Bolo into this spot.
Sure.
The reason I want to highlight both of these guys is that they have been kind of more improved, right? Both Panda and NJR have had not the perfect stage so far, especially NJR, as I talked so passionately about yesterday. But Bolo also had his moments, right? Where, yes, rough start on defense, he found his stride. And Troy, I mean, he had some clutch moments. There was he's trapped in dirt and he's got to somehow retake the site in a 1v2. That one of several moments where it felt like he was the reason or a major factor they won a given round.
Yeah, let's roll that clip again, because there were a lot of moments in this game where DZ had us clenching backstage, holding our breath, hoping they'd be able to pull something off. And this 1v2 from Troy right at the end, Rise goes in pursuit. Troy hangs back, shotgun v shotgun, and the Mossberg just wins out in a trade. It can't get closer than that.
Canadian played it perfectly. He played the positioning. He knew that the one player was going to be on the hatch. He got the perfect pre-fire, and then he played time to his advantage. He knew that he wouldn't be able to go for the plant, and then the trade just went in his favor. Obviously, defense win those trades whenever they come out. So right place, right time, the experience led him through.
And the great shot that he hit on the hatch player. I mean, as strategic as that was, had he not hit that bullet with the SMG-11, it is a very different ball game.
When you're firing upward into a hatch from dirt, one of the harder shots to hit because you don't know what's happening on the cart on that side of the hatch. So maybe sometimes you just send a prayer up there, hope you actually hit a headshot. Troy gets it done, and without that clutch, overtime does not inevitably happen. We also haven't had a chance to talk to the guys on DZ yet because up till now, it's taken a hot second. So we got Bolo on the line to walk us through everything. Dude, obviously would have loved to have had a chance to talk to you earlier on, but it's good to finally talk to you now. Walk me through what these last 2 weeks have looked like for DZ since you guys got back from Brazil.
I mean, it's been a little bit rough. Well, first of all, what's up, boys?
What's up, man?
Been a little bit rough start, but you know, it's nothing like coming back from Brazil, the biggest event the Siege scene has to offer, and coming back to online. So I think it's just rust. Yeah, it was a little bit dirtier and scrappier than we wanted to for today, but you know, we're on the board. We got to win. That's all that matters.
It has been a change from online to LAN, but now that you guys have had a little bit of a slower start, is that increasing your guys' workload going into week 3? Are there anything you guys are expecting to change over the weekend?
I mean, I think we've already kind of narrowed down some of our faults on the previous play days, and I mean, now we actually have some good things to build off of and kind of just carry it on and hopefully get more points and make it into playoffs. So we're working on it. We've found some problems, and you know, you got to find the problems to fix them, right? So.
Right.
Well, let's stay here for just a second. Can you talk to me a little bit more about this match in particular? We're kind of theorizing of, right, Los is an unknown for us. You guys are more of a known quantity. Was this Los surprising you? Was this them just playing a better game than you expected, or would you describe this more as kind of beating yourselves in a way towards the end?
I mean, yeah, we didn't really know what to expect. It's just kind of like a mixture of players, honestly. Like, I just kind of showed up just ready to play, you know, a new team, right? I didn't really have any expectations going into it. So yeah, I mean, they're a good team. They got, you know, 6 rounds on us, so nothing to really kind of complain about on the performance end. But I mean, yeah, just they played well. But I think another thing is just it was more on us. It should have been a regulation one.
If you don't mind sharing some insight, when you take that timeout when you're down 3-0 and you're looking for some way to fight back into this game, was the timeout conversation at all technical, like you knew exactly what to fix, or was it just, guys, get your heads in the game, it's all a mental thing? What was said in that timeout? If you can actually say it. If you can say something where Mint doesn't get mad at you, obviously.
I don't even remember exactly what happened. What round did the timeout happen?
Right after round 3. Right after round 3.
Ooh, I think it was just like, yo, boys, stop trolling. Let's, you know, focus on. I think it was more about syncing plays. It was more about like actually, you know, not jumping the gun, not just running the strat. It was more about like, all right, we have a target in front of us. Let's all, you know, like have a 3-man objective on clearing this target and then move on. You know, an objectively based mission, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like things were a little bit more synced as the game went on. One last question before we let you go. Any possibility for the Jinxie 1v1 round 3 in the future?
I mean, you never know what can happen. You know, hopefully,
are we tied at 1 right now? Is it 1?
We're tied at 1 currently. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, tied at 1. Hopefully, you know, you never know what can happen. Maybe next SI or something, big stage, big stuff.
Sounds good,
big
man.
ticket.
We'll certainly keep an eye on Twitter, dude. Jason, again, congratulations on the win. Hopefully things go better for you next week. Take care, bro.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Bo.
All right, for Dark Zero, that's it. Like he said, they're on the board. It's a total of 3 points because that's 2 overtime games, 1 loss yesterday, 1 win today. It's better than starting off the week with nothing. So if you're going to rebuild and shake off the rust, at least it's happening slowly, if not at all, right?
I mean, every point matters. He said it. We just want to get enough points to make it to playoffs, and obviously that's where everything is going to snowball down to. So as long as they're ready game day by then and they're getting a few points here and there, you can't be upset. You can't be upset if you're Dark Zero.
But everybody else in this league, you know, all the other teams are looking at this match, and regardless of if they're going to be scared of Los or not, they're thrilled that DZ does not walk away with the full points here.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. And again, sneaking into playoffs, you don't have to get the most points in playoffs. You could just got to get top 6. You could have a really small amount of points. It's all compared to how the rest of the league stacks up. For Dark Zero, they finally got it done today, just a couple weeks later than they would have liked. For WildCard and BeastCoast, they have yet to get any points, and they are Game 4 coming up after the break.
I met like this guy in a casual match, like when I very first bought my PC, and we like played some rank together. And I think like one of his friends was like on a team, and I was interested, and that was basically how I got on my first competitive team.
My whole life has been revolving around playing in team sports and constantly being a sponge and like understanding that there's always room for improvement. And I'm also someone that's a grinder. I tried out for a team that Lycan was on, and then, you know, I built a relationship with him, and me and him were grinding together, and we won the CL quals, then we won CL. And then, yeah, I mean, rest is kind of history. I went to my first LAN with Noble at DreamHack Austin during the event. Lycan messaged me, and yeah, we got that deal done, and rest is history for that.
I started playing competitive R6 around COVID, around there, whenever I switched to PC. Me and some of my boys from Xbox, whenever we switched over, we wanted to look for competitions, tournaments, stuff like that. We started with SCS Season 5, and then, you know, that's where it all started. You know, I ended up winning SCS Season 6 and, you know, both seasons there, and then, you know, just started, you know, winning a lot of T3 tournaments, and then I got approached by a lot of pro teams, and then went with the best team I think I could have went with in SpaceStation Gaming.
The one thing that helped me back in the day when I started competing was most likely my mechanical skill. I wasn't a really smart player back in the day, and I was really aggressive, and I used to make like very aggressive smoke, thermite, whatever it was, plays, and it was successful because of my mechanics, because of my aim, and I feel like that's how I caught most teams' attention.
My dad, it was like a month before I went pro. He was like talking to me, and he's like, yeah, so like, what do you want to do out of high school? And I'm like, oh, well, I think I could do this, like play professionally. And he's like, oh, okay, well, are you sure? A month later, I'm like telling him that I have to move to Vegas to play for DG.
Lycan's the kind of a big reason why I got to this place in the first place. He grinds with me, and he showed me everything I learned, and he could throw anything he wanted at me. He just knew I would get it done any way possible, and if I needed to work on something, I would do the extra work for him, because I respect him, and he's a very important person in my life.
The good thing about a game between two winless teams is no matter what happens, someone is closing out their weekend with something in the win column. The bad thing is someone will limp away with an 0-3 start to their season. For BeastCoast and WildCard, it kind of feels less about who gets their first win and who makes sure that the first third of their stage doesn't start out as an abject failure. I'm Jacob, he's Jays Wills, he is Foxay, and we now enter a situation with two teams who I think we had relative hype around them coming into the stage, haven't gotten a single point between the two of them. Someone has to get out of the slump today, and someone is going to stay in the trash can.
Harsh right off the top, abject failure, but you're right. I will say reluctantly that both of these two teams have not lived up to what we know they can be. I don't think it's a question of can they ever live up to that potential. They really seem like they can. The problem for WildCard over these first two playdays is that it was a bit of deja vu. We said this yesterday, the same problems that plagued them on one map plague them on the next.
And for BeastCoast, we gave them a lot of hype. We said they have a lot of pieces of the puzzle. Best looking BeastCoast team yet. But they have not been able to put those puzzle pieces together, and they have looked very disjointed and sloppy so far.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if at this point my memory banks for history are failing me, but did the Mr. B BeastCoast teams at least have a win through their first two games? At this point, I wonder if they did, because this is not the way you want to start a stage.
Yeah, there was a slash hug BeastCoast team that got 5th, I think, at one point in the NAL when it was a LAN league, so.
Yeah, and they would have needed to have a harder start.
Yeah.
Which is like, of all the ways to start out a stage, this just isn't the way you want to do it. But someone gets out of the hole today. Let's start with how BeastCoast played. They had their first two matchups yesterday, but both of them were losses. A 4-7 loss to LG on Clubhouse and a 3-7 loss to OXG on Border. Again, brand new lineup, tons of experience, but yesterday for them had to have been a massive wake-up call.
Exactly. On paper, this team is gifted. Spirits, Hot and Cold, Gunner, and Gavini. The experience they have is something you just can't scoff at. You add Diffuser, who's proven himself a capable rookie, and you've got something that, in theory, should work out. On paper, it's there. In execution, it's not.
When you look at the BeastCoast roster, I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off.
Oh, no.
In my opinion, after their first game day, it just didn't look like they put the preparation in. It didn't look like they cared. It didn't look like they put the effort in. I'm not even going to go ahead and look at the game that they played against OXG, because that was just sad. That was embarrassing. It looked like they didn't even want to be in the server. But there was a little promise when we saw them play against Luminosity. We saw them put the effort in. We saw them cooking behind the scenes. But a lot of that was tied up to them just trying to copy SSG. How are you meant to be a top team in the NAL if you are just copying another team? And obviously, Luminosity came to play. They counter-stratted that. And it made BeastCoast look very sloppy, looked very lackluster. And I think that's the biggest fear when it comes to a team like BeastCoast. When you look at their stats, the stats are there. They're getting their kills, they're getting their trades, they're getting their entries, but they're not converting it to anything. They're not playing off of each other. They're not trading each other. They're not focusing on the objectives. And to me, it just looks very disappointed from players at this caliber because they need to find an identity. That's the biggest thing. They don't have an identity right now. And I hate to say it because I know a lot of these players are talented players and they can have that potential. They can put the pieces of the puzzle together. Just please try a little harder. And I really have high hopes for them going in further. I just think there wasn't much time for them to put everything into order.
You know what? I was going to add something, but I've changed my mind.
He's kind of said everything there.
I had to let it off. I had to let it off. I'm sorry.
Again,
I had to let it out.
Rip off the bandage. The wound is open and it's pouring. And for BeastCoast, again, they've not had very much time to debrief after two straight losses back-to-back yesterday. So they really need to make sure that their preparation is dialed in for this game against WildCard, who for their own part have not had a phenomenal debut. They lost against OXG yesterday, 3-7 on Oregon. And it's really hard to not look at that loss and just get this immediate sense of deja vu. A lot of the same things looked like they were happening over and over again for this team.
They were happening over and over again, but at least we're seeing an identity form from WildCard. They're a very solid backbone defensive team, a very old guard style of Siege, which used to be the bread and butter of Siege, but now it's adapted to a new type of attack defense style.
So let's just say, if we go in the lab for a second, both of you have had a chance. We've looked at the tape, we reviewed the games, we're trying to figure out what is the problem with this WildCard team. So what specifically, if you were to give them advice, to give them suggestions, what does this team need to do to win?
Well, number one, I think entry needs to be revitalized. Their entry game just isn't there. And part of this is a conscious choice for them. If you look at their stats, they don't have a clear defined entry role. A lot of their players have almost equal entry engagements. Most teams, there's an imbalance. Wildcard, most of them have about 4 to 6. Now you move on to the adaptability side of things, and we see this in the mid-round when it comes to map control. They need to be able to then get those entries, establish that map control, and then set themselves up to be adaptable in the late round.
And the adaptability, like you said, they're using a lot of utility to clear out angles to get that map control or get that entry, and it's not working. So you need to be able to be in those moments and say, okay, we got to wake up. Somebody needs to go. Somebody needs to be the entry. Somebody needs to get that position. And once you have that position, you need to lock it down. You can't just give it up for free and waste everything that you've put into it. And that's what it looks like on the attack side of WildCard so far. But when it comes to the defenses, it's been pretty consistent. It's been pretty solid. You know what to expect with WildCard. You don't know what to expect with BeastCoast.
It's just crazy that for WildCard, it was day one, defensive start, 3-3 half, then struggle on their attacks. Yesterday, defensive start, 3-3 half, struggle on those attacks. That's the problem. They did get one.
We had one attacking round.
One attacking round.
For this team.
Over 2 games.
Yeah.
That's the overall problem. So it doesn't matter what map they play specifically. So as we get to maps, good segue. All right, Bank. Is there a chance? So hold on, BeastCoast attack first. WildCard are on defense again, so the trend already looks like it can continue. What do we think about Bank?
That's a great map, great defensive sided map, especially for WildCard. We know that they can lock these difficult sites to break apart, like Oregon basements. I think of Bank basement as being similar. I could see them taking away a little bit of a lead if they are able to get hot on defense. But the attacks is where it's going to fall back down to. And we know BeastCoast is very aggressive because all the players are playing their own game.
Yeah.
They haven't played together yet. So it'll be a nice little toss-up to see who can lock down these attacks.
No, exactly. Obviously they're going to pick to start on the defense. That's the choice they earned here. But I would love to see them start on the attacking side. I need to see them just set the rhythm early because this defensive half could mean nothing if they cannot attack again.
True. So if BeastCoast are all playing as individuals still, what are we thinking on picks? Fox, BeastCoast, WildCard?
I think WildCard starting on defense. They got to get a good little lead. They go 5-1 up. I'm going WildCard.
All right. So 2 votes for the Big Red. Jesse, for his own part, has also gone WildCard. Jonah, what does Laxing say?
Laxing started the day with one thing, and he went the other. He's going to end up on the BeastCoast side as he tries to separate himself from the pack over here.
He just wants some points. Let's be real.
Dude, at this point, yeah. Whether the stat is correct or not, and these are verified, by the way. This is exactly where the stats currently sit. Fox, you've gotten 2 out of 3 correct so far, and Lax is making a move, hoping to move up the standings just a little bit for the North American League Predictions Championship. Game 4 is on deck. Someone's got to win. Someone's going to start 0-3. Sam, Carter, who's taking this one home?
I mean,
come on.
Like, BeastCoast and WildCard, dude. I don't know. Like, I got no idea, man. Do you know what we're dealing with right now? Have you seen these 2 teams play? WildCard, I made a joke when they first played that it's like the old heads Rainbow Six team, and they're playing like it. It's like, oh, our attacks are stuck in 2021. That's unfortunate, but their defenses admittedly look good. And then we had the BeastCoast games yesterday, and was Fox harsh? Maybe. He was spitting, though. Like, he was right. Like, I'm watching Spirit spawn peak with Boss G ACOG in an NAL game. And this is our matchup.
Where do you want me to enter on this? That's what I'm trying to get. You take all the talking points and then you just lend it over to me like it. Like
I was about to say, I realized I also didn't make a prediction.
No, you didn't. But I will tell you this: when it comes to these 2 teams that have both started off 0-2, this is the old head in me. I do have a little extra faith in WildCard, and that's nothing against BeastCoast. I just think I think BeastCoast, as of right now, they're trying to duct tape themselves together. There's some things that need greased. There's some things that need battened down. It's all going to be on full display here, though, today. And that's what I'm the most excited about. BeastCoast versus WildCard is bound to be interesting. It's kind of a clash of ideals. We still have some older spirits, not the player spirits, but some older heads over on BeastCoast as well. A Gunner you could even kind of start to put in there. He's been around the block, you could say. So
2 years now in the NAL.
Yeah. So a couple of things working into BeastCoast's favor as well.
Well, listen, I was hyping up the experienced iteration of this new BeastCoast roster, and I was definitely perplexed by some of the decisions made yesterday, but I think it's also, we've been very negative on BeastCoast, and I think it's very fair to say that they literally did not play the first week. Not only was obviously the first play day canceled, but then they literally had a forfeit win, and then moved into yesterday, had to play 2 games, and they were both their entries into the NAL. So if there's going to be 2 rough games at all, it is going to be those 2 under those circumstances. We basically saw a week 1 team have to play a doubleheader in week 2. It's understandable that it's going to be rough. And today maybe will still be rough. On a map like Bank, if BeastCoast are playing like a bunch of individuals, this attacking side is going to be rough. It is large. You need to coordinate heavily on these clears on Bank. And if it's just 5 guys running around, playing ranked, I don't think it's going to go well these first 6 rounds.
I don't think it'll be that kind of angle, personally. I think at this point in time, especially with the players that they have there should definitely be some melding that has happened. But I think the big pressure point as of right now is how far along those lines are they, right? How deep into this building path have they went? For BeastCoast, at least for their initial lineup, things looking pretty golden. Really like the Hibana, obviously. This will be a lot of hatch work ahead of them.
Remember right when this map first got reworked, see the Hibana banned even because of how much you could open with these hatches. This in Clubhouse, with those changes to the 6-4 and the 2 X-Kairos, the options you can change, made her very, very strong on sites where you need to open up those hatches. But credit to BeastCoast, I will say, obviously, we've set the expectations decently low for the coordination, but in the first minute, they're actually doing quite well. They made their way across the 2nd floor, created an inroad in the 1st floor, putting pressure onto the marble stairs position, also potentially able to make headway into open area as well. For the first minute, this is a very fast clear with a lot of control gathered. They are clearly aware as well that somebody either is playing marble stairs or at a minimum could be playing on marble stairs. Diffuser will fire some shots, but they honestly don't need to. You've seen the Buck locking down the flank. If they have a drone in that position, or even if Spirits is watching it from the top floor, they have what they need at this point in the mid-round to really get a lot of work done in these next 45 seconds.
And to be expected for WildCard, it's kind of traditional Bank, isn't it? Kind of show face, maybe reinforce some stuff on that mid floor, attempt to slow things down a little bit, but it doesn't honestly gather them all that much at the end of the day. Still a minute 15 for BeastCoast to try and get things going on this offensive side, and they've got hatch control, so honestly, even pickings for both of these squads respectively. A nice find here for Gavini, though, as he almost gets all of the Goyo canisters, still 1 to find, but unfortunately enough for him, enough cooldown left in that Twitch drone to be able to shock that out just yet.
But the utility clear, alongside the map control gathered by BeastCoast, is excellent. I mean, almost every single, and I think actually the final Vulcan canister shot inside of that locker's position, the one we saw Gavini fumbling with, it's all clear. The utility's pretty much gone. The only thing to worry about are these smokes, but of course, with Bosco, they're going to land. They're going to land at the exact worst time. He's got 20 seconds of denial left. So that means pushing down to the default plant slot will be extremely difficult. So where is Hot and Cold trying to put this diffuser? He'll sprint on into the bomb chassis. And are WildCard able to react? Yes, they are. C4 from Gold sends Hot and Cold sky high. And the diffuser now dropped inside of the bomb site. 2 more kills go WildCard's way. Diffuser with the follow-up. The lurk inside a garage has found 1, but the red position very exposed, and that's where the final kill comes through. It's looking great for BeastCoast until they hit the site. And then WildCard bring it back for round 1.
And just had the proper utility in the proper spot there. That's really what it comes down to. BeastCoast trying to send it directly in on that front and really not able to do too much in that regard. Yeah, Houghton at least has a chance to try and put that plant down, but the secondary layer coming in there, that nitro cell especially doing the fatal blow to Hot and Cold, making life a little extra difficult for him and the gang. But Now, with WildCard and that first round going their way, they're going to shift on over to open area. Really want to see what BeastCoast can do with this. I think they just kind of got a little bit over the top instead of doing what they could have done, which is fade out things and try and look for some more utility pieces of the defense.
That's always the issue when you're running into that heavy util setup for the defense, is that you need to have as much time as possible in the late round to bait out all of that utility. And even though they took map control quickly, they destroyed all the Goyo canisters, they still had the C4s, and they still had the smokes. I mean, that was a defense perfectly crafted, not only to cater to WildCard's playstyle, but also to force BeastCoast into a difficult position if they start baiting out the utility at only a minute left. So trying to bait it out earlier definitely might be the play. Maybe even just trying to go for a plant close on the red wall instead of inside of the site itself in one of the more default positions might be the play. Either way, moving to a different bomb site now. We do have a bit of an upstairs hold and really no presence on the bottom floor.
You know, org-wise, we've seen something like this before on Bank out of BeastCoast, haven't we?
Oh, the Amaru? Up through open area?
At
Yes,
a time
my friend,
when
we have.
Tripulus Maximus was a part of the roster.
Is he a Roman emperor? What is his name?
I came up with something, you know. You gotta add. You gotta add.
All right.
The moral of the story, Gavini could potentially be trying to expose some of these hatches with this Gara hook. Previous iteration, we saw a plan around that open area hatch, but some things implemented for WildCard, especially in this top floor that could place spoils to a scenario like this. Solid retake options for them. BeastCoast don't want to try and go for things too aggressively just yet. Everything in its place. You have the player over towards ATM. Gunner's going to swing in off the top rope. Gara hook in here, but obviously Hot and Cold's going to be the one to attempt the plant. Bosco will gun down Gav, and so far so good for WildCard.
Yeah, the Amaru push completely stunted in open area. Man advantage going the way of WildCard. Vertical just chilling on Oryx on the top floor, but Spiker does fall. So man count brought back to a 3v3, and the Oryx in a bit of an isolated position. Once he's droned, though, he will fall back down, likely the smart decision. As with a minute 20 seconds remaining, and not diffuser in hand to be fair, but still the initial execute fended off. There's no point overplaying your hand on the defense. Don't need to give an isolated engagement away to BeastCoast, especially when you can maybe lurk down below in 20, 30 seconds time, maybe hit a flank when BeastCoast aren't droning, because at this point, that's the main thing that could be their undoing. They might be able to find their way back to the top floor and get some vertical destruction down, but in all likelihood, with Gunner around main lobby, this is just going to be either push down staircases, maybe an open hatch in stock if they've been able to do it, but I don't even think BeastCoast have that. And instead, with Gunner all the way down below, they've spotted the Oryx, but he needs to win this fight, because if he invests this much time and manpower into a flank and a lurk that doesn't work out, he is going to be kicking himself that he sold round 2.
Lots of pressure on Vert now. He'll finally be discovered from Diffuser, though. The secondary as well. Just continue to try and pressure out that situation. But why wouldn't you? Very minimal time. BC have to try and transition this into a site hit. It's going to be coming from the elevator hallway. They could also try and get admin into the fold, but it's going to be Kansan in a very similar position to what we'd seen him get a triple, even more so in previous history, but he's finally going to get taken down. It's going to be Bosco that actually deals the death blow to BC. Does WildCard to pick up another round on this mid-floor site?
If we want to talk about that, how that old BeastCoast take typically worked, and we've seen it multiple times in the past couple of years, is like you have one guy beneath the open area hatch. You typically, well, at least again in this old iteration, one guy printer window, one guy electrical, and then one guy swinging in from beepers on the stairs, but also one guy behind him to make sure that he can't get flanked from behind or maybe taken down by somebody elevators. Obviously there, not what happened. We had a Buck and Spirits all the way on the top floor. Gavini sending his way into sight, seemingly, if not by himself, at least with minimal support behind him to actually deal with those site players. So once he's shut down, it is very easy for WildCard to come out the winner in those trades, because they've only got a couple guys on the top floor. They got the Oryx and maybe one other guy, but Bosco's on the site. Kansan's on the site. Spiker's on the site. All of these players are not necessarily anticipating an Amaru rush, but can easily counter a quick play conducted by only 2 to 3 players. So 2 very strong anchor holds from WildCard so far, and that makes sense. If this is a passive team, a slow team, it's the backline that's been doing the talking these past 2 rounds.
Very true. Well, for our very first bank, we've kind of went around the site triangle that we usually see so far. Don't usually have a lot of people trying to add in tellers and archives, but we did have that a bit when it came to SI. Like I said, this is our very first bank, so we'll be going off of what happened at SI. 55% overall defensive win rate. And CEO Lounge, actually the worst site at a 48% defensive win rate. So by those numbers, BeastCoast, best opportunity lies in front of them.
Usually, it's so easy to win on the attack because of the power of these exterior angles. You can see the X-Cairo so early on used to open up Kanto. Named after Kanto Raketti. I feel like sometimes you got to remind people what those call-outs are named after. Named after the player, Kanto Raketti. Used to often play that elevator position, and it's a very strong spot for the defense to counter a spiral take, but equally so if the attack goes on the rappel, it cuts down the entirety of that vending hallway, basically making it impossible for an entry into square to actually be swung from that position, or anybody in stock, assuming it's clear, to be swung from the elevators as well. Obviously, there's still other work you have to do, but it's those outside rappel angles that are so strong for the attack, and what BeastCoast are trying to find very early on.
Legend here for Spirits. Spiker doesn't want to step too far forward, expose himself to those windows. Doesn't know if somebody's actually holding that angle actively. Well, Bosco does have a very good view of this. Gonna burn out these ADSs, influence Bosco's position. Selma out, or rather, dash charge out. Able to break up that window. Our utility placement once again here from WildCard. But what else would you expect, especially after these first two rounds? And such a bang-up job in this scenario. Now Rampy, longer angles for him. BeastCoast have been stunted, at least for now. Remember, that case is in Hot and Cold's hands. Gunner still with an EU1D to try and assist here as we go into the sub-minute.
The utility clear is working, but almost entirely stuck on these rappels. 4 different players on the rappel right now. 3 on the CEO side, 1 over by Kanto. And Gunner instead just trying to hit a lurk up the stock hallway, but Bosco's ready for it. Prone on the floor. It's actually vertical on the long angle on marble stairs, who's shielded himself from the rappel to get that opening pick. Gavini's able to trade out on a Spiker, though, but Hot and Cold domed the moment he enters the bomb site. WildCard have anticipated what BeastCoast are doing and are countering it flawlessly. Rampy just dodges behind the drawer. Gavini's able to cut him down on the rappel in, though, so maybe still a winnable round for BeastCoast, so long as they either recover this diffuser or get the necessary picks. Vertical smoked inside of elevator. Now we might just have a W on our hands for BeastCoast. The player inside a janitor spotted. The diffuser knows he's there, but on such low HP, a lot of the burden falling on Gavini and Spirits to find this kill. The Ash pushes so far up, is able to find the triple, and where's Kansan? He finds one, but not the second. An extremely close call in round 1 for BC. But the kills on the Flood work out. They're able to get their first attack on the board.
The damage control there from BeastCoast. Able to find the equalizer. Not only that, find that little cove over there on that checker side. Able to try and keep things very kosher for the remainder of the round. Especially love the play there from Gav. Time and time again, when his number was called upon, he was able to get those kills consistently and open up the floodgates for BeastCoast as they brought it to the shores of WildCard on that top floor. And like I said at the beginning, Carter, that was probably their best chance when it comes to the overall gameplay of Bank. That top floor, very exposed, especially to the windows, like you said. And BeastCoast added even more to that, you know, breaking things up like the elevator hallway, making it to where WildCard had to try and play things pretty tightly knit inside of those, you know, small amount of rooms right around the CEO space.
It is still, I'd still be remiss if I didn't bring it up, though, that BeastCoast aren't making these rounds easy for them, even with that win. I mean, that entire victory was predicated on the success of anybody. Could have been Gavini, could have been Gunner, could have been a lot of people, but somebody getting a lot of picks on that execute, because with 4 players on the rappel and only 1 guy actually inside the building, when that lurk from Gunner didn't work out, he was the first pick. You are praying that, okay, we move in, Gavini gets enough kills, or Diffuser gets enough kills, or Hot and Cold gets enough kills. WildCard are 3-0 on the entry so far. A lot of these kills happening very late in the round, and BeastCoast aren't making opportunities for themselves. On this bottom floor attack, they were able to acquire control quickly, but Sam, it was a similar story in round 1.
Most definitely. A similar lineup, too. Makes me definitely makes me wonder as to what happens to our gas canisters down low. Ended up seeing those blown up very soon by Gavini. Switch runs very effective the last time around. They're going to get Hot and Cold here on the mid-level. And as you said, Carter, it's going to be pretty easy access for them. So it should be pretty easy access to the hatches too, as there's not a single thing standing in their way utility-wise of getting full control over this. So be back to WildCard and how well they can play out this personal utility across the board. And even added Vert in here with that MPX of the Warden, try and assist and getting in the way of BeastCoast clear. And once again, does he have 3 this time? He does. He will get all of those gas canisters that were facing frontward towards server.
And it might be basically a replay of the first round, but honestly, if a lot of that work is done quicker, it's still winnable. But just look at the sheer metric tonnage of utility focused on stopping this default plant. The Evil Eyes, the Black, or the, not the Black Eyes, the, what is Mirror's gadget name? Why am I blanking on
Black Mirrors.
Black Mirror. Okay, it is Black Mirror. I'm so stupid. I'm like, that's Valkyrie's gadget. Anyway, ignore me. Still the mirror windows looking their way, the Black Mirrors. But all this utility focused on denying that default plant spot, and Hot and Cold is starting to move into the similar position. Are BeastCoast able to find those Evil Eyes as well? Is it just the Vulcan packs they're worrying about? Either they add another dimension, maybe through Garage, or they bait out the utility quicker. Either way, something's got to give, because we're all careening towards a repeat of round 1.
Oh! Is that how it goes down out inside of Garage? The plan's going down for Hot and Cold. Gavini holding things down over inside of Gold. This is just a completely discombobulated moment for all parties. The plant goes down, Hot and Cold's gonna call it into the post. Gavini will die to Kansan in the back line. And now WildCard with a chance, but this is a really difficult post plant, ladies and gentlemen. Osco does have a smoke to try and add to this problem. They do attempt to find a solution. Spirit's so solid so far on this angle, though. Does have one that will sneak him by, but the second one won't. He'll take down Bosco, but Kansan, he takes out Hot and Cold somehow. Spirits is going to be forced to drop, but no, they don't know that he's working his way forward. Spirits for 2, and BeastCoast with their second round on this offensive side.
And we see the difference maker. It's not a change up in the plant spot. Instead, it is the alternative option. They had Diffuser lurking in Garage before, by the way, but it wasn't enough to be the difference maker. But another position is added. Gavini dropping down into the vault hatch, decimating the backline, or at least making it problematic for the players in Gold and the players in Red Hallway to go about the same plant denial that they did before. I really like that adjustment from BeastCoast to make it a lot better. But also, credit's got to be due, finding those Vulcan packs earlier by doing a lot of the same job quicker, because WildCard haven't changed up their setup whatsoever. BeastCoast are able to give them a little bit more of a cushion when they go for that plant, but also with Gavini dropping down that vault hatch, being more successful on that lurk, even though Diffuser is smoked inside a Garage, they're able to actually stop the utility usage from being as effective as it was in round 1 from WildCard and get their first really, truly convincing attack on the board.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, which for WildCard, I mean, I think especially going into that round, they're like, all right, the top floor didn't work out, but the basement, that should be a layup for us. And it was anything but. BeastCoast, especially with WildCard giving them a very similar look to how the utility was set up, I mean, just practically gifting them that scenario, at least on the server side, but BeastCoast definitely made the most of it. Wasn't all easy pickings at the end of the day. Still got to try and get the dirty jobs done, and they most definitely did that. Now WildCard have allowed BeastCoast back into this, although not worried too much about that, at least when it comes to the aggressive front. WildCard still sticking to their guns, so have a few implications on this top floor with some castle barricades to boot.
Castle barricades and long angles. 2 ACOGs on this top floor, the dock and the castle, to make anybody pushing in through square, or a stock for that matter, a little bit more weary or a little more leery of taking any gunfights. I think we have a third player as well. Yeah, indeed. One over by the marble stairs. That's vertical on the Oryx. So much more dedicated roam setup than what we saw before. There were roamers last time, don't get me wrong, but now it's no longer just somebody maybe chilling on the top floor. And now they are ardently holding this control. Who will come out the victor in these opening engagements? Ash moving on in, down the hallway. Gunner, the first time BeastCoast get an opening pick in their favor. Now surely with the 5v4, and a lot of these roamers now falling back to the site, except Vertical, who's gone unread inside of stock, able to bring it back to a 4v4, but traded out by Hot and Cold. Still very much a win for BeastCoast in the early round.
Yeah, most definitely. And an even bigger find is Gunner opens up a line of sight onto Spiker, who's forced to take the gunfight through the verticality and loses out. It's a 4 versus 2. BeastCoast looking to take the lead on a 3-round tear if they're able to get round 5. They're going to slow things down with 1:10 remaining. Kansan, a huge moment here for him. He'll get swung on, though, by Diffuser, who will also get taken out, but Spirits is there to double down. And BeastCoast now take the lead 3-2.
I was about to say, I was like, well, I mean, we got 2 people just double stacking the guy Marble. I guess BeastCoast actually want to take a very quick end to this round. And I mean, I understand the desire, and I understand the inclination. BeastCoast very successful on the clear early on. They know there are plenty of roamers on the top floor. And I thought of all the positions that would go uncleared, Stock was not the one I thought would be. I thought maybe Kansan inside of Janitor, or maybe the Castle all the way back inside of CEO was going to go uncleared. But they actually find both of them. Well, at least push Kansan back. They're able to find the Castle on the top floor as the first pick. I love that push from Gunner up the spiral stairs as most of BeastCoast are pushing from square side. Gunner adds another dimension. All the defense's attention is drawn to that square side, so he's able to get a kill on the backside, find Rampy on that long angle. And even though Vertical gets a kill, he hops out the stock window. Easy 4v3 right there. So BeastCoast, obviously, undeniably the victors. And at that point, you can just play man advantage. You know somebody's going to be playing close in that Beeper's door. It's one of the strongest positions in the open area bomb site. So you can 2v1 that guy, get the trade, get an inroad into the bomb site. And at that point, easy for BeastCoast and WildCard. Now, losing the bit more unsecured territory, go back down to Locker CCTV for a 3rd try at the primary bomb site on Bank.
Well, so far, so good for BeastCoast. Uncold really the only one that hasn't been able to get too much done in comparison to what he had been doing across the previous games. But even then, BeastCoast definitely being able to pick the pieces up, at least in the frag department. Uncold has definitely been there when it comes to trying to get a diffuser down and things along those lines. And sometimes you got to die for the cause, don't you, Carter? That's the unfortunate case scenario for every team. Somebody's got to do those little things nobody really wants to do. Now for BeastCoast, I'm going to try and work this map yet again. Easy access to the mid floor once again, too. We'll look to try and get these hatches swept under the rug and transition this into an easy execute.
Very slight change, maybe subtle one for WildCard, giving his mainstay status on this bomb site. Cade in the cards, I was about to say, but it seems there are more pertinent things going on as we just have a diffuser behind the Talon shield. Chad walking up the garage, but kills happening everywhere but garage. I genuinely don't know what is going on as everyone in the entire lobby, all 10 players have decided this round is going on far too long. Let's see if we can end this quicker than the previous one. 2v3 now effectively. With Hot and Cold close on the marble stairs, he's trying to bait out the res, see if he can take down the players either reviving Rampy or going for the cover, but none of it's successful. He reveals his position and tags up Spiker ever so slightly. Rampy is very much alive and very much kicking it. Now making it a 2v4. Spirit's somewhat stuck behind this Talon shield. You pull out the SMG-12 off the back of those flashbangs, make the entry on in, but he's smoked, revealed, and dispatched by Spiker by Elevator, who gets the final 2 picks. Overall, I was thinking, oh, I'll talk about this Cade adjustment that's electrified the hatches, and they decided to end the round instead.
Yeah, that was definitely a round for sure.
One of the rounds of all time, for certain.
Most definitely. I thought for a split second there that Bosco's game had crashed because I saw just like the Steam splash there, or the Ubisoft Connect splash, whatever it was for the game. But no, we're all good. WildCard, though, able to buffer off BeastCoast on a rush towards the basement. There's a lot of weird happenings going on inside of that one, Carter. We think things are mostly going to be centralized around garage, but the epicenter, for some reason, is actually marble stairs. Everyone trying to fight fire with fire around that space, donating to the cause. Rampy even going down as he swung back through from those garage angles that we thought were going to be the most active, but clearly not. And somehow, some way, WildCard equalized things on their last defense before they head into the half.
10 seconds left.
And almost as if by divine providence, we are at pretty much the exact same scoreline WildCard have been at every single one of their games up until this point. 3 rounds in the defense. Then what comes afterwards? Well, in the first game against M80, 1 round on the attack to lose 4-7. In the case of their OXG game yesterday, no rounds on the attack. 4 rounds unanswered by OXG on the defense to win Oregon 7-3. And now BeastCoast find themselves on the side that WildCard just can't seem to beat. At least 30 seconds in, Sam, they've acquired an early entry into CEO. I am still concerned for what comes afterwards, because it is that late round that is the big problem for this WildCard roster.
Yeah, it's nice that both of these teams have a great understanding of the early game of Bank, right? Both of them getting this early clear going on the top floor and trying to transition that into some mid-floor control. East Coast are playing around that, though. Some of these hatches already preemptively opened, so look for some more aggressive looks. That does beg the question as to how WildCard will attempt to deal with this. Just trying to apply pressure and just have, potentially Beast Coast back off. It really just is up to how they want to try and play this out. Wasn't that far position, but he's already peeled off. We do have that player still over inside of the elevator space, but potentially see that drop come in too.
There we go. Vaney drops back down. 1:45 seconds left. 5-man hold on the site. One small change, I suppose, is no smoke like we saw from WildCard, so the main sources of denial will be those Vulcan canisters and the Evil Eyes. We saw the impact those smoke canisters could have if WildCard take too long to open these hatches and move for a plant down on the bottom floor. Sure, they might detonate the Vulcan packs. They have the Twitch, just as BeastCoast did, to detonate these packs prematurely, but those smokes cooked and landed properly can deny 30 seconds in a very easily read position by the defense. So where are WildCard going to go? Are they aiming for the default plant? We see the pressure inside a server, see the Vulcan packs being detonated. They've only found 1 so far. Still need to find 2 more, because if these are detonated, we're reaching the point where there's just enough time remaining for those flames to exist the remainder of this round.
Precarious scenario now for WildCard. Exactly how do they work their way around this? Another canister will pop. Add another 20 seconds to the timer there, folks. BC can just lie and wait. Gunner sees one down range, and he's got this slug shotgun. This thing can reach out there and touch its opponents, especially for those headshots. You're looking to line up one of those. Keep Jun Mag too, so consistently try and play out this angle. Sees Bosco. I don't know if he got that angle there, but Bosco, he's gonna stick to his guns, and he gets the plant. The Nitro Cell doesn't even find anything. WildCard with a swath of kills as well. BC now thrust into the retake as they're trying to figure this out in the post plant.
Rampy spotted 1. Diffuser shut down as on the retake up Marble. Spirits looking to recover those efforts, but it seems that it's not going to happen. Sure, you have Hot and Cold down below, proccing that defuse, starting to bait out that attention, but he's going to follow up, right? There's going to be follow-up, thank God, okay. That was a little too close, I'm not going to lie to you guys, but WildCard able to recover. And the big difference for me, if you want to compare and contrast these teams, WildCard landed that C4. It wasn't even thrown by BeastCoast.
You know, it's true. It's very true. WildCard just have that one extra peg, it seems, inside their belt loop. Been fantastic for them so far, especially when it comes to some more of, these utility fronts, some of these moments where things are kind of hard pressed. Able to find some really nice shots, especially for this offensive assault that they just had on the basement. But in total agreement with you, it just seems like WildCard have at least thought just that one step further into how to be able to apply themselves into these different situations that we've seen following them so far. Now for BeastCoast, they are going to gift over the lead after they did have that nice 3-round tear. WildCard will fire back with 2 of their own.
I was kind of worried the round would go awry as well. I mean, we saw the power that adding somebody dropping down the vault hatch can add to the attack. We didn't really see that from WildCard. Still think there are potentially some holes BeastCoast could take advantage of in that attacking strategy. We'll have to see what happens now, though. We'll of course see Church and Arsenal later on at some point. BeastCoast will almost certainly go back to it. On the first floor instead, I think we'll probably see a little bit harder of a roam. Not necessarily with, a castle holding on to certain positions, but, well, I mean, there's 2 players in the site right now and 3 players on the top floor, an open area. Kind of the name of the game. Hot and Cold with the Azami will try to hold on around stock as long as he can. This is where we see that DMR change, specifically how quickly they can destroy the Kibas, maybe have an impact, because with the Dokkaebi and the Twitch both running DMRs, Hot and Cold's setup might be made quick work of if those 2 players can find good enough angles on these Kibas.
Kansan back with the 417. Speaking of DMRs, he's been playing lights out today, 12 and 5. And coming into this, the only even-keeled player in the entirety of WildCard, sitting at 17 and 17. So definitely going to be happy about that stat line, at least for now. But does it lead to a victory? That's the real question. So far, so good on this top floor clears. They're getting some drone work done. Osco, not too much off that drone. Gonna have to try and go for things once again, as he does find out that initial drone was shot from that checkers position. BeastCoast, the top side hold here. Make sure that a lot of these windows aren't going to be as easily swung from WC.
Well, Bosco will repel in, and instead Spiker with the first pick. Diffuser cut down. Spirits finds a pretty easy second, though, as he heard the repel sound and anticipated where he'd push. Gavini follows up onto Rampy. Kansan now making his way into CEO. I think he's got to be good for this trade here. No, it's Vertical, actually, that finds Spirits, but he might be good for this one as well. Don't know how much the Kibas are shielding Hot and Cold's position, but at least the timing is good enough to allow him to drop back into the site, getting away very, very close there. I was wondering if Gunnar was found out as a flashbang collides against his feet. He is found and downed just outside of the elevator position. Spiker finishes him off successfully in a very close clear of that top floor. Very, very problematic, but WildCard find an advantage. So what do they have now? Hot and Cold's got one Kiba, one singular Kiba to stall out that entry, but they basically have to do double duty, one inside of open area, one inside a cafe. And wherever WildCard decide to push, whether it's dropping down the stock cache or pushing in through beepers, they've got a man advantage on one of these positions. Maybe, just maybe, Gavini on this long angle can be enough to make the difference. Maybe with just low enough time, WildCard will leave enough of a gap to give BeastCoast the opening they need.
Solid info going the way of WildCard. The play comes now. It's looking like the main hatch, but they still have some time, although very minimal, to try and make an adjustment. Gavini right around the kitchen double, trying to break things up inside of the kitchen space. It has to happen in this moment. Gav will go down to Spiker. I think Spiker tried to work the small hatch. Hot and Cold, though, he'll be able to at least down Vertical. Kansan has to stick this. Can he discover it? He can! Hotton! He can't hit fire with the Deagle. It's down to the 1 versus 1. What is this moment? Oh my God! He gets Kansan back up! And Kansan delivers immediately! He knows the rotation's happening. What a moment for WildCard. How does this happen? How?
Oh my God. Somebody's body blocked his bullets and prevented him from downing the guy with the diffuser. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my God, I can't believe that happened. Okay. So basically,
this play day is giving. It is giving.
It's given a whole lot of different things. So Gavini, I like that rotation. He plays close on the wall. They know they're going to anticipate him cafeteria side, so he rotates around the corner, but Spiker finds him. Great find by Spiker right there. Really excellent, because that could have been the position to completely end that round for WildCard. But then Hot and Cold rotates around, and I like that as well, because Kansan basically does not have time to get the bomb down, even in the default, deep behind the cafeteria. So he just tries to smoke and plant on the door, and Hot and Cold finds him. And I still can't believe this. He just downs the wrong guy. It's as simple as that. He pre-fires, and somebody is standing in front of the guy with the diffuser, Kansan. And when he rotates around, again, Hot and Cold kills the wrong guy. Finishes off the guy covering him. Vertical's still down, so Kansan can get him back up, and then he does an ADS with the Deagle. He hip fires. Genuinely, if there was ever like a Looney Tunes attempt at plant denial and post plant, that's as close as we can get in Siege, because I cannot believe how close that round was to a W for BeastCoast, and just the dumbest things on the planet stopped it from happening. Not me dumb like these players are stupid, just like unbelievable levels of comedy for how Hot and Cold that didn't end up winning that round.
Yeah, it was a little ridiculous. Now I will say this, just to defend Hotton just a little bit, for the pistol ADS. He did try to ADS. It takes a little while now,
Oh yeah, because the prone. Yeah, when you go prone, it un-ADSs you. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So he may have committed a little oopsie whoopsie there on the switch over, but that's okay. I think we all would in a situation like that where you're like, I am a split-second decision away from winning this entire round in the clutch. that time around, it's on the cards for hot and cold, unfortunately enough. WildCard now up 2 rounds, and Kansan, once again, looking so solid here. Vertical now getting actively droned in. They know where one is right around the bay. Doesn't want to give the look, though, and why would you? Vertical could possibly be on the other end of that.
Vertical, just calm enough. He's like, I've been here before. If he's backed off, he's backed off. I trust the guy droning me. See how well these Rotero drones land?
Oh, wow.
I love that. Right in front of all those Vulcan packs. It should get both. Yeah, it will. 1 Rotero, 2 Vulcans. Beautiful stuff right there. I believe already a lot of that denial on the front side is gone. Do love this from BeastCoast, though. We have the addition of that smoke. Sure, it had it all right set up on the previous round, but the addition of that smoke, it makes things so much more comfortable. You've got... I'm not going to lie to you. I saw a Maestro in an elevator. I kind of just assumed it was Gunner. It's actually Gavin sitting right above the hatch. He falls back instead. It's a very Gunner thing to do, if we're being honest.
You know, you're right. I hate it, but you're right. I'm surprised it's not Gunner playing smoke inside of that elevator, actually. But either way, somehow, some way, both of these teams still staying alive. Nobody taken out just yet, although Kabini definitely battered and bruised for all intents and purposes. Minute and 10 seconds remain in round 9. And what do you have in store for us, round? That's the real question. Well, it's going to be hot and cold, at least, to kick us off. It's going to be able to take out Vert, of all people. Vert, he'd cooled off over towards blue, but I guess he was trying to adopt a longer angle over towards the server and ends up getting gunned down by Hotton.
Even though the utility play from WildCard is very strong, the switch to these Rotero drones has found Evil Eyes, Vulcan packs, has done basically more work than the Twitch could dream of with that limited capabilities to shock the utility. It might not really matter. Hot and Cold's prepped for anybody dropping down Vault. You still have players inside a garage, and Spirits all the way on this back angle might just be safe to go for this C4, and Gunner has already prepped the second of 3 toxic canisters to stall out this plant. And Lane, it's not happening in the default. Bosco's gonna have to readjust. He's gonna have to go somewhere else. See if it's able to land. He seemingly dodged the toxic canisters for the time being. Spiker waiting to time this drop. Kansan with a huge find as Hot and Cold tries to deny the plant single-handedly. All of BeastCoast battered and bruised in the post as Bosco's able to remove himself completely. Having planted up on the desk, he has sprinted all the way out of the bomb site into a very safe position in server. So BeastCoast, do what you expect. Go for the 2-man push-up marble. Try to retake the hatch. But already half the post plant is gone, and Bosco's found the one guy left on the site. Rampy, with a punch hole to watch that rotation above the hatch, is more than ready for that move from BeastCoast. And the time is gone. There is no time for a retake, no time for these kills. A goated plant and triple from Boss Goat himself. WildCard moved to match point, and they are looking great on these attacks.
A legacy planter, that man right there. And just goes to show you, sometimes it's just all about the plant spot, baby. He finds that spot up on the desk, Carter, and not a single bit of BeastCoast utility touches this man. Not only that, but WildCard are able to find moment after moment, pick after pick, leading up to the plant and in the post, making things so difficult when it comes to man count, man advantage for BeastCoast. They kind of have to just try and send it at the mid-floor and hope, pray that something goes awry for WildCard. But, I mean, they had already gotten the hard part done. The hard part was getting that plant down, man.
And combined with the smokes and just that excellent heads-up call by Bosco to dodge all that utility, WildCard have won 3 attacks in a row, have not dropped a single attacking round out of the 3 played so far. Have completely answered the questions we had as to whether this team could hang. Sure, it's not been flawless. There have definitely been some struggles. You know, that round, Hot and Cold finding Vertical inside a server. The previous rounds, it being very down to the wire. I mean, open area, that round speaks for itself. That was a very sloppy win for WildCard, but a best of 1, it was a win. It's helped them on this journey to get to match point, and their lockers attacks have looked very good. I've liked their reading, I've liked their calling, and as they go to CEO, we've mentioned how difficult this site can be for the defense sometimes, the moment that utility play works or the attack gets that advantage.
Well, here it is. WildCard have a chance to not only get a win on the board, but get a really good round count on the board as well. A huge split for them, as it could go up +4 for this. Kansan, out of all ops, he's going to be in the collie. I honestly like this call, especially for the window play. This operator, all she's got to do is just catch you at the right moment. could be a game-changing shot with a singular bullet. Bosco's going to be over here as well to try and assist, more than likely to try and break up some of these mirror windows with those Selma charges. Ensign, you could say the same for him with these Lancers. That's exactly what they brought this for. We saw it the last time with the Ash. This time around, it's going to be the Sniper instead.
And for that reason as well, you talked about the Sniper in these windows being able to down players so quickly, or even one-shot players. The Lances, just the ability to just, with 3 of those, decimate any mirror windows and also have 1 additional one to burn or destroy a Kiba. Really anything you want. You have that benefit of the engagements against players, but the utility clear as well can be quite strong. Vini has those Kibas generating over the course of the round. He's able to place, I believe, his final one onto the bookcase and get another bit of an aggressive stance, but it's worked himself into a bit of a bind, actually. Because it's destroyed that castle barricade and somebody's actively playing that window, he's kind of stuck behind this bookcase now with players on CEO and players just to the right of them. WildCard still don't have a whole lot of control. There's one player stuck and has just peaked vertical, sitting outside the square doorway, so it's not all well and good for WildCard. Gavini might be in a bad spot, but the rest of the defenders on this stock side are feeling quite a bit of freedom.
And this is the thing you got to start to worry about as these rounds start to extend themselves, especially with the man count. You don't have control over on that end of things. In fact, that player over on the balcony, the farthest stretched for a WildCard when it comes to that direction. An immediate punish there from Hot and Cold and solid timing. Rounds like this, I mean, it can feel like ages when you're in the lobby. Just single moment there, broken window, an easy kill onto Vert. WildCard now all front-loaded on this northern side. Still have a player trying to work the balcony too, as they've added another one to the fold, just an off angle to try and get something going for themselves. A beautiful swing from Gav. He'll be able to take out one, but Bosco immediately shoots back. The case in Bosco's hand. They have to try and swing these windows.
Gotta try and swing him, but Kansas holding. Gunner's able to find Bosco, though, and that might just save the round. Diffuser stuck inside of the site. That's an easy find for Gunner. And he control a little bit with that swing, because the round's already won. BeastCoast will stay alive. Seeing the Gavini dying, they might have been set up for a success, but WildCard need another round to try and close this out.
That's the one thing about the Sniper, right? I mean, it's great when you hit somebody, but when you miss, there's a lot of time between that shot and your follow-up. Unfortunately enough, that spelled the demise of Bosco. Another round going the way of BC. Oh, man, I love this timeout. BC just now get around, just, get back into the good graces of themselves. And WildCard's like, I'm going to put this on ice. Let's talk about this. We've got some very serious considerations to make, not only for this round, but potentially down the line.
You want to know why I'm probably taking this timeout? Because I know BC are picking open area next, and they do not want a repeat of round 8 with how close that was, how ridiculously close that was. If Hot and Cold doesn't prone, he clutches a 1v3. And to be fair, we're at 5 math. 5-5 right now. Yes, there we go. So I would absolutely, not only just because BeastCoast picked up a round, you want to break up that momentum. Also, you want to, my brain has just been complete. Dude, it's been such a long day. It is 10 p.m. and I try to suddenly switch points and my brain just completely collapsed. Point I was making, not only do you want to break up that momentum, but you also know that BeastCoast, oh no, they picked lockers.
Man, it's just going off the rails for you, isn't it?
I didn't expect, okay, to be fair, they have completely revamped their defenses. So it's not like they're trying the same Goyo, Maestro, Mira strat like they did before, right? So it's not just that they're repeating bomb sites, they are trying it differently. I really thought they would have tried open area again, which they basically almost won, even before that 1v3. Whereas on lockers, WildCard have had their number seemingly almost every time.
Although that might be true, was Spirits on Vigil previously? Because I'm going to say no.
No, he was not. He was not.
And that's the game changer right here. Oh, man. So listen, hold on. Let me talk about this for a second, because listen, I gotta give a shout out. I gotta give a shout out to a good friend of mine, and it's very close to my good friend as well, Foxe. But one of my close personal friends, his name is Fox, right? And I have a vendetta against this man because you want to know something that he uses all the time, Carter?
I don't want to hear it.
It's Boss GA Cock. And now I am a huge hater because obviously I'm an esports commentator and I'm like, you got to do the mainline things, Evan. Okay, come on. Like, what are we doing here? And this man routinely gets me to shut up because he bodies people with this gun. The one thing that the Boss G has going for it, okay? If you are able to hit your targets, it will down somebody at range if you hit them in the chest.
If
you hit them in the chest, Carter, it is an amazing gun. But here's the thing: if you miss, everything goes down the pipe. It's over.
Listen, okay. I've seen Spirit spawn peak with Boss G ACOG, and it triggers something in me that it just, my reptile brain activates. At least right now, nothing has happened. And to be fair, Spirits has actually been kind of a minister with the SMG-12 and the kills he's gotten. So if he just brings that as the secondary, it honestly justifies
that. It's not about that at the end of the day, is it?
Listen.
See, he even knows. Look at him.
I see
his natural habitat.
I see it. He's holding the long angle. I get it. And you know what? For BeastCoast as well.
Oh, Spirits.
It's still a roam setup. He spots it.
Oh, Spirits. He stabbed him. Oh, no, but he missed it.
And now, look, now he's going for the finish. That's actually crazy. You're going. What?
Speak on it. Say what you're going to say. Say
what?
it. Say it. Say you're a hater now.
He's downed vertical, top square. He runs out of tellers to secure the kill when WildCard are in square. And not only does he not secure the kill, he doesn't because he domes Bosco.
No, but one would say that he actually did secure the kill because he killed Bosco. He's 12-6. You know, he left vertical there on purpose. That's what happened. I'm
not buying it. What I am buying is I do appreciate this shift from BeastCoast, and this shift might just actually be enough to make it happen. The roam, forcing WildCard to solve problems, it's being very difficult, but not when Kansan, dropping 16 kills, has suddenly brought the round back. Spirits falls, but again, it's all on those off-site players. It's on the players who, Vigil, sure, he's bringing Boss G ACOG, he's not bringing good enough utility. But what is the one thing that could make this go their way? The intel on one player for BeastCoast actually inside of the site. The flashbangs go out. They know a drop is coming down this hatch, but Spiker's worked his way in, is going for the plant, and Vertical can cover. It might actually go down successfully. No! Gunner's rotated across! How's he gone out unnoticed? BeastCoast just managed to hold on unless Hot and Cold can't get there in time. Can't get there in time. You see him. There we go. 6-5. And I am forbidding us from talking about Boss G ACOG, but the switch to a roam is exactly what BeastCoast needed.
But it is kind of the story at the beginning, though, isn't it? I mean, like, it did get us what was almost, or at least led to, the leadoff pick. But yeah, we'll rest it here. We'll hang that up. As for the rest of the round, past the shenanigans, we'll call them, that happened inside of Square was something that Spirit should have never gotten away with at the end of the day as he ran up that. BeastCoast, they're able to not only repel WildCard, but they're able to get it down into a 2 versus 2 on this harebrained roam strat. Look how many bodies are around these top levels for BC. And not only that, but they're able to trade out evenly with WildCard and make it to where they really don't have a chance to get a safe plant off. Yeah, it's a little bit of a miscalculation from WildCard on the angles, but it's really all off the back of BeastCoast's effort that they were even in that scenario in the first place.
And now we are
We're stressed. I can tell. I can feel
it has been we are about to have our 4th minimum max regulation game. I'm gonna drink some water real quick. Hold on. I am out of water. That is not ideal. The water is gone.
Oh.
It's not great. Anyway.
Gotta get a bigger cup, man.
I've just drank
Is this amateur hour?
No, I've just drank a lot of water. It is our 4th max regulation game of the day. We've gone back to open area, which if you're wondering why I'm getting overwhelmed, there was maximum silliness towards the end of this round previously. But, to be fair, still required what ended up being a 1v3 from Hot and Cold. So even though there was silliness, WildCard seemed to have enough of a good showing, just not a lot of time. And if we saw how a roam can disrupt their plans in the previous round, Sam, same thing happened here, and the same thing might happen again.
You can see WildCard most definitely do not want this to go to overtime. They are trying to make sure that they are aware of all the scenarios that could play out in front of them. They have some Twitch drones still to try and deal some positive damage towards the utility game of BeastCoast. Have Spirits around this top floor here too, and why wouldn't you? I'm gonna try and make sure to hold on to things and at least get in the way of WildCard. at the initial portions of their clear, try and slow things down. And that might actually work out in their favor here, Carter, as WildCard have been kind of slow to the punch so far. But as soon as I say that, Vertical's going to start to get on the gas over here towards the bottom of square. We'll hop in on Archives. A nice angle that he's found, and nobody around to really threaten him either. You do have one over near the front desk space. Spiker, he's going to be able to take down Diffuser. WildCard, they've opened things up for themselves, especially after that kill onto Gunner.
I love this. They've changed the pace. WildCard, we've criticized them for being slow, for being old heads, for playing like it's 2021, and what have they done? They've spotted the gap, and they hit it. They saw nobody was in tellers and that there were isolated roamers playing around that area, but they could actually get from electrical to tellers without anybody from the defense realizing. And so Spiker from ATM, the IQ from electrical, able to not only pinch out the player playing inside of the tellers archives area, but get 2 more kills on top of that. And now you get the privilege of being slow. You have the privilege of dialing the pace back. Spirits is going for this flank, though. Is anybody watching? Spiker, certainly not, but only 1 kill for the Frost. So now Vertical is aware, watching this position, but the longer Spirits remains alive, the more uncertainty he creates in the mind of WildCard, and the more time he buys for Gavini to hold on, to be gifted 1v1s, and for WildCard to make mistakes. Rampy falls. He spots another sprinting through that smoke. Vertical now down. Kansan's got to clutch another 1vx, but the diffuser works. Gavini's not read it. So as he hops off, the smoke reveals his position, but the Frost is wrapping around, and Spirits doesn't end the game. Kansan makes him fall. He finds the kill, but it's all coming up, Gavin. Our second OT game of the day. We cannot escape Playday 4 of the NAL.
Yeah, me too, Diffuser. Me too. Oh, man. Am I chained to this desk? I don't know.
We are locked in.
I can definitely tell you something. Not only do we have an OT once again, but I most definitely have to use the bathroom. So for my sake, let's really hope that somebody wins 2 in a row. But either way, I'm going to be here the whole time. So just like this defense, I'm going to be holding out. You know what I mean? That was something that I was really not expecting once we got to that scenario. WildCard have everything. I mean, absolutely everything going their way when it comes to the tail end of this round. I love especially that you highlighted the fact that they had the privilege, right? They had the privilege of trying to take their time, make sure that they know where BeastCoast are going with this. But the big issue is that things actually were going so unbelievably well that they really didn't have a thought in the back of their mind that there was going to be a flank. There was nobody that was dead for WildCard to watch something like a flank drone, right? Everybody's trying to actively work the situation that's in front of them. And for WildCard, everything starts to go awry, all because of Spirits. 1 kill on the back end there opens things up. It starts to pull pressure from WildCard players, starts to get them to not pay attention to what's going on the site. Where we see so Gavini, of all people, we're not even gonna, Spirits can do Spirits things. We're just gonna let it rock, you know? But for Gavini to be able to open up that round for them and find those big kills, find those big moments at a time where they desperately needed them, that's why we're now inside of OT. WildCard, at the moment where pressure was building for both of these squads respectively, they crumbled while BeastCoast thrived.
And he's back on Boss G ACOG. Vamos, boys. Going for the spawn peak. I like that the ironic thing is BeastCoast just have gone back to playing how they played yesterday on the defenses. They stopped turtling, playing this utility game that WildCard were dismantling on these church arsenal attacks. And now they're like, I'm spawn peeking. I'm roaming. I simply don't care. Vertical's found one, though, and that'll force the Azami to fall back down the marble stairs once that Inox ping goes out. So active intel for the attack. Sure, still BeastCoast being forced back, and not much WildCard can really do to capitalize off it with not a whole lot of cutoff angles held by them. Problem is, this isn't the BeastCoast that we saw in the first half of those defenses, because now with half the round to go, they might be sitting by these hatches. They're going to squeeze every second they can out of this roam.
They've done a fantastic job so far. Halfway through the round, WildCard, they've at least been able to wrap around this mid-floor setup. But Spirits, out of nowhere, he dropped down the hatch, comes back up the stairs. He'll get a kill, but Kansan be able to at least pick him up. Vertical will get sussed out by a ghoul mine. They'll most definitely hear that over inside of open area. Vini going to be on the receiving end of this. 12 and 11. So many engagements for this man throughout this game. At least ends up on the positive side of them. See how this one goes. Different positions for him to try and worry about around this space. But with minimal time, WildCard have got to find the accelerator.
Oh, they've not found the accelerator. They've just placed a Kiba right in its path. Gaviti trying to hold on. Able to reload, but Bosco shoots Kansan in the back on the clear. He's making up for it, though, and it might not even matter. As BeastCoast's unearned aggression rears its head, WildCard able to slap it down, not knock it out, but hold on for just a little bit, but only 20 seconds left. We know BeastCoast can just hold on these late-round floods down the hatch. They've got the smoke canisters detonating right underneath red. So as they drop, Hot and Cold waiting for them to cross. They make their way, but nobody's denying immediately. Hot and Cold's gone on red, and Gunner rotating all the way through Vault. As he spotted, Spiker spots the position, but he might just win this round on time. But no, he won't. He'll win it on kills. BeastCoast match point as another late-round execute comes up for the defense.
Oh, man. BeastCoast. It's been very hard fought this entire game, but now they sit at the precipice. Not only have they been able to take it to WildCard Gaming, but at some moments it's really looked easy when it's came to the frag game. Able to put them to the sword constantly, and just another showcasing of that. Now for WildCard, this is going to be a lock-in moment for them. 2 rounds in a row on both sides of the coin, respectively. Otherwise, it's going to be BC with a huge dub here. And really can't think about that in any other way, as so far it has not been the easiest start to their season.
2 regulation losses for both of these teams. 0 points for both of these teams. So while one is guaranteed to come away with a point, and in fact, actually after this game, we will not have any 0-point teams remaining in the standings. Everyone will have at least one. Does still mean that at this point it is Los, and then whoever loses this game tied for last, at least in points. I'll have to go down to the round differential and see how all of that breaks out. The BeastCoast just 1 round away from at least moving up to 2 points, which is 200% more than their current 0 points. As you move to Church and Arsenal, you got an OSA on the board. I remember that previous OSA round. And Sam, I don't know if you do, because while I remember it, I still am not quite sure what the hell happened.
I think that's the best way to put that round, actually. It was kind of a kerfuffle.
They're in garage. They're on marble stairs. All the round's over.
It was something that was a little interesting, to say the least. As we definitely had some shenanigans going on around marble stairs. But now BC, well, Gunner, be able to traverse this next dimension as he works his way into the janitor space. To drone things out for Boss Goat over on the blue side. It's Discovery here. BeastCoast more than likely going to be in this Discovery stage, at least for a little bit. WildCard really don't have too many happenings on the mid and top floor, so it should be fairly straightforward pass that. Spiker's already missed out and trying to stop that hatch from going down, so be locked out for the time being.
Locked out for the moment, but with a gajillion X-Kairos to open up these hatches. Hot and Cold more than able to do it. Spiker now will place some of those remaining Electro Claws. The small office hatch still a bit of a problem, but with 1 EMP and a Dream, be able to open it up with just a little bit of time spent. So all of these hatches now opened up. Now comes the real problem that BeastCoast need to counter. If they want to go for the server plant that everyone, WildCard or BeastCoast, has...
What do you think Vertical thinks in that scenario? All those big loud noises, he doesn't hear a guy lay down prone in dirt and barbed wire, by the way, just to add that. And then he shoulder peeks and he's like, there's no way that's a guy, right?
And he's killed the OSA with no Talon shields used. Okay. Well, that's Sam, that's not a match point winning play, if I do say so myself. But
I'll say it for you. Vamos, boys.
yeah, well, Gunner now falls. Bosco able to cut down another. Seems we are destined for 7-7 at this point, as this has been a very puzzling attack from BeastCoast. But the flashbang goes out, so if they're pushing down bottom marble, Rampy, easy pickings, good job. Spirit's able to find him as he actually rotates back into garage, so Spirit's adding a new dimension to this attack. Where's Hot and Cold moving? He wants to drop down this hatch, but all of the anchors are still in their positions, still in gold, still able to contest the CCTV, or excuse me, the locker's position. So what do? You try to drop, you try to push down marble, you try to push in through garage and hope the kills go your way, but nobody from WildCard is biting. If this team can do anything, it is play their positions, play them passively, and wait for you to peek. Hot and Cold is close to getting this bomb down, but now Spirits in garage is the only one left, so there's not much for him to do, and the plant's even denied. So we go in around 15, and it is anybody's game. They've not grown server, I see.
Dude, not only that, but poor Gav. I don't know. I mean, you were obviously shoutcasting there, so that's one of those things where you got a lot going on. You're trying to process a lot all at the same time. You know, this, that, and the third, right? Did you notice that Gav missed like a quarter of his magazine on a camera to then reload and step into the angle inside of a small office downstairs at that tail end? Did you see that?
Dude. I saw him shoot the camera, and I'm like, all right, whatever.
That poor man, dude. That was me trying to get back into Siege right there over these last 2 seasons. Just nothing going right. I tried to hit a default cam like 6 times, can't tag it.
Sam, he's
gunned down, man.
He's prone in front of the server stack. He's prone in front of vertical. They've not droned CCTV. They've not droned server. He has availed himself to the 416. Kansan has 22 kills.
Oh, yeah.
I'm losing it. Bosco's also on 13, by the way. Shout out. Shout out to Bosco.
Yo, big ups to my dog right there.
Yeah, that's the goat.
Shout out my slime, Bosco. 13, 9, and 8. But honestly, it really has been the Kansan show. Let's be real. Kansan's inside of his bag right now.
He's killing it. By it, I mean BeastCoast.
Yeah, I think that's actually the only thing he could be killing. He could be killing his teammates, technically speaking, but
I saw Bosco
would not have the same stat line. Yeah.
I saw Bosco cut down, and I think it actually was Kansan. Might have been somebody else. Either way, very good performances on WildCard, but we're starting to reach peak silliness as we enter the hour of the Wolf. Round 14 now into 15. And it's by golly, a CEO defense. And again, around actually BeastCoast won. Based off the back of this mirror setup, Gunner able to find 2 big picks as it went relatively unanswered. And we actually have no Cali or Ash. So if you want to deal with this mirror window, you're going to have to find a way to shoot that canister or run up and punch it. But one of the big boons BeastCoast has in this defense, being those black mirrors, actually will probably be relatively safe for a lot of this round.
I can't believe you forgot that name. It's literally a Netflix show.
I
didn't so many context clues. But, you know. Oh, my!
Vertical has smoked Hot and Cold.
Wow. What a moment there for Vert. Trying to get on this gas here. Trying to wrap themselves around these angles on the top floor. Rampy with one of his own. BC, so far, not so good. They have not had a leg to stand on. In fact, a lot of their shores are having tsunamis headed their way to lose a lot of this fertile land.
What is
Gunner
going on?
is going to get gunned down as well. These cross angles for WC, they're just eating them alive. Every time BC tries to move Carter, they're just getting gunned down. Another drone will discover Gavini. He should have another player working his way over. You can see him right on the other side of this wall. Gav doesn't know which angle is going to try and work its way in first. And it's a double window repel for WC. It's all up to Spirits. He might have 14 kills, but right now, he doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of making it out of this round. He's stuck inside of checkers. Thinks he has somebody coming to Spiral, but Spiker rather, is waiting downstairs instead.
It's Jover.com, unfortunately. We did not do it, Joe. Spirits will get 1 kill. That's about it, I would assume. I mean, honestly, Trolling is sanctioned for wildcard at this point. You've fallen back to square. I think Spiker has earned his right just to send it up the main staircase. Indeed he has. And Spirits looks away. Doesn't even get the impactless frag. And in max overtime, full 15 rounds. Wildcard emerged with 2 points and solidified BeastCoast and Los, though only potentially for the time being, in last place for now.
It's been a crazy day so far. It's either been overtime or max regulation so far. I'm trying to do the numbers in my head. Is that 30?
12, 13.
12 for this one. It's just not 12 for this. Oh my god. See, you messed me up.
Okay, hold on. Everyone, Sam, hold on. I got you, okay? 12 plus 12, 24.
Okay. All right.
Plus 14.
Okay.
38 plus 15, 53.
53 rounds, man. Through 4 games.
Really?
That's something else. Also, Lynx, that's why you see the chessboard behind him, guys. So smart. Just so intelligent. He's got books. Books, too. He reads. You can tell.
I do. I read a lot of books, and frankly, I am absolutely taking the day off tomorrow from doing anything for how intense this day has been. We have one more game coming up after this break. It's Los' second game of the day, and if their first was anything to be demonstrated, we're going to overtime in that one right after this.
Of course, the game between two winless teams goes all the way to round 15. Of course, the game between two winless teams where we don't know how one team is attacking actually gets some attack wins. Of course, the game all the way at the very end of the day, for some reason, just decides to throw a couple curveballs in there, including a Boss G ACOG kill or something like that. This one was crazy. We finally get an answer to who walks away with a dub after not having a win so far, and we now know firmly who is at the bottom of the NAL through these first couple play days.
Don't be so excited about that.
I am just like, this game was all over the place, man. Whatever.
Actually, it wasn't a Boss G kill.
I said Boss G down, buddy.
No, you said Boss G kill.
I did not say kill. He downed him.
It was a Boss G down, and then he one-tapped the brakes off the guy top
that
square.
part was funny.
So
when
that was a nice shot.
Yeah.
What a wild game. I mean, safe to say, Sam and Carter are losing their minds on the cast.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, it's been a long, long day. And we saw some crazy stuff. You mentioned the Spirits play with the Boss G and a devious lick that he hit on the WildCard side. But WildCard also showed us that they have a bit of that ridiculousness in the tank as well, right? Yes, they threw a 2v5 and sent it to OT.
Oh, yeah, they did.
But they were able to piece it together and take the win, finally getting on the scoreboard, as you said.
It was a very entertaining game nonetheless, especially from both sides on defense, because we didn't necessarily see just turtling from WildCard. We saw a lot of proactive gameplay on defense and on attack, and the way that they were taking the map, isolating the picks, and then trying to go for the execute. WildCard was really focused on that old guard of Siege, which on defense, we know that they were doing it, but it was on the attack that we struggled to see that light of day, and we saw it today, going for those plants, forcing to execute, and then once the bomb was down, or the diffuser was down, they forced the rest of the other players. They forced the rest of BeastCoast.
You were looking for the way to take the threat into it. Look, a game between two winless teams, someone has to win. We knew that coming in, but that goes all the way to OT. What does that say about either of these two squads? That the two currently bottom squads, when this game started, let this go all the way to around 15. Yes, they're matched up very evenly against one another, but what does that say about their squad composition if they let it go all the way?
Listen, for WildCard, I know they're going to be disappointed in the fact that this went to overtime. They had the regulation win and 3 points locked down.
Yep.
It slipped away. Assuming they had taken that in regulation, I think this would have been a lot simpler. We would have said, you know what? They made some very concrete changes, mostly on the attacking side, and they found some improvements, right? What were the big three we said when we came into this?
What are the fixes? Let's pull that up right now.
Exactly. We had the entry game, we had the mid-round, and their adaptability in the late round, right? That map control as well. And they did fix that. The first 3 rounds on attack, win, win, win. Why? They were able to maintain that map control.
Yes.
They were able to change things up in the late round and actually execute.
And there is some room to grow because they did have the map control. The adaptability was there. The entering wasn't anything crazy. They weren't necessarily
we'll
getting
talk about that
first
later,
pick,
yeah.
but once they got the control, they forced his executes, and then they made BeastCoast have to come fight them, find them, and that's where they were able to thrive because that's exactly where WildCard wanted to play their battles.
It's also crazy how this game also gave us the new stage kill record, the new 2024 NAL kill record. Kansan dropped 24 big ones in this game, where the previous record was only 19. Dropping 20 is an accomplishment, but closing in on 25 in a game as back and forth as this one is still a bright spot for a WildCard team that was all over the place.
It's not surprising because I think a lot of people remember Kansan's 1v4 on Sonic.
They remember the bank play, yeah.
And of course, fitting situation that he gets the current kill record in this season on bank. He was playing the position, playing the support, playing behind his mirrors, playing in these angles, and he was able to just pretty much farm without being contested.
169 EPS. That
Nice.
is insane. Thank you, Jacob. 3-0 on the entries, though. Yes, it wasn't perfect, but they did make some entry changes. Overall, this was a much improved team when it came to a well-rounded structure. Did they have some hiccups? They absolutely did. We mentioned that 2v5. They let Gavini go absolutely beast mode on them and shut them down in a round that was absolutely theirs. And we saw similar stuff like that happen throughout.
We'll do a check-in on just that entry stat also as well while we're talking about this. So where does that lead in with where you were looking for their entries to be before this game started?
I was just going to say, maybe they let the 2v5 happen just so Kansan could pad his stats a little bit more.
Not a bad idea.
I was just going to add that.
Intentional, huh?
Maybe they were like, let's just let it happen.
He already
see how far
had
it could
20,
go.
though.
Yeah. So Kansan 3-0, Bosco 2-0, Vert 4-3.
So involved in a lot of duels here, and I like that they're trying to send somebody in and get him a bit more involved, especially on the attacking side. He was, rather the defensive side, he was successful right off the bat. He did slow down, though, and did die a few times when he switched over to that defense. But this is a team that's proving that they are making some changes, some things we asked for or theorized. This is moving in the right direction. I know they're going to be devastated, and I'm sure we'll hear about it from them about the not getting 3 points. But the fact that they came out on this one on top and, you know, are not on the bottom of the leaderboard anymore is a good starting point.
Any points are good points at this stage for WildCard, and because we weren't able to talk to them at any point in the stage prior, we now get to because they've got a dub. Rampy, talk to me, dude. I know it was a hard-fought W to finally get to this point, but just walk me through what these last few weeks have been like for WildCard as a whole.
It's been like a lot of changes, you know. We're still a new team, like we've been practicing for a while, but we didn't really start practicing till the end of February. So we're still trying to figure things out on our attack, especially attack. But it's an overall just a lot of changes that we're, you know, week by week, day by day it's a process, and it's going to take a little bit of time, but I'm confident that we will finish strong.
Well, Rampy, where would you say we are at in that process, kind of on a stage-by-stage basis, right? I mean, we talked about how not the start you wanted coming in, same troubles first 2 play days. You see yourselves now. Is this a midway point? Do you think you've reached kind of where you guys should be by the end of the stage?
No, this is not where we should be. We should not be throwing a 5v2 at all. There's too many mistakes that game to say we're at the point where we want to be at. But I mean, I can't really give you a percentage or anything. You know, it's just today was a lot better than the last 2 play days, and that's all we can really go on. It's game by game and round by round, and there was a lot of mistakes today, and you best believe we're going to be going over it after this interview.
And you say felt good overall? That's where you put it?
Yeah, you know, today, I mean, that game should never have went OT. We should have closed that out regulation 100%.
We can agree on that, yeah.
So yeah, I you know, we're happy with the win. Hey, as long as we don't have the goose egg, there's 2 teams, or it could have been, or there's 3 teams that were 0-3. So I'm just happy we got a win on the board. So
very true, very true.
And you did say it went a lot better, and the defenses we've been commending you guys on that there is hope in your defenses, but more specifically on the attacks, like you mentioned, were a little bit better today. Are there any more changes you guys are trying to, I guess, fit in going into week 3, or maybe a specific person that you really want to highlight on that entry that you guys are trying to just make a little bit more comfortable?
Honestly, it's not even like it's kind of just a little bit of everything. Where it's a lot of just small changes and a lot of I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it because I don't want to give out too much stuff, you know. But it's a lot of little changes that we need to be changing on our attack, and obviously it's like a play style thing too. We don't want to be the slow 20-second meta. Sometimes some rounds just happen to be that way, but we're not trying to be that way. So we're trying to find tweaks and fix everything we possibly can.
Well, if you had any message that you could deliver to the people who saw you from the old Mirage Core from last year, coming into WildCard, you finally get your first win under the Big Red, new organization. Is there anything that you want to say to the fans before we let you go?
Yeah, I'm just happy that we didn't go winless today. So I'm just happy we got 1 win on the board, and we're looking to improve and be ready for next week. And yeah, see you guys next week.
Awesome, dude. Well said. Congratulations on the dub. We will see you next week. Take care, bro.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Take care.
Finally got on the board. And best part about this is because it's overtime, there isn't any team in the NAL with 0 points at this point. There are still teams without wins, but BeastCoast finally actually gets something after their first 2 days of play.
And Lowe's got to overtime as well.
Lowe's got to overtime. That's yeah, it's all true.
It was a really humbling interview too. Always talking with Rampy. He knows what needs to be done. You know, he's been at the top and now he's trying to get back there. So it's nice to see a little bit of heart come out to him. He knows what they need to do to improve.
And he's not like thinking outside of himself or outside of this team. Very realistic approach, right? Their target today was get a win.
Yeah.
And yes, he expressed a little discontent, as we probably assumed, that they went into overtime. But at the end of the day, he was happy that they got the win. And I love that from him. I think if this entire team kind of adopts that mindset, healthy growth from here.
Well, WildCard got their dub, but neither the Sonics or Los were capable of getting their dub from earlier on in the day. They play in our rescheduled match game 5 of day 4 right after the break, so don't go anywhere. When you lose at something, sometimes you just want to shut down, try to let it pass, and come back the next day hoping to do better. But for Los and Sonics, an opportunity is at hand to redeem their evening very shortly. Both were close to clenching victory earlier today, but neither could. But now, both of them have to play a game against one another, meaning similar to the last game, somebody has to walk away with a victory. Welcome to the final game of day 4 of the NAL. I'm Jacob, he's Jay Wells, he is Foxay. This is a rematch that was supposed to happen, technically, from day 1 that never did. So some stuff has already happened for this game, as we'll get into later, but now we finally get to see what was supposed to be the actual debut match of the NAL.
I didn't expect to say this when you were starting the day out, but this might be the game of the day because Los have been playing really well today, even though they didn't get a win. Whereas I'd say on the other side, Sonics didn't look as strong as we thought they were going to be.
On the Sonics side, I'd say that might be a little too strong, right? I mean, they had another heartbreaker, yes, They were so close, though, to pulling out the win. Like SSG and M80, it was like the identical game. This time, they didn't get to overtime, so they didn't get that point. But it was little things, just like that minutia of Siege that got them.
It was little things, but I think I'm just expecting way more out of them from their first game day. And they haven't really met that match of just walking down the hallway, steamrolling Dark Zero, and now we see Dark Zero play a little more, and I think I know why Sonic's played that much better. But we haven't seen them at that level yet. I feel like it's been a... They're crossing paths right now, Sonics and Los.
Well, we have an extraneous circumstance for this matchup that we should explain. Before the servers went down, before we determined we weren't able to do Playday 1 at its regularly scheduled time last Thursday, the ban phase for Los and Sonics was already completed, which means this doesn't happen very often, but we haven't opted to redo the ban phase in this case, which means Bank was the selected map from that series, and we are playing it here. Yes, that does mean that both teams have had the chance to, for a week, prepare for when this game was finally going to be played, but we are playing Bank, and we can also use that in our pregame.
Yeah, that's honestly news to me. So that does mean that they had a full week to just prep this.
Yeah.
Just bring it a lot of new stuff, because there's not much stuff that you can look back and counter-strat on at all. So it's just going to be going forward new stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah, new stuff.
New stuff.
New stuff.
Name of the game from Fox 8, new stuff.
It's funny because you'd think this would probably favor Los from a preparation standpoint.
You'd think.
Because, yes, it's a slightly different Sonics roster, but it's not exactly like they know anything about Los. In theory, Los knows somewhat about what they're getting into.
Well, Los lost to DZ again in that Bank game Clubhouse game, 6-8 against Dark Zero. Barn burner up until the very end, but it's difficult to determine how to feel about it. Like, taking DZ to overtime would have felt like an accomplishment for a new team, but DZ are still getting back in touch with themselves, and Los did let a lead slip earlier in the day.
Well, I'd say we talked about this coming into the day, that this would be a big day for Los.
Yeah.
It was going to be a tough day for Los, but they proved that they could absolutely hang. They didn't waste time. They came in and showed that they can absolutely play. Attention is on them now.
Especially Sexy Cake. Like, you highlighted Legacy before, but Sexy Cake had a real step up here compared to the game from the first week.
It was a huge improvement since how we saw him play their first match, because he wasn't really a factor. He was the only player on the roster. He actually went 1-9 in their first matchup, but today, he was actually the main player on Los. Him and Legacy side by side, they were able to stop Dark Zero, especially on defense. They weren't getting scared. They were putting up that rock, that wall that Dark Zero had to go through, and they were fighting every step of it. And there was no way to get around him. They had to try to go through him, and that's inevitably what gave Los the strongest showing that they did today.
And again, they came up a little short, but both Legacy and Sexy Cake were critical to making that performance happen. You don't go to overtime, even against a weaker DZ. You do not go to overtime against a team like that unless your stars are not performing like they were.
Los definitely seems like a combination of both past and future, trying to make a new present happen in the NAL.
I love that.
Dude, that was the lowest bar, past, present, future thing I could have thrown. But it does seem like a lot of different eras of Brazilian play are all coming together, and for some reason, it just happens to be on a continent a little bit north of Brazil. For Sonics, here's the thing, man. That game against SpaceStation is an absolute tilter to lose. It was so close down to the wire. 5-7 on Consulate. SpaceStation just activated the old Astralis clutch gene at the very end and pulled out a crazy BS win at the end. For Sonics, what do you do with not very much time between that game and this one to recoup?
You try not to let it affect you, because they didn't play bad. Sonics did not play bad by no means. SSG, the favors, the gods were just in their path. They had so many plays that they were able to play, but that doesn't take anything away from the way Sonics played. Their entries were really good, their adaptations were really good, and their players were also just performing really well. So it doesn't take anything away from Sonics. You just have to wipe it away and focus on this next one, because you just got unlucky in the first game.
Is it difficult to do that, though, when you know you have another game coming up and you lost the first one? Like, have you had to do that mental reset?
Yeah, sometimes it's really hard to just get over that barrier and just be like, oh, okay, like, we lost, but we have to focus up for the next one. Sometimes it's subconsciously you perform worse because you have that just sitting in your head all day. But the better players, the more experienced players can get past it.
Both teams have the same thing, right? I mean, both teams, just a close loss coming into this matchup.
I guess the mark of a good player as well is if you have a bad performance and find a way to bounce back. You don't let that first one dedicate how you play. Ambi was a little, he didn't have the performance we hyped up yesterday in their matchup when they lost But then he stepped up again in this matchup on Consulate, even though they still lost again. It's nice to see Ambi have a little bit of progression that way.
It's good to see him getting back into that groove that we know he can be. Yesterday, tough across the board. 4-13, bottom-rated player. You see that EPS of 52. And yes, Sonics still put up a good performance and went to overtime against M80.
Yeah.
Today, on the flip side, he had a great performance. It wasn't the best thing we've ever seen from him, but it was a top-rated performance on his team. This time deciding that he should contribute a little bit more to getting his team over the finish line. Of course, wasn't quite enough.
We talked about the marks of a good player and not letting yesterday's game affect his performance at all. Obviously,
always an
you see
archer
him on
now.
The screen, just so much energy just oozing out of him. I mean, he was very comfortable in today's match, and I don't think the comfortability is going to change either way. He's always treating every single game as a new thing. So to have a rookie player have that level of confidence and just sit back, relax, play your game, just focus on the frags, because a lot of the plays that he was making in today's match were kind of solo-based plays, multi-kills just on his own.
So we know the map is Bank. We've known it for a little bit. Both teams have also known it for a little while. Gentlemen, predictions for Los Sonics, the original debut match of the NAL, now that we've seen these guys play a couple games already this season. Fox, we'll start with you.
That's a hard one. That's a hard one. I think I'm going to have to stay with Sonics.
All right.
My gut's telling me to swap, but I'm going to stay with Sonics.
You said earlier that you should have gone with your gut.
I know. I keep
Does your
not
gut
switching.
actually tell you Sonics?
Yes. Let's go with Sonics.
All right, follow the internal process.
We'll go with
That's what
Sonics.
Fox is learning. What does Laxing think?
Confirm with the DMs that he is sticking with Sonics. He added, yes, Sonics, LOL, to the end of it. So I think that conveys his message pretty clearly.
That's messed up.
Yeah, look, dude, Lax decided BeastCoast was the play for that game. He was really close to winning, by the way.
It was really close.
But now he sits at sub 50%. That's just kind of a tough
We had
one to
two
swallow.
complete swaps of just energy in the green room. First, it was like, Fox is like, awesome. This guy is going to be way down the predictions.
Yeah.
What was he thinking? BeastCoast take it to overtime. This guy's like, oh dear, what's about to happen now?
Quiet.
And then big sigh of relief when they finally win at the very end.
Yeah, thanks for making it close, guys.
Well, this is the last game. This is a rematch that, well, sorry, I keep saying rematch. That's not the right word. Supposed to be the debut. Finally happening now. Both teams have had the chance to recoup and figure out how to play each other on Bank. Sam, Carter, are you guys ready for the next max rounds game we're going to have tonight?
Jacob, that's silly of you, because just as we know that the first map is Bank, we also know that this is actually going to be a low 7-0. They're going to go flawless on both their attacks and the defenses, and Sonics will go home being like, we've dropped the whole roster. It's just got to start from square one, unfortunately. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, honestly, with how Los were playing earlier, Sam, this could be a close one.
It definitely could, especially on Bank. I mean, we just saw how weird things can get on Bank in our last game. And I think it's a great battleground, especially for both of these teams having to play a doubleheader today. So I think this is a great moment in time for both of these teams to try and show off what they have, especially with Los having such a good showing earlier today. I'm excited to see how both of these teams square up against each other.
Well, I have my water at least, so.
That's good. And I did use the bathroom. I made it.
We are all about self-care here on the NAL, okay? If you've had a long day at work, a stressful, peculiar day at work, make sure you take care of yourself. Take a break. Get some water. Go to the bathroom. Take care of your needs. It'll be okay. That doesn't mean it's going to get less weird, but it is going to be okay. Bank as our final map of the day, guaranteed final game of the day. The biggest thing I'm concerned about here on attack or defense, but specifically for defense, is how aggressive Los are going to be. We saw how they were hitting their shots earlier. If they maintain that same form, I am very, very worried for SQ's attacks. But that's obviously the second half.
And we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We got some other lands to traverse, at least initially. And we haven't even made it to the first round yet. We're still in the ban phase. It's going to be Ying, Doke, and Kaid removed so far. The Valkyrie off 2. Won't have any of these operators brought to bear inside of the actual game. And I really like the offensive bans coming in. Doke, a mainstay ban that we're going to continue to see while she's in such good form. And Ying as well, which Ying, a great operator on any map, but, Bank does tend to be pretty execution heavy. So even more so when it comes to this territory.
Yeah, I mean, Ying Dokkaebi, yeah, like you said, no real surprises, especially denying that execute op if these attacks are slow from Los, which I don't know if you saw the game earlier, but they could be very, very late in the round when they actually enter the site. So denying that Ying, I think, is a great, not even really read by the Sonics. It's also, that's always kind of the problem with those bans, is I want to read into the Ying ban. I want to read into the Dokkaebi ban. Or like an Azami or a Solus ban. Like, here is a particular matchup-specific reason why they banned that up. But the big kind of elephant in the room is like, it's also just Dokkaebi. It's also just Ying, two of the best attackers in the game. I will say, though, we do actually have the Cade ban from Los, so we will have Azami, Solus, a lot of very powerful defenders on the board, and Fenrir as well for the third. A lot of tools for Sonics these first 6 rounds.
Well, yeah, most definitely. And definitely gonna have to consider how things go on that basement floor now. You can't lock up the hatches in the same way, so the immediate access for the offense once they do get there. At least for right now, Sonic's going to keep things going on that mid and top level. Extension here that honestly will work pretty handily into their favor, especially with Solus in the hands of Merc. Have some solid potential to try and deal a considerable blow to the info game of Los. They're going to start to work things in from the top of square.
They can do damage to these drones and force Los into those low time executes. Sonics will at least be putting themselves in a great spot. But again, if you saw the Clubhouse game earlier, Los are very, very adept at winning fights on the Flood, even if it is just straight up 50-50s. They keep seeming to win those engagements. But still getting into that position where they have to basically bet on that is still a very, maybe not necessary, but still a win condition that I imagine Sonic strongly desire. They have an open area hold behind this mirror window, and Ambi's going to have to be careful because there are a lot of attackers looking to pressure this position. 1 in ATMs, 1 outside printer window, 2 players upstairs on stock and now around marble stairs. Those hatches are open, and 1 player will fall back, and right as the Twitch makes their way into small office, Ambi drops at the exact right time. About half the round exactly, almost on the dot, wasted by SQ.
So quiet for the first round. Just,
Thank God.
Yeah. A little bit of a reprieve from the day, especially for you and I, as things have been quite action-packed. Let me tell you, definitely weathersome on the soul, but either way, we will continue to persevere. And Los, they're going to do the exact same. Chopping things down on the side, or rather chopping things up, as they'll get to dice things around this utility game. Able to get rid of at least a few of these canisters that are still persisting. Not Rexon's, although he is down to his very last one, as they'll expend that at the top of blue, but rather Goyo's. Stuns out now for Bursa. Los, on the precipice of this execution. They have to go for this soon as this timer continues to dwindle.
They have to go for it. Rexon with the shotgun. Not as strong as it was previous patch, and he's whittling Legacy down, but those pellet changes, you can't just one-tap someone from 8 billion miles away. Have to do a little bit more. For Sonics, there's not a whole lot left to do. Sure, you lost that smoke, but the C4 goes out. Geo forces him off the plant, but now we're actually lacking on post-plant utility, but the gunfights are all going their way.
Oh, man.
Geo's worked his way up, only put Bursa to 1 HP, so Legacy's able to finish him off. But still the diffuser not planted. And how are Ambi and Adam going to fight back with that hatch control firmly in the favor of Los? Take the first round pretty convincingly. Just move in through server. Might be low on time, but they're certainly good for the kills.
That is a reaction photo and a half from Sexy Cake there on the webcam.
I noticed that too.
That was amazing. I'm sure we'll see that one on Twitter pretty quick. But I mean, man, what a round there for Los. The Sonics, I think it's a great game plan, right? What we traditionally see when it comes to bank, and especially bank in North America, kind of have a roam strategy going on, trying to hold things down to around the minute 30 mark, peel things back, play for utility, play for crossfires on these hatch positions, as well as these, easy to access stairwells. But it doesn't work out for the Sonics. In fact, it is a whole swath of Los kills going their way. And not only that, but an opportunity to get that case down. Geo honestly had the greatest chance to try and nip that on the bud. If he was able to just get one more bullet into that thermite going for that plant, that's probably a different story for Sonics on that basement defense. But that's just how close these rounds can be sometimes.
It's how close these past few games have been for Sonics too. I mean, the huge Monty clutch from Forrest earlier, how close that game against M80 was, 8-6 loss in OT, but so many winnable rounds in their defenses. And now that is just the most recent example of, aside from that dominant win over DZ, it has been nothing but close rounds, close games, and heartbreakers for Sonics, and the best of ones since their first, all the way back on Playday 2 against Dark Zero. Now as they try things a second time on the defense, see a bit more of an extension. We saw a loose hold of open area with the mirror window, with the then rear behind it, but now with the addition of the castle, you can actually basically artificially extend that bomb site a lot easier. It's not a basement hold, it is an open area hold, but still, being able to hold that top floor for a long period of time, much more possible because of these operators.
Most definitely. Well, these angles going to be that much more precarious now for Los to try and deal with. So a few beacons here to try and assist and discover these entry points for Sexy Cake and potentially more Los players, so they want to try and work their way in from these windows. You can see the Sonics are going to play patiently off of that setup intel, especially for Ambi here inside of Checkers. Nobody trying to influence anything from the lobby position, so very lucky for him as of right now. Won't have to worry about that too much, at least for the time being. And Sonics doing a swell job so far of playing patiently with this setup on the top floor. Finally, Sexy Cake is going to swing his way in. He's going to get discovered by Ambi. Nobody really worried about that banana position, as Ambi will be able to gun down one, and no follow-up from Los as of now.
That's a nice rotation from Ambi. Love that call. And also, seemingly the castle barricades are not really a focus on that top floor. Instead, likely helping Adam play inside of Tellers and Archives, maybe also giving Rexon the ability to rotate back from Elevator. See Adam holding this angle, just shielding himself behind the telephone on that desk. Spots Legacy hitting the prone, is able to put him to beneath 50 HP. Now more players in this top floor looking to help Adam inside of main lobby, but he's his own help. Might just find a second as well. We hear the shot from the Flores inside of Archives. Adam now certainly spots him and certainly confirmed his presence. Surely he's good for one more. This 1v1 very easy for Adam to win. Various just availing himself to the MP5. Very sloppy round from Los. As to make matters worse than the 2v5, Sam, there's a whopping 0 drones left for Los's attack.
Yeah, there's really nothing for them to do, and that's why you see Bursa lined up the way that he is. Probably just going to swing right off of this castle barricade. There's already a smoke here, too. What can you find this positive for Los at the moment? And all Sonics all the time so far in round 2. It's going to continue to be so. Rise will finally fire back, as it's going to be a trade here. And oh my, what a moment there for him. Be able to discover at least one more, but more than likely not going to get that much farther up the line. The case at his feet is he'll try and work his way in towards the kitchen. Sonics doing a great job of not giving him a single opportunity. Instead, it'll be the castle up top to take things out. Ambi with a nice little fist bump there of the camera for not only his teammates, but also the Sonics fans at home.
Overall, a strong Sonics defense. I mean, the setup is pretty simple. You got one player in Tellers, a couple players on that top floor, a couple players anchoring the site, or really just one player, but 2 players on the middle floor directly outside the site, 2 players spread a bit further out on that top floor, just layers that the attack has to pierce. And before they've even made any progress, Los are down to 3 drones a minute 20 seconds into the round. So, of course, the kind of play Ambi makes, where he wraps around and enters a blind spot in the attack, of course there's a good chance he gets the kill there. Not guaranteed, of course. We've seen plenty of times today that hasn't happened. But it's the exact kind of play that is enabled and made more likely in a situation where your drones are not only not used to gain anything, whether it be a pick or really information you can act on and push the defense back, but is basically just lost without gaining any value to the defense. Ambi can make that play, go for that opening pick, and then the players down below are just walking into Tellers and Archives, giving 1v1s to Adam, and we have overall a pretty uncoordinated attack following up what was a very solid execute from Los in round 1.
And so far, what a comeback story for Ambi today. Things were not looking great for him to at least start the week, but now things looking a heck of a lot better, especially after his showing earlier on. So far, so good for him here. 3-1. It will be piloting the mirror this round. Put down another one of those black mirrors faced out towards these northern windows that we see occupied so often from the offensive perspective.
We saw how dedicated WildCard were to it earlier as well, with 3 different players outside on this rappel. Similar story here. Up earlier utility usage. Some of those swarms from the Grim launcher set out very early on to burn those magnets. The benefit of having 5 is even if they detonate and don't find any intel, there's so many to burn the magnets that Adam can throw on these CEO windows. Still, the main threat here is, of course, the Black Mirrors that you have to worry about. They can deny anybody hitting the rappel in. But something I also love that we'll just see Geo run on Bank in the most random of moments is this clash. Sometimes the Church Arsenal just sitting behind the server rack, and in this case, on CEO, just to constantly maybe pester the people on rappel. But there's a reason he's pulled back deep into the recesses of the bomb site. If anybody vaults in, not only does he want to give that intel, but also make their move from the window behind the desk as slow as humanly possible.
Arius will at least be able to get rid of that Kiba barrier built up on the janitor closet. But once again, we saw Sonics, how capable they were of being patient on the top floor setup the last time around. Now they're playing the top floor, and it's more of the same, right? I mean, just trying to keep things locked up with these impacts, not trying to get too overzealous when it comes to working these angles up against Los. And it's made for a great play thus far. Los have not been able to find an opening where they're capable to get a big pick just yet. Rye's going to reposition himself here over on the front-facing windows. Try and occupy some space in lobby. Actually find a big angle here. XCK, you could say the same, as he's going to slither his way into the top square.
It's absurd.
Just around these angles, and sometimes, Carter, this is what it takes. Solid snake moment.
He's been
That stun definitely
blinded.
not going to be the best thing for them, is it? It's Adam. He get this on the swing.
He can't, at least for the moment. Sexy Cake, despite being triple blinded against the opening pick. It's the sacrifice you have to make, just as they have allowed Bursa to fall to the C4, and Case now dropped behind the desk in sight. Los will have to recover this, but Ambi with such a huge game. It's actually not even necessarily his find. Sexy Cake finishes off Farius, just as Ambi finishes off Sexy Cake. And a round that Los, from flooding in, miraculously seemed to get lucky and win more fights. Well, he might find the clash. Indeed, Geo put to only 1 HP. Ambi on the quad kill. No ace for him, as he'll win it on time. Bit of a messy round, but one that Sonics will take and really not even thank Los for losing it.
I feel like Ambi, just a little sidebar here. I feel like Ambi is like in an episode of Stranger Things, and he's like 11. They just have him like trapped in like a chamber, just playing Siege. It's
That's
so
why
insane.
that's why he was gone. That's why he was gone in the Oregon game. He was charging up.
That's what it is. That's what it is right there. But no, what a moment there for him. Speaking of which, Ambi, a quad kill in that round, and not only that, but being able to work things up the square stairwell in the fashion that he did. Not something that you expect, but something that players like Ambi more than capable of. So able to basically single-handedly deal the death nail to Los in round 3 and bring Sonics back into the good graces of their defense.
And if they can solve Church Arsenal, they'll basically have at least a win on every single bomb site they've played so far in their rotation. Here, it was very low on time for Los, as things frequently are, but with the smoke falling on server stairs and Los, in that case, having at least an advantage going into the execute, and I think finding Merc for the 5v3, you lost a lot of utility by dedicating Rex into this hold. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad idea, but we just saw in the WildCard BeastCoast game what the lack of a smoke and burning time for the defense can do, especially if not a whole lot is achieved on this roam. Sonics burned a minute and a half last time, but didn't really get a whole lot of kills or a whole lot of damage. So even if Rexon is on blue stairs again this time, we'll need to see a bit more impact from this roam, because the smokes will be used in that position, so you need to front load that denial elsewhere.
Drones initially for Los. Arius will be in tow. I think the Jackal pick here for Los is trying to make sure that they can clear out this top floor effectively. And if anybody tried to play anything out earlier on that top floor, they'll at least give over the information of their location to the Jackal. I found that Fenrir inside of open area as well. So Los so far so good on this clear. A solid understanding of the scenario. And Farius will be able to at least take down one. It's going to be a down onto Merc. No confirmation just yet, but Rise can most definitely assist with this.
I most definitely can. You see Adam moving up for the support. Merc is finished off, though, so Pushing upstairs, no longer really an advisable option. Ambi also now in a difficult position, as he's been spotted on the defense. And with Marble Stairs control, not in the attack's control, but all you really have is hoping that Adam can have an impact and stop the flood in. Ambi's basically trapped. He's got to fight his way out. Hope Los give him 1v1s. The Sharks are circling. Ambi will rotate deeper into Cafeteria. Spotted by another drone. Knows he has to play his life. F not triggered. 4 attackers. Ambi beams one out of the small office. Like a wolf cornered, he whips out the bailiff and mauls Legacy on the printer window. He's gunning for a third, but Ambi has done more than enough. More than he should have got away with. He's cut down Legacy and Rise. The Hell in a Cell in open area.
You can see the recognition practically in his play of, oh wait, I get to play out my entire life here. He gets so excited, it seems. Just starts taking gunfights left and right and winning them. Amazing stuff, especially over in Printer with the bailiff. A harebrained scheme, but it works out beautifully for him, and the Sonics is now Los with 30 seconds remaining. They have to try and make some magic happen. Jackal, he's gonna drop his way down the elevator hatch. You could say the same for Bursa. Zia's in tow. A beautiful shot from Rexon with that SMG-11, but he's not expecting Bursa to be there. They don't know that this is the main play. This is the whole kit and caboodle right now for Los. Flashes pour in towards Garage. We still have a player over inside of Gold. Bursa, he's trying to find a home for this case, and he is going to have to stick this, ladies and gents. Geo works his way around, and he can't find it. No, wait, he does. Geo gets it done. I didn't think that he had it in him.
Hold up.
But that dog exists. The Sonics get around on what I think is like the last bullet out of that vector.
I'm hitting the NFL action replay right here. Cause Sam, hold on. You need to give me like 5 seconds. Hold on.
Oh my God.
There's no way what I think just happened. Oh my God, Bursa got off the diffuser.
No, he didn't.
He got off the diffuser. He did not down him. The kill you saw was Sexy Cake killing Geo. Bursa willingly got off the diffuser. Look, check it out. 3, 2, look at him stand up.
No.
Look at him stand his KD saving butt up.
No. That's... No. Why? It's the last game of the damn day, man! This is your guys' second game of the day, and I know you warmed up before that. Why? What is happening? You guys can't just come to NA and then just troll up against the Sonics. What is happening?
He stood up.
That is...
What is he saving? The 5.56?
I don't...
Stick it!
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's some other stuff.
He's actually saved his KD for the L.
That's just otherworld. And the craziest thing is, he didn't even save his KD, Carter. He's a split second away, and Sexy Cake killed the damn guy.
Hey,
he already killed. Geo was dead.
Sexy Cake,
dead.
Sexy Cake, the GOAT. Okay, on that coverage. Okay, I actually want to point this out real quick. Coming down Marble Stairs, it's basically a 1v2 with the diffuser going on the floor, and my boy has killed Geo before he can even get burst at a half HP, and the other guy's rotating from the same way. That is actually a very winnable situation for Sexy Cake, but now it doesn't really matter. Ambi's got the opening pick in round 5. Barry is down. There goes all of your vertical destruction, as there are no breach charges or soft destruction in general. Only hard breaching, really. So hatches, they can get that. Everything else, no more since the buck is gone.
Mr. Cake will find another one up top. There's a lot more inside of this nest, though. This hope that Sonics has built for them on this top floor. Some residuals still here on the mid-level. Legacy will be able to find Merc and at least equalize things, but they know that there's still some pressure to be dealt with. Ambi and, Legacy! Some shots go wide. Adam with one. He knows the follow-up's there, too! Oh, my God. What is happening right now? Bursa eats an entire impact, and that is it for the round. The Sonics take it, and not only that round, but oh my, this is too much. I need a gurney. I can't breathe.
What is going on? What are we doing? Oh, actually, hold up. There's something we have to address. We could see
What?
Gio's face.
Oh, you're right. Gio's got a completely different camera angle.
Yeah,
I've just now noticed.
If you guys don't know what we're talking about, Gio's face cam angle for so long has been like the top of his hair and then a bunch of origami cranes he has hanging from the ceiling. It's just occurred to me Gio has a proper camera angle.
He does. And also, just to put it out there, the cranes are sick as hell, by the way.
They are, but like
that's super dope.
it's kind. Listen, okay, this is if you talked about me having a Parker moment with like the SSG player names, this is about to be another one. It is kind of annoying when we cut to a player cam and that player is basically invisible. They're just like, it's like, oh, we've cut to geometrics. Is he a player? Is he a sentient horde of origami cranes controlling the mouse by telepathy? We don't know. Obviously, we do know, but like, yeah, it's a pet peeve of mine.
I like to think that Gio is simply just a concept, and the Swans are actually a collective hive mind that are controlling this construct. Anyways.
I'll give Gio this. He's earned it. He's a veteran. He's earned the right to,
For us to think that he's essentially like a cyborg being controlled by a computer.
I was thinking not have to frame the camera like properly.
I mean, fair enough. I was thinking much more existential. But obviously not the case. Yeah, Gio's earned all of it. And honestly, if we've learned anything across the last couple of years when it comes to entertainment factor, it's much better to just have like an off-kiltered camera. Sometimes you kick it, maybe spit at it. It just really depends on the day, especially if you're Jinxie.
This has been a day of like very weird, funny things, and that's just like it's a nice little spice right now. Thankfully, as we're now measuring these rounds in minutes, in the first one, not a whole lot has happened. Arius has made his way into the square position. SQ basically doing a normal CEO hold. We got a few players on the site playing behind those mirror windows. We don't see the clash anymore. The only player really off is Ambi outside of stock, holding a very common position. So if you're Los, thankfully right here, you're like, oh my god, no tricks, nothing crazy. Let's just try and get this early round with 9 drones alive and make the most of it.
Yeah, that's really all that can be said when it comes to this. I'm going to try and start breaking things down when it comes to some of these angles, but you can see they've already crossed this bridge once. Now they're having to deal with Rex and constantly sealing them back up. I also just want to put it out there. Rise could have just shot these things too, but he might have been fed up with that. Still have that Selma to try and utilize at the end of the day, and he's actually going to be out of them at this point. But have that additional one that he wanted to add to the problem on that far end. Sonics, though, are going to end up losing Ambi, who's been on an absolute heater here on Bank. Only 5 rounds, now 6 rounds played out. Ambi's 13-3, folks.
Well, he's dead this round, Sweaty, so I don't know the impact he could really be having. I mean,
that's why I said through 6 rounds, to be fair.
That's fair, that's fair.
No,
Ambi's having a great game. Merc having a good late round. He's able to bring back the man advantage, or at least bring it to even. Cutting down Legacy, one player prone behind the janitor stack. He's now been found out, so this will be a bit of a difficult position to make work. Gio's fine with that. He's okay as long as not only is the defense able to get his trade, but so long as he's able to keep this angle on the main breach alive. It forces Los's hand, it forces them to push in. We really got to stop team flashing on this janitor push, but he's still prone, so the pre-fire is very easy once Rise's vision comes back. Merc finds a second, but it's still Los with the advantage. They've made their way into the site, and Rise with a very clean cutoff. Adam's looking for this pre-fire, and Rise finally finds him. It comes a little late. There's not much Rexon can do. There's a castle in his way, blocking the default plant spot. He's got to take the 1v1 through this rotate, which, to be fair, is given to him. Ursa is a bit isolated right now, but Rexon can't even find that. So Los bookend that half with wins on the attack, and everything in between comes up blue.
Well, I'd say after everything's said and done, a pretty straightforward scoreline given Bank, right? But you can really say anything but once we actually get down to the nitty-gritty. Some crazy moments across the board there for both squads, respectively. And, the big flyer right now on the Sonics, when you bring in all of the rounds, not just the last one, has definitely got to be Ambi. But as you said, we've had some other hot moments for the Sonics thus far on that half. You You can think of things like what we saw Adam able to produce at some moments, able to find some big kills, as well as Gio, but nobody really showing up in the same way as Ambi on that half when it comes to the kill department. But when you're soaking up so many frags, it makes things pretty difficult for the rest of the roster to exactly find some of their own. So we'll see if that's going to be the same when it comes to their offensive side. Ambi's going to don the mantle of soft destruction, as it's going to be the skeleton key wielding Buck for him to start things off.
Yeah, a lot of Ambi's kills were, I mean, really were just soaking things up, as you said, because sometimes you have like, oh, he's clutched a lot of 2v4s, or oh, he got some impactless frags, but a lot of those rounds were up, Ambi double to make it a 3v3, up, Ambi quadruple to literally end the round, Ambi with a triple on the flank. It was a lot of huge multi-kills that were actively helping Sonics in the round, of course, but also opportunities that SK defenders just didn't really need to do anything because Ambi was doing all the work for them proactively. Here, he's had some nice plays in the Buck today, but I imagine it'll be a bit more quiet of a performance because SQ, as I said earlier, need to worry about this Los aggression. If they let any gap slip, let any hole open up, Los will fill it, and fill it with a player who is extremely mechanically talented and could very well disrupt the entire attacking strategy.
You can see Sonics giving that respect over. I want to make sure that as they traverse this map, they do it right. Make sure that they don't overextend themselves, give any isolated picks away to Los. There's definitely a lot of opportunity for that, given the strategy that Los has implemented. But a few bodies on this mid floor that could play spoils to the clear from the Sonics. So far, it's really just been implemented to try and slow things up on time, but Rise finally going to show face, and he's immediately gunned down from Merc. Catching fire. We're here inside of the teller's office. He'll be able to discover at least one more player over inside of open area.
Yeah, good find from Merc, just doing what he does best. Oftentimes, we'd find him in previous rosters, SSG, WildCard, hitting solo lurks on Bank and able to consistently find an opening pick. To find one on Sonics, and now they still have this roam on the middle floor that they have to worry about, of course, but there's a lot of setup for this as well to make it work. You have the vertical destruction from up above. All that matters is actually pushing these players down now, so I was gonna say maybe we need to see somebody put in a window or somebody hop in, but if Merc is just gonna single-handedly dismantle the roam setup from Tellers, I'm not really gonna complain either. Los maybe gunning for at least a little bit of pressure, trying to catch Adam pushing on in, but the Grim anticipates it. He's able to fend off Sexy Cake for just the moment, but he actually tries to press the issue. At least it's the Fenrir that does, slowly falls back, but that's what catches Adam off guard. Just need to be careful not to overplay their hand, though, but it seems Merc is more than willing to try and take all the ground he's given. Gunning for a fourth, he's put Sexy Cake for 1 HP. Various on this retake, extremely lethal. Sonics need to be careful. He's got control of this hatch. He's found another, but Merc guns him down. We've had 3 aces today if he gets this next kill. I think Sam, and with 1 HP and now spotted by the Inox, he walks out. And 3, it's at least 2 on top of the hat ace earlier. Merc getting SQ their final round. It just seems whoever's getting the kill on Sonics is doing all the work necessary.
Day 4 of the NAL, baby. I was here in chat. 3 aces, all in one play day. Something that, I mean, there's some moments in time, Carter, where we've been waiting for the first ace to happen going into like day 6, day 7. We have so many of these things already so early on inside of the stage. It's so crazy. I was going to call a tactical timeout, and I would too. I mean, Sonics able to deal a huge blow there to start off on their offensive assaults. And, I mean, Merc especially, obviously, with that ace there in round 7.
Ambi on what, on 13 kills. Now Merc boosting his stats up by 5. Really good individual performance from a lot of these SQ players today. And unfortunately for Los, I mean, I like the idea. I like aggressively holding that middle floor. I mean, even with the guy server stairs is a bit of a heavy investment, yeah, but the name of the game on Bank is to try to deny map control for as long as you can to make sure that once you go for that execute, of course, there's not a lot of time for SQ to work with, but you force them to spend a lot of time to get to those hatches, to get those angles available while still having utility on the site to deny. I like it from Los. When you have somebody walking around who just ends up gunning 5 people, it makes them look a little silly. Not that it actually was, but it was a very good showing for Merc. And unfortunately, in a best of 1, it's rounds like that where you got to move on. You have to go to CEO now. You have to try and make something else work. It won't be as heavy of a roam, I imagine. We've got the mirror windows, the Kiva barriers, so it'll be more like what we saw from Sonics. Bunker down in CEO, have somebody play outside the stock position, try and deny time there and contest the angle square. Will Lowe still try to go for a mid to late round flank to swing things in their favor? Probably. But the setup right now is certainly favoring something a bit more close to the chest.
Most definitely. I like the strategy from Lowe's, but you can see that the Sonics have already thought about this as well. We've had a lot of window play on this top floor, and they'll have their answer. We saw earlier today a pretty unique one working its way in, the Cali getting picked up. And honestly, I really liked that, you know, from that earlier event game that we saw, Carter, especially with its ability to try and clear up some of the Kiba barriers, as you only need 3 of those sniper bullets to be able to take out one of those barriers. So a pretty nice exchange rate, if you ask me. We'll obviously have that here for the Sonics, but we'll have their own iteration. We got the Ash rounds in here to try and assist with these mirrors, break those up, make it where Lowe's aren't going to have immediate information like they once would, with those mirrors still being up and ready to be played.
It's always the issue with that Kanto impact trick is you can always get the top summa, but the impact radius is still a bit too low, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah, just challenging the main lobby repel. Respect to Legacy for that one, able to find the opening pick on Merc. There's still the contextual realities of the situation. You do have the Kanto position open, so playing elevator a bit more difficult, even if the angle is tight, but not to complain if Legacy's finding a kill like that. If he's able to still get aggressive inside of the site, if Sonics want to go for just a normal repel in through CEO, which at least right now, still half the round to go, but at least right now, that's what the positions are setting up for, is going to be a bit more difficult. They still have the mirror windows to trade, still have the Yokais to deny the plant as well to avoid the issue of taking any gunfights in the first place. So you're likely going to need to see a player like Ambi try to lurk in through square to get a kill inside of electrical, maybe Adam as well inside of stock to try to pinch there. Just something to add onto the CEO push gains a whole lot of renewed importance because of that 5v4.
So very true. Sonics also not going to be able to gamble things in the same way. I'm going to get some solid info, and poor Sexy Cake has no idea as he's on that Yokai drone trying to get these things adjusted for this potential execute that Sonics could be rolling over pretty soon. A drone still inside of the elevator longer. Obviously has been discovered, and we'll most definitely know that after destroying said drone. 38 seconds remaining now, though. Sonics send everything into the site, including themselves more than likely soon, and that's exactly going to be the case. A great find there from Ambi, more than likely going to be able to try and bear down on this Checkers location, but Legacy with a triple kill, mimicking what we saw in the previous round from Merc. He's gotten 3, looking for 2 more. They know Sexy Cake has been locked down inside of the elevator, but somehow, some way, Legacy, oh my! A quad for him, and Sexy Cake with the gunfight working his way out of the elevator position. Los find their round on the top floor. And what a moment there for them.
I mean, it's unfortunately what happens when sometimes you're betting a lot of that on the CEO repel, which, to be fair, it's not like Sonics only had that. They did have a player lurking in through square. They did have a player coming up marble stairs. But with Ambi and Rexon a little ahead of the play, it's not all happening at the same time. It's obviously a very chaotic execute. It gives Legacy that opening. It's still a very improbable gap to find. He still not only has to get the kill on Ambi, but then somehow has to react in time or be given enough timing to get the kill on Rexon. So SQ positionally had the right setup. All right, 4v2. We'll repel into the site, and we've got the players to backstab from the opposite angle. We should be able to sandwich the players and pinch the remaining ones and move on to match point. But with the repel going a bit ahead of those players on the backside, it gives Legacy an opening. Improbable as it may be, he's able to find it. Almost get our 4th ace of the day with that quad kill. Still give Los a very solid 2v4.
5 seconds to go.
Man, oh man.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Round that Sonics probably going to want back, especially just from the opener there. Merc gets taken down, not really able to transition too well once they are able to at least get that initial volley of kills going their way. But Definitely wanted to see them try and transition and make the most of that scenario. But they'll have some opportunity ahead of them. Los, long trek if they do want to try and work their way back into this game. 2 rounds on top of the one that they've already garnered would be necessary in order just to tie things up. Want to go for overtime at a bare minimum. Even a longer trek. Now, Ambi, what an angle here for Sexy Cake. Sidebar for a second. My God.
That's a nice angle.
That's quite the thing there that could end up giving them a kill if somebody swings off these windows incorrectly. But either way, Sonics start getting these bodies in on this top level.
If I'm SQ and I see Legacy back in this position 2 rounds in a row, I am shaking a little bit. He's got an ACOG now to work with. But it's still not exactly a very solid realm on the top floor. Yeah, they have some utility, maybe no mirror windows, but they've got some head holes. They have positions set up. They are trying to hold on to this top floor, but it's not as strong as it was in, say, CEO. So Ambi can move in through top square a little bit easier. Oh, but a C4 finds him. Various, either with a call or just with the quick reaction, actually cuts down the lurk on the backside. Such a huge pick because everyone else, the Legion and obviously the Malusi, focused on different positions, can't really deal with Ambi. And by just avoiding a gunfight entirely, 1:15 seconds left, and Sonic still haven't really entered the top floor. Geo sure is in stock, and we still see Rexon on the rappel, Merc downstairs in main lobby, but there is no solid control for Sonics whatsoever. They're still betting on winning isolated 1v1s just to bring the man count back.
Merc's been discovered. Oh. Nice shots on to Legacy. Legacy not really aware initially that that player was around the space, even with that Banshee going off, but still had an opportunity. Just doesn't really work out for him. Merc instead with the victory there at the top of Red Stairs. Now Sonics, well, within their right to start breaking down this top floor, but with very minimal time, this is still going to be quite the execute at the end of the day. Los are going to be able to try and stick to their guns, try and play some niche areas around the bomb site, things like deep inside of Archive that could potentially be the downfall of the Sonics.
Still these little positions that go unaccounted for that is sometimes just happens even with the best of teams when they're going for an execute with very low time, relatively small intel, but can end up being the undoing for even the best. Darius finds a couple, though. It's not Sexy Cake on that rat position. Geo's found one. He's made his way into small office, but there we go. Sexy Cake strikes. And Rexon does not have the time to get this diffuser down. Easy pickings for Rise. He, too, will fall off the diffuser. Though, ironically, that situation much more lost than the Los one ended up being earlier. This game, very much not lost. Just 1 round away from tying it or Los.
Just to think that if he does end up sticking that plant earlier, it could be tied as of right now, or we, just could have a very much different situation that is ahead of us. But Sonics still have a chance here to try and keep this lead, and not only that, but find a penultimate point too on top of it. Los, though, with a nice little game-changing play going on in that previous round, as they're able to keep Sonics boxed out for the most part on that top floor, forcing some adjustments from them, forcing them to try and find soft point around that top floor setup. And it ends up being Merc up, coming up the red stairs and able to get that big pick inside of Checkers. But it doesn't really land Sonics all that much. It comes very late. At pick on Ambi has already happened for Los, and instead Los are more than capable of positioning themselves, into the best chance for victory, where they're able to find a lot of the entries onto Sonics, giving them a heck of a lot of problems, especially for some of those outliers, things like the kitchen position, things like, Archives coming back to bite the Sonics.
And now for the locker CCTV attack, as Los do end up going back to it. Remember how strong that roam was? 4 different people all mulling about on that middle floor, and obviously Merc just running around and killing everybody. Barring that happening a second time. Okay, I was about to say maybe we see a little...
What?
Okay, that's the Solus. Here's what I assume happened. I assume he saw a guy on the drone underneath the CEO windows and thought he could go 1 for 1, but obviously it doesn't work out. Unlucky, but still losing the Solus so early on what was likely going to be a 1 for 1 anyway, assuming that guy's just not alone outside CEO. Very, very questionable decision by Rise in the early round.
No
And,
way.
Wow, Mark has just walked in and killed Bursa on blue stairs. This is a hell of a round so far.
That's a smoke gun. There's still open area presence. Los are trying to get another player here up Marble because they know that somebody's going to try and occupy this elevator space. They don't want to peel this back, Carter. This feels so risky right now. They get the drones in. And still standing tall inside of open area. The cross still being held to here from Legacy. The TCSG as well for Legacy. Anyways, we'll cross that later if it matters. Not believe that guy's using that, not the Vector, but whatever. Los are going to finally peel this back after Sonics show quite a bit of utility, especially in the drone game on that mid-level. Finally be given over. Ambi going to be the first one to enter the space.
And it might take a little bit. They've only got a minute left, but again, they still have that 4v3, and they have so much of this execute utility, specifically the Bees, also the flashbangs for Geo. It might be a small bit of secondary utility, but dropping down any of these hatches. She just realized Rexon has the diffuser over by elevator, so the first one actually down into the bomb site. His position's been read by Legacy, so obviously you still have that secondary utility. All the Bees are gone, all the flashbangs as well, but Rexon is still caught behind this fire, at least for the moment.
No.
So when the C4 goes out and it detonates at him, Rexon is still incredibly isolated and is domed by Farius. Los have tied it up on the back of a 3v5, and despite Sonics getting gifted an opening pick, gifted a 5v3, they fumble it?
Gunplay too strong. Gunplay too strong. That's really just it right there. They make the decisions necessary in the moment, and the guns are hot enough to just constantly be finding body after Sonic body. And that is 3 rounds in a row now, excuse me, for Los on their defense. You can see it was a very similar case for the Sonics on their side as well. But, I mean, as of right now, this feels as though this timeout was so very necessary for SQ.
I mean, yeah, obviously, definitely. I mean, of course you have the 5v2 lead evaporate, right? Of course you have Los starting to make this comeback. Whoever wins this next round goes to match point, all the stuff we always say. But I honestly just can't believe Sonics have lost that round, because Rise jumps out the window, 5v4. Merc gets another kill, 5v3. Sure, you've only got a minute, but you have so much to work with. You've killed the Blue Stairs players so early on. Maybe you can go for a server side to take if you want, but a lot of these defenses from Los have not been utility heavy. A lot of it has really been focused on that roam. The F-Knots, of course, are still a factor, but there's likely going to be some placed in the top floor. The Solus, trying to deny intel economy on the roam. So you do have some things like the Vulcan packs or C4s or smokes. But Sonics just decide to immediately send it out an elevator drop, and Rexon is very isolated. One player pushing through Vault, one player pushing down Marble, lining up for the Fenrir, holding that very angle. I think SQ just getting a bit ahead of themselves. I think there's still a very winnable round there, even if similar positions are held. But I think, again, just leaving Los a lot of room to play with in that late round when they really didn't need to, given the time that was remaining.
The good news is that they did still have that timeout. Slow things down, 5 versus 5. And let's be real. Let's just be honest for a second. Even when Sonics had a pretty solid lead coming into this half, and they were able to extend things a little bit longer, we knew somehow, some way, that given the circumstances of how day 4 has gone so far, this game was at least going to give us max regulation. There's no way.
I didn't mean it, though. Like, I didn't actually mean it. Like, even if it was win or lose for Los or SQ, whatever, I didn't actually think this would be another extremely close game in a day of extremely close games. But here we are, and back on CEO. Talk about extremely close rounds. Legacy, the man of the hour, that Azami playing around the checkers position. Good for 4 kills in that round and bringing Los back from a 2v4 where really all of this started.
And this top 4 are going to mean the most, especially for this checkers position for Los. Oh my God, Adam.
He's so good.
like a thief in the night.
It's prod.ol right there.
Insane stuff. He'll take out Legacy. What a moment now for the Sonics. Able to start pulling things back into their favor after this timeout. Cooler heads will prevail. Aria's taking some damage now too. Sonics, mostly Ambi, will be able to take down Farias. Nade downrange too. Won't be able to find that deployable shield like he wanted, but really the point. Wants to get back on that drone, try and work things further ahead for the Sonics. See what this next step's going to be. Bursa not able to do anything to Ambi either. And they'll definitely know that there's somebody downstairs now.
That was my big concern for Sonics moving into this point. We've seen the aggression from Los can be so powerful. But with the C4 gone, they can't deny the plant from below, and Bursa's flank is completely telegraphed with a Black Mirror in pocket, by the way. So Rexon is able to get this diffuser down completely successfully. Bursa walks his way all the way up Marble, all the way up Vending. Easy pickings for Adam, and a flawless round for the Sonics after the timeout to make their way to match point.
This is just something else. The Sonics looking like a completely different version of themselves after that timeout. And just showing the veteranism that's on this team. You know, their ability to have cooler heads prevail, their ability to calm down, I'm sure, some of the younger guns around this team. Or not only that, but potentially creating that environment where that nervousness never really sets in the first place, right? And Sonics, I mean, playing extremely well. You can say the same about Los. I mean, today has definitely not been Los's day in a certain regard, but they have been able to showcase the fact that they can take it to some of the best in North America.
This day has been an absolute win for Los, even if it ends up being 2 losses. The fact that against Dark Zero, against Sonics, they have extracted almost every single round they possibly could. I was not really rating this squad super highly going into it. With how quickly they were put together, with how unproven some of these players, Sexy Cake excluded obviously, are, I really thought this roster was going to be a combination between WildCard, Los, and then at the time I wasn't sure, would it be Luminosity, would it be BeastCoast, but a combination of kind of one of the, unfortunately, orgs that have typically been on the bottom end of the NAL. Now today, today in general, I don't know what the hell to think. With the WildCard BeastCoast game being as close as it was, Los having such close games against Sonics and Dark Zero, and obviously LG really being one of the teams I've been most impressed by throughout these past opening play days. I didn't know if these players who had played together before would have what it takes to play against some of the best teams in NA, but it seems like they might, and maybe we were all, myself being the foremost example, undervaluing a lot of these underdog teams. We'll see if they can bring it back to OT, though. They were able to do it against Dark Zero earlier. Now against Sonics, Legacy finds himself right back inside of Checkers, try and recapture some of that magic, albeit on open area this time.
Well, gotta be thankful for one thing, especially with that in mind, right? Things are very competitive here in NA across the board. None of these games have really been sleepers. Everybody's starting to find their stride and starting to make solid progress on what they think that their ideal version of their team looks like. Some obviously more down the line than others, as we do have quite a few new teams here. The shield slide there from Geo, a distracting factor as Merc's going to be able to get one, make it 2. He's in his element. Wow. It's an R4C with a 1X. Can he find the 3rd? Of course he can. Why wouldn't he? He's Merc, for God's sakes. 3 kills for him. Los, now worse for wear, and that's practically an understatement given the circumstances. Sexy Cake, he's going to try and run away with his tail between his legs as Geo is staring him in the eyes from behind that Monty shield.
All right, I suppose Merc has decided. Sonics are not losing this. After a rough couple of games since that game against DZ, Merc, Ambi have taken the game in their hands. Might just end it here. 2v4, what do Bursa and Sexy Cake have? We know that Sexy Cake likes to get aggressive in these late round man disadvantages. He likes to try and find ways he can sneak behind the attack or go unchecked in a corner to bring the man count back at a minimum, maybe even make the round winning play. Bursa doesn't really have that luxury. I mean, to be fair, neither of them really do. But they are both looking at the stock catch right now, and with the Monty positioned above it, we know that's where it's coming from. Selma's opening up, might very well drop that Monty right down in the middle of the bomb site sooner rather than later. As we get to 30 seconds left, Sexy Cake, this is what I was anticipating. He goes for the wraparound, but Bursa falters on the site. while he might have distracted for a little bit, Sexy Kick is only good for one, and it telegraphs his position. My man has no way out. And Ambi will just add one small kill on the top of the mountain he's achieved in SQ's 7-5 victory over Los.
Max regulation. We cannot get away from these crazy games today, Carter, but fortunately for us, things have finally died down a bit. We have reached the last game and the end of the last game in between these two teams. This is going to end in a Sonics victory. Los definitely was some pretty solid gameplay across the board today, not only in this game up against the Sonics, but also in their matchup against Dark Zero on Clubhouse. So, you know, for all intents and purposes, a really good day of Rainbow Six.
Yeah, an incredibly entertaining one, to say the least. And also for Sonics, it will put them all the way up in 3rd place behind OXG and SpaceStation, respectively. So, while, of course, we have some of the top teams still up there, that means LG still kind of really tangling with the big dogs amongst M80, Sonics, SSG, OXG, big names at the top of the leaderboards. But we have our top 5, and we also have our final desk to break down not only SQ's victory over Los, but how crazy as hell this day has been right after this.
I don't know what's funnier, the fact that most of the games we had on the day went to either 12, 14, or 15 rounds, the fact that it took Sonics until the very end of the day to finally get a couple points, or the fact that Los, the Brazilian team that came into the NAL, is still yet to find a win, or the fact that I'm finding it funny because it's late in the evening and I'm going a little bit insane, just like Sam and Carter were on the day, capturing every game.
They were
that we
perfectly
played.
normal. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, what? I think he used it's Jover.com somewhere on a caster.
That happened. I heard that.
If Carter still had hair, I'm sure he would have shaved it off himself.
It is still jarring to see him with that haircut, 100%. Sonics come out with a dub. They defeat Los 7-5. It's Los's third consecutive loss so far, second consecutive loss just today. There were moments where a comeback definitely looked like it was about to happen, and Sonics slammed the door right at the very end.
I think first things first, we got to commend Los for how they played. They obviously and arguably are the North American team that had the biggest change, right? Not only just changing regions, but coming into a full new team with all new players that haven't really played with each other at all. And so to overcome that and play 3 of the arguably hardest teams in North America so far, I think they did pretty well. They kept their own, especially seeing players like Sexy Cake step up, Legacy the rookie step up. We didn't see Sexy Cake too much in their first game against OXG, so it's nice to see him step up today and be that leader that they brought him on to be.
And Los, we're definitely seen as like the biggest underdog, I think it's fair to say.
One of the biggest, for sure.
Right, one of the biggest across the entire pool of teams we got here. And I think that their performances today, although not victories, are enough to get them out of that underdog conversation, move them to the middle of the pack. They're no longer this team on the bottom that we need to be worried about or say, oh, when are they going to get their first win? It feels like just a matter of time before they get their first win.
Of course, when you look statistically, they're keeping up with all these teams. It's not like there's a certain area that they're lacking. No specific player is slouching. All of them are firing on all cylinders. With a little more time, I think they'll be good as new. I would honestly put them as middle of the pack right now. With all of the North American teams that we've seen, I would put them at the middle of the pack. You were even mentioning that they were arguably better than maybe a WildCard or a BeastCoast.
So you're saying even though they haven't won a game quite yet, skill is still enough for Los at this stage to put them up there higher in the standings if they actually had a win under their belt.
Higher is maybe not quite yet,
well, no,
but like
but
certainly
higher than what the standings suggest.
Right,
Yeah.
after today, if we were to make like a power rankings, I think they would fall pretty dead in the center.
I've seen a lot out of Los so far that makes me feel confident in their future matches.
Well, that's fair. We'll have to wait for more of those future matches until next week because they weren't able to get a dub in any of the ones they played this week. Flip side, Ambi had a monster of a day. We highlighted how he had one off game yesterday and both games today. It felt like he took that personally.
He was the strongest on the first half of this map, and I don't think it's a surprise that that's also, as a result, where Sonics were collectively the strongest. Through 3 rounds, Ambi had 9 kills. He ended up with, I think, 13 coming out of the first half alone, racked up a few more towards the back half. The important thing is that today seems to be his day, or at least it was, right? We said he had a rough performance yesterday. Today, he clearly shook that off. He came out swinging, and he never looked back.
And when Sonics was ramping up a little bit of a lead, I think they had a 5-2 lead at one point, that confidence that Ambi was getting just by winning his 1v1s was kind of leaking onto the rest of his team. And that's where everybody started going for these ones. They started playing very loose, very aggressive, maybe letting the round count just get to their head a little bit. And that's where we saw Los mount that comeback. Thankfully, they were able to shut it down, make sure they get the full amount of points, and just keep it close.
And for any game where maybe Ambi doesn't show up, I mean, to be fair, it's only been one game so far with this new lineup where that hasn't happened. Adam also comes back into the limelight. Merc also had, even if it wasn't the biggest game he's ever had, still great at 12-9, second on the team. Everyone on Sonics is there. They're in the lobby. They're present. They understand what's happening, and they're working with the new pieces about as well as I think we could expect any new team to in their first week.
Without question, Merc, you see him there. 12-9 today. Adam dropped 18 yesterday. All of these guys are in the conversation for the most major contributors that there are on this team. And we see Gio all the time. It's kind of a running joke that like Gio's going to pick up the clash. He's going to pick up that more creative strategy.
But when he does, it's brutal.
But when he does, it's brutal. It's great. I mean, obviously, he's got a leader. He's got all that experience about playing with these guys. And yeah, it's a team that has a lot of strengths. We saw a couple of weaknesses today in this game against Los. That's why it ended up being closer than I think they would have liked. They came out ahead, and they got those full 3 points.
And I love the flexibility out of Sonics too. Every player playing different roles. We saw Rexon on the Ace. We saw Gio on the Flores.
Yep.
You're seeing operators go to players that you wouldn't normally see on just a team that just has lock set roles. So that goes to show the pool of operators and comfortability that Sonics has.
Well, if we're going to keep on complimenting Sonics, we might as well do it directly to their faces. We got Merc on the line to discuss how this game against Los went, but just in general, if I can, my first question for you, dude, talk to me about how you went from one game earlier in the day that didn't go your way. What did you and the team do to reset between that loss coming into this bank game? What did you guys do in that downtime?
I mean, we just kind of took a little breather. I mean, we kind of realized that we threw the heck out of that game and that was ours to lose. So we just reset our mentals, kind of chilled, ate some food, watched the VOD, like watched Los play, and then just warmed up and stayed warm for the next match since we had a little break.
Mark, a big question I'm kind of asking everyone here is, where do you feel like your team is at developmentally? Obviously, a lot of teams making changes. We're only a couple days in. Where do you feel like you and the Sonics are positioned overall? How do you feel like you guys are vibing with each other?
I feel like we're vibing really good. I love these guys. They're fun to play with. I feel like we're losing to ourselves on a lot of these matches, like the 2 that we lost so far. I mean, we've lost like 4 Oregon defenses and we lost 4 Consulate defenses. So we were like we got the hard part down of being able to attack these hard maps, but we just can't like finish out the defenses. So I mean, we got the easy part coming up and just closing out defenses and being more structured and, you know, not throwing away 5v3s every other round, and we'll be chilling.
Merc, let's look at everything in a bigger picture here. From you as evolving of a player, from TSM to WildCard to now on Sonics, you're coming in this roster, and what are you necessarily looking to bring? Have you been bringing a lot more leadership? Are you just there because you just have to go back to your roots and focus on fragging? How do you fit in this current ecosystem?
I bring experience and just like overall, just like fragging power, I guess, from my perspective of it. And then like being able to help Ambi, who's like a new up and coming player, like teach him the ways that I was taught for entry, and just like kind of help Adam as well on the side. And then, you know, me and Gio being previous teammates, there's a lot of chemistry there built in already. So yeah.
Great.
Was there anything else you want to say before we let you go, dude?
No, just, you know, thank you for supporting Sonics, and we're still we're gonna be crazy soon, but we gotta just figure out our defenses.
I don't know, man. I think if you're able to beat the Brazilians, I think you're already crazy. Congratulations again on the dub. We'll see you next week. Take care, bro.
Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
Everything is up in the air in the NAL, and honestly, I kind of really wouldn't have it any other way. If it's chaos down here all the time, I'm all for it, because it means days are long, days are unpredictable. It means we have some really cool matchups that we just can't, well, we have no idea what's in store. I love this league.
I mean,
so
what
much,
a
dude.
day. What a day. Every single game, and correct me if I'm wrong, every single game won at least 12 rounds? Was there one I'm missing?
Every single one? Let's see. Hang on.
I'm not sure.
Yep, every single one was at least 20. Dude, Sam and Carter ran the marathon,
that is crazy. As someone who is mostly casting games, my God, I feel for Carter and Sam. This one was a brutal one, but it was an exciting one, right? It wasn't like every game was that slow burn. We saw a lot of hero plays. There were a lot of exciting moments. I'm sure they obviously had a good time doing it. Right. But yeah, long day.
Very entertaining games, a lot of back and forths. I'm really happy we didn't see any slow burn games. And I love knowing that there's not really one team that's just protruding above everybody else, just dominating. I mean, the most dominant team so far is OXG, but I feel like their battles have yet to get harder.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be another obstacle coming for the future weeks.
Well, that's it for everything we needed to do on main today, but we're not quite done with the broadcast. We obviously know you still want to be able to farm some packs, so why don't you do it as you kick back and relax with us on the second iteration of the NAL post show, and it's Twitch subscriber exclusive for questions. So be sure to come up with a couple if you have a subscription active, and we might just throw them on the bottom bar and answer them on stream in just a couple minutes. So coming up after the break is the post show. Well, week 2 of the North American League is over. Thank God, because it was a long one. We had a lot of fun with the matches that we had from earlier today, but now it's time to kick back and focus on everything that happened in a much more relaxing, informal context.
Yeah, you shed the outer layer, you get a little bit more chill.
Much better. I just wish I had like better guns to show on stream. That's kind of the problem with wearing short sleeves. Anyway, I'm Jacob. He's Jays Wills. He's Foxay. Hope everyone had a good day. I think we've said everything there kind of is to say about how the games from earlier went, but it was still a lot of fun. So now we get to chill a little bit.
We've had so many games. It's like racking your brain, thinking all the way back to those first ones of the night.
Man, what was
the
first
game
game
we say
had
about
today?
those games again? Maybe we'll end up saying it again.
You guys all took your shirts off. Like,
yeah.
If I took mine off, I would have.
There's just nothing there.
It would be a weird looking stream.
See, we
I can't lie.
planned that.
You could have put your hoodie back on. You could have been the other way around if you felt like it.
I could have, but I wore it yesterday, so I mean.
You're fine.
Nah, totally fair. And also remember, if you are a subscriber to the Rainbow Six Twitch channel, you are allowed to leave questions in chat because it is sub-only mode, and there's a chance they'll show up on the bar right below us as we discuss a couple questions as the day rolls on. But just to recap everything that we experienced/endured from today, LG opened up with a win over M80. SpaceStation followed that right up in what was an amazing clash where they reactivated that old Astralis gene. DZ finally got their first win. So did first win? Yeah, first win. So did WildCard, and then Los couldn't finish against the Sonics. That was the day.
Los couldn't finish against the Sonics. That was unfortunate for them. They did play pretty well though.
Yeah.
Got a lot of stock in Los. I will say LG
you buy stock in Los after today?
I would say LG too. LG and Los both definitely impressed me today. LG really
LG
impressed
especially,
me.
yeah. Back to that first game, I think that was maybe, like, yes, Los performed well, but they didn't actually end up getting the wins. WildCard, I think you and Jesse both had WildCard to win, so that wasn't the major surprise. Everyone had M80.
Everyone
so
had M80.
that would be the biggest upset of the day.
Yeah, I think so. And it also goes to show the power of what one ace can do for a team and helping everyone
Power
level
of
up.
friendship.
That also.
Power of friendship.
Yeah, can't forget that. Also, kudos to the guys on LG, by the way, for a couple guys stepping right off a work shift immediately into the lobby. It's not the first time it's ever happened. I mean, that's been a thing going back years, just in gaming. Sometimes you're working a job, you come straight in, you do this, and you do really, really well. So here's standings on the day, just to see where everybody compares. Sonic's 4th or 5th right now. 3rd with Luminosity right below them. Okay, that's honestly, if that was the playoffs and they ended right there, that's a pretty damn good bracket.
Yeah, this is gonna be the playoffs.
It is pretty good. And then OXG didn't even play today, and they're still at the top.
Up there. Yeah.
Is it fair to say though that like we know where our top 6 are gonna be, or do you think WildCard, Los, BeastCoast, one of them might sneak in?
Well, that's the thing. I think I'm trying to remember a time where somebody who started 0-3 ever came back to. I mean, playoffs have only been a thing since last year. So in the context of the old, only best of 1 round robin qualified for majors like the 2022 season, I don't think there was ever a time somebody started 0-3 and then went all the way to a major just based on the round robin. But the playoff bracket gives teams more of a chance to do that. So.
But obviously OXG and SpaceStation as it stands would have that bye in the playoff bracket.
Yes.
And so they'd have that extra chance to keep an eye on their opponents. But I don't know. I mean, Dark Zero have looked shaky, but I think it's only going to get better from here for them. We could keep saying that, and eventually maybe it'll come true.
Maybe.
Los, we said to buy some Los stock. And I think games against WildCard and BeastCoast are going to help their standing.
Buy low, and then it'll soar high, right?
But they've played Dark Zero. They've played Sonics now.
And they played OXG.
And they played OXG. So
3 of the top 6 teams currently.
They've had probably one of the tougher schedules. The toughest schedule you could really have.
Sure.
And I think like we haven't seen anything impossible. There's been leagues and seasons where I've seen teams that get 3-4 overtime wins and they're able to scrape by just getting in just because of those overtime wins. And you never know. We have a lot of upsets that could happen. I mean, Luminosity beat M80 today, so you never know. And
the old NAL slogan way back when was literally anything can happen.
Exactly. If you see the teams that have good structure going forward, paving the road step by step, Los has it. WildCard's almost there.
Yeah.
BeastCoast, unfortunately, I mean, we're still
searching.
A little bit. We need to see that identity. We need to see that identity.
It's kind of the ground we generally expect to walk on at the start of a year, right? Stage 2.
No, you're right.
I feel like it's usually a little different conversation because the roster shuffles. You're gonna have a lot, but you're not gonna have as many as we have right now. I think what, the way it stands, only one team did not make a single change from SI. Is that right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it was just easy.
And everyone else made at least one change or a full new team that we've never seen before.
Yep.
So we have so much, like, I feel like this stage more than any other, we're talking so much more about the growth of these rosters and like finding their own
rebuild
identity,
territory, right? Because well, we haven't won a major in 2 years.
Exactly.
So we have to find some way back into it by rebuilding some teams from the ground up in a lot of these cases.
Even though relegation doesn't really exist anymore, like this is kind of that moment in time where it feels like we've been relegated as a region and we need to find a way to rebuild to get back to the big dog.
That's exactly what we're hopeful to do. Let's check the schedule for day 5, which is next Thursday, 6 days from today. Los SpaceStation open us up. M80 DZ game 2 sounds like a lot of fun. Even that LG OXG game, I'm honestly excited for.
Yeah, LG OXG looks really good, but I'm not gonna lie, I thought Dark Zero would have an easier run after their first set of games too.
Nope.
No, they seem just as hard. I mean, M80's been doing good, and Luminosity has been kind of like the dark horse, just coming through and playing pretty well for their caliber, I guess, where we expected them. So Dark Zero.
Sorry, what? I heard my name.
Nice. This guy's hilarious.
Oh,
the great thing is they can knock off their VOD review in one sitting because M80 and Luminosity played today.
It kind of goes perfectly with Dark Zero hand in hand because we've talked about teams that love VOD reviewing. They love counter-stratting, and Dark Zero is a team that thrives on having information. So now you got, you know, a week and a half, I'd say. I wouldn't say a full 2 weeks, but you have a couple days to be able to get some footage on the teams that you're going to play. Yep. So, like you said, I could see Dark Zero feeling a lot more comfortable now that they have footage.
Yeah.
Good day overall on that day. I mean, 6 days from now, we'll do our research. We'll come back. We'll tell you who's meant to win, and then we'll see if the desk is any more wrong. Can we pull up the predictions graphic, by the way, just to see? I just want to see where everyone's percentages are after we're done with a couple more days. At this point.
I'm in the lead. I don't need a
Fox should still be in the lead. 71%. Wow.
See, Jesse and Laxing were tied until he made the swap from WildCard to BeastCoast.
Correct.
Which was nearly a big brain move, but then was not a big brain move.
Pure cinema. I told you, I mean, no one believed in SSG. I saw the map. Honestly, if I would have stuck to my gut today a lot more often than not, I was telling everyone backstage, I was like, honestly, I don't know. I should start going for my gut.
You were really nervous about that other Los game, though. You were like, oh, man, should I have made the swap when I heard it was
Truly, or was that a bunch of BS from you?
No, yeah, I just lie in the back and just make everything up. I pick a team, and if they're losing, I just instantly swap sides.
It could happen.
I'm spineless.
All right, a couple questions from Twitch chat. What does BeastCoast need to work on?
Entrying, operator flexibility, attackers, defenders, shooting their guns, communication, spawning in. No, okay, I'm being kind of mean.
Drinking water, getting a good night's sleep. Like, dude.
I think they honestly have a really good foundation. They just need to start building it step by step. In my opinion, I feel like they maybe need to hire another coach alongside Fett so that they can slowly start building something. Because when I look at that team, I don't necessarily see somebody who's going to be that leader to start something from scratch. They have good IGLs like Spirits, like Hot and Cold, but both those players have been on established teams. They don't have a player who's built it themselves.
Crazy to see names like Hot and Cold, like Gunner, like Spirits on this bottom team right now. The team with really not much to their name. And not something we usually see. It's usually Hot and Cold in the big events, in the international events, kind of leading the charge and being that support. They need to find, kind of that structure again.
Do you remember that the Mirage roster, the beginning of the first stage 2021, when Hot and Cold was on that team after he was done with DZ, he got dropped from DZ that year.
Yep.
It was like him and Nyx and Dream and a couple other good players. They were top 4 that stage. And I remember thinking that team was pretty decent, and it would have been cool to see them go someplace. And Hot and Cold was on that roster, and I'm like, surely, like, a big reason for this is because he's on the team. And now to see him on this particular BeastCoast lineup with, I think, more storied players because they have so much LAN experience, it's kind of a culture shock for me.
Well, that's because he joined the team that was already established, and he was just there with no pressure on his shoulders, and he knew that he just had to show up. And I think that is the case with a lot of these players. A lot of these players are meant to jump on a team and perform. So they don't really have that middleman right now that's able to connect all of their ideas together and fuse that gel. And of course, a lot of those players haven't played with each other at all. They're not necessarily, good friends to where they're playing ranked every day afterwards. So I really think they need that middleman to just be able to connect everything. No hate to Diffuser. He's a rookie. It's not up to him either.
Yeah.
I really think if they maybe invested a little more in more supportive backline, I think they might have a better first foot in stage 2, maybe. I mean, there's still a lot of season to go left, so I mean.
Breaking Point Season 2 this summer. Okay, so for those who are unaware, last August I ran a little community tournament called Breaking Point, and it had it was a $3,000 prize pool. I self-funded it because I had some money saved up, and my Twitch community did another $1,000 to the prize pool, which was honestly really, really cool. I like the idea of doing another community tournament, but it's just one of those things that I can't be responsible for all of the funding myself to be able to put that on.
Begs for money live.
No, I'm not. I'm answering the question. So it's more like if somebody wanted to work together to be able to put something on, I'd be able to hire talent rather than ask them to work for free was one of the concessions I had to make. And you shouldn't do that as talent. You should be paid for the time. It was a cool thing for some of those guys to work with to as a favor to get off the ground. That was Laxing. Getting on a desk with me for the first time ever was on Breaking Point. We had Skies on the desk for some of that, and all of the phenomenal regional T2 crew.
Really important question here, and I don't know if this is possible, but I'd love to get a poll up in chat of the odds that question was actually asked in Twitch chat, or was that Jacob just pulling some crap?
I promise it wasn't me. No, dude, I'm innocent, dude. I wasn't in chat asking that question.
I don't know about all
that. It
that.
was in production in the background. He was like, please just
put this question in. I need to talk about this.
What y'all do with Laxing? He's in a freezer in the back.
I think he just had a little bit of a panic attack with his predictions, and they haven't been going too hot. And it's okay. He just needed some time to just cool off and, I don't know, go work out or
He was
something.
not a happy guy when these prediction percentages were showing up wrong.
No, I thought it was so funny, too, that, I could see him stressing out when he swapped his pick in the BeastCoast WildCard game just to try to be different, just so he could hopefully get that. It didn't seem like a confident
almost paid
pick.
off.
It almost did.
He put all his chips in and said, I'll bet on red, and it was black. It's just sometimes it just happens that way.
Yep. Or all red and he would bet on blue, I guess. Yeah.
Or on blue, yeah. I mean, find the reference that makes the most sense.
Pancake of waffles. I think you mean pancake or waffles.
Dude,
but
a pancake made of waffles would be dope. That'd be so much starch, but I'd be here for it.
Pancake.
Man.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Or waffles. Waffles without a doubt.
I feel like French toast I can get, but waffles, it's the same. You can't do anything. You can put stuff on top of the waffle.
You're saying that, but you're a big pancake?
Come on, the pancake!
What do you mean? Waffles have squares. Pancake is just a pancake. And you're saying waffles have nothing?
No, you can put, you got the squares on top.
Pancake
That's
is just a slab.
Yeah, but you can put stuff in the slab.
Think about it. If you're oiling it up with the syrup and you just drop it on the pancake, it just slops everywhere.
Think about this from a legit. I'm a big logistical guy.
It's not really attractive.
Let me explain this to you. Right?
But a waffle
from a
cups
simple,
it up. A waffle's got everything together.
Damn it!
It's locked in.
Barrier to entry. If I'm making pancakes or making waffles, what's easier to do on a regular basis for your average person?
Wait, we didn't talk about what's easier. I mean,
no, but I
don't
feel
eat. That's easier. We got him beat.
I don't have to contribute anything.
I will accept
W waffles in chat.
This loss, but no one's got a waffle iron in their kit. You can, but it's who's got a waffle iron?
That moment when the single most passionate analyst desk segment that we've had this whole stage is about pancakes and waffles.
You'd be surprised.
That's on me.
My sister has a pancake waffle maker, which is a Hello Kitty pancake.
Oh, that sounds tight.
And it makes hearts, little hearts.
Aww.
And they're clutch, let me tell you. Easy to make.
Clutch pancakes, baby.
They're easy to make.
Any upcoming players we should watch out for? So this is specifically in reference to guys who haven't made Pro League or maybe who are under 18 and haven't come to that point quite yet. Is there anybody who like rings a bell?
Poison. No.
Damn.
Sorry. I had to take the shot. I had to do it, Poison. I'm sorry.
I'm diving into the database here because I just want to remind myself of these Element guys, because there have been so many big teams that have come in and out of Element, and like some of them are even in international competition right now, especially a lot of those LATAM teams. But like, right, a lot of the Envy guys did not get picked up, right? We saw Diffuser obviously come into the mix, but there's plenty of people on that Envy team who went undefeated in Element 2, and I'm telling this is a couple months ago. This is not very long ago.
Yeah.
You got Kobe's on that team, Kiru's on that team, Jibu's on that team, Fens is on that team, and that's just one team of guys.
There's one specific player that actually played in the Atlanta Major in groups, and was the #1 rated player in groups, and he plays for a LATAM team. I believe he plays for
You're thinking
Knights.
BLK on Knights?
BLK, that's what I was going to say. So BLK, I don't know if there's any language barriers or anything like that, but if there's any North American Pro League teams that need an import, he definitely performed really well at that event. And I've personally scrimmed against the guy, and I was like, wow, this guy's crazy.
I'm currently getting flamed in the DMs about my pancake take.
I saw that same to you.
Except I understand that I have erred here, and if all I am remembered for is that bad take,
I mean, I just can't believe you said waffles or pancake and you went.
Guys, move on from the question.
Waffles don't
move on
have
from the
anything
question.
special
It's fine.
to them.
Guys,
I feel like a waffle, the makeup of a waffle is the same like every time. You don't have like a soft, pillowy waffle. A pancake can be pillowy.
What is
and
the
delicious.
go-to Taco Bell order?
All right, you say.
Well, I am forcibly moving this conversation in the other direction.
You probably get something basic.
Never had Taco Bell.
What is my God, what do I do? I do the Doritos Cheesy Gordita Crunch, cheesy roll-up with potatoes, the cinnamon twists, and a Diet Baja Blast.
I don't know if that's
Diet?
I don't know if that's normal.
Diet
or not.
Baja.
0 calories,
All right,
dude.
listen. First of all, if no one's getting a frozen frosted Baja Blast, you are missing out.
That's really
That'll
fun.
change your life. If there's one thing I could bring back in time and give to a Victorian child, would definitely be a frozen Baja Blast.
That would make his head
It would
explode.
explode their reality. That being said, I usually get that, and I get a quesarito. Keep it simple.
Quesarito's always good.
I got nothing.
You don't get Taco Bell?
I don't think I've ever had Taco Bell.
Get a load of this guy. This guy said pancakes, no Taco Bell.
This is a really bad death for me. I
are you a
need to leave.
I'm surprised you're in Philadelphia and don't have respect for cuisine. That's nuts.
Okay, man.
Will Lax climb above 60% in his predictions?
No.
So it's super freaking early at this stage. So probably.
Oh no.
But if he's in a hole now, it may be a while before anyone who starts like sub 50% can then get above 50%. Unless he like nails his predictions over the next day or two.
He can't just stress out and predict anything just to get some points back, and he also has to hope that I get stuff wrong.
True.
Oh, I guess I've only said over 60. He might get
He's
over
not that
60.
far off.
He's not beating me though.
It's only going to get easy. In theory, it's only going to get easier from here because there's a little bit less. There's going to be less surprises.
Yeah.
Will there?
I mean, here's the thing. If you both predicted everything exactly the same, whether you were right or wrong, for the rest of the stage, if you... What's the question?
Yeah, what? Yeah, are we serious
Wait,
right
why?
now?
I was going to take it off.
What kind of,
This
what
made
kind
it
of
past the
stream-
filter?
What
Are you
kind
kidding?
of stream are we on right now?
What platform are we on?
What are we shooting here, guys? I thought I was talking about Rainbow Six when I got the offer.
Not anymore.
I didn't know.
Not anymore.
You're
know
now
what was
a
going
model in a
on.
photo shoot, my dude.
I'd hope so. I got new tattoos, you know. if you
Another question where it's like, did you plant that one? Or was that
Why are you
actually
looking at me?
Hey, you're up to no
guys-
good.
Did you plant that one? I mean, listen, I appreciate it. I've been working out a lot. I got new tattoos. I'm literally in my season 2 of my life, you know?
Sounds good.
I'm in my arc.
Please go back to talking about pancakes and waffles, dude. Seriously.
Nah, I'm good, man.
All right.
I'm gonna get flamed.
That's all the questions that we have for this iteration of the post show. Before we end up getting out of here, Jonah, it was an honor and a pleasure having you back on an NAL desk. Thank you a lot for jumping all the way over just an hour from New York to come back over here. Thank you so much, dude. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you for the invite. It's definitely a little out of my element. Casting is what I'm doing most of the time. I've done a little hosting, not a single time on the desk. Hopefully it
You got to do a little
okay.
You got to do a little playing now.
Play the game?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, I know. If it's anything like your pancakes.
God
Dude, you're just never going to escape that one. Fox, are we going to see you next week, or what's the deal?
I won't be here next week. It'll be hopefully Jesse and Lax, but I will be back on the last week. Hell week.
Before playoffs?
Jesse? Does that mean, is Jesse out of visa hell? Did it happen?
I mean,
Spoilers,
at this
okay.
rate, I don't want to say anything. That's why I say maybe. I don't know.
All good. Yep. So for these guys, for us, we're all wrapped up. That is it for week 2 of the North American League season for 2024. Thank you very much to everybody for tuning in this time around. We will be back same time, same place next Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you tune in because the action on the NAL just keeps on getting hotter. Have a good night, everybody.
Go get some pancakes, dude.
Yeah.